gonna kill you. Or better run for some shelter, 'cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. I'm bringing the storm, here we go. Put your hands up, 'cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, 'cause this wind's gonna kill you. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. I'm bringing the storm, here we go. Put your hands up.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome from the Isles of Lake Hancock, just outside Winter Garden in Central Florida. And this is the third and final day of competition here at the King of Darkness. We will have our nighttime finals in a few hours' time, but we're going to kick off with some slalom in action. But before that, just bask in this beautiful view of our drone shot being produced by our good friend Mr. Jason Scholl. And with that up on the screen, we've got our schedule as well. The men's slalom first, the semifinals we'll take to the water, and then we will go on to the women's slalom semifinals as well, and then we'll go into the final rounds for slalom. Then we'll have a trick head-to-head. Then boys jump in along with women's jumping, and then the grand finale, which is the men's jump final. So that's our schedule. We have all of our finalists ready and raring to go here for the 2024 edition of the King of Darkness. And there you can see on our countdown clock, our first action will take place in a little under 20 minutes time. So, beautiful view, beautiful Floridian sunshine in this part of the world, and it's stop number 13 on the Waterski Pro Tour. It's the last Pro Tour stop before the jump event. So once we get done with the jump events, we will be crowning the champions on the Waterski Pro Tour in the jump events. Still an awful lot to play for some of our spots in the jump event in both the women's and the men's competition. But we continue right along. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and sitting alongside me on my right and to the left-hand side of your screen is none other than Freddie Winter. And to my left and on the right-hand side of your screen is Kyle Lead. So Freddie, welcome back, and good to have you here. And we should be in good frame and good for some good action to come out there in the water.
I mean, what we saw the other day was spectacular, both in the women's and the men's. I think especially the men's, we saw 5 of the 10 highest scores of the year happening in one tournament, which is incredible. So, with a head-to-head tonight, it's going to be quite something to see. I'm really, excited to see what happens.
Yes, indeed, and with that in mind, before we go on with our pre-show, Kyle Lead on the left-hand side of me. You're especially looking forward to the jump event a little bit later on, but you can't help but be amazed by what's happening in the slalom competition up to this point.
No, the slalom competition was absolutely amazing on Thursday, and it's shaping up for some huge scores tonight. And then yesterday jumping was incredible. We're We got treated to some of the longest jumps of the season. We've had some of the best slalom performances of the season. And tonight, the show's got it all. We've got, the head-to-head slalom, the jump. We've got some kids out there skiing. We've got a trick off. It's going to be a great night's entertainment.
All right, and with that in mind, we'll bring you our pre-show, and once we return, we should be ready for some on-water action. Here is that pre-show.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at Arthur Lake Hancock. Beautiful sunshine, gorgeous weather, and this is the King of Darkness. Well, as we count down the hours until King of Darkness, I am joined by two of the top waterski jumpers in the world, Freddie Kruger and Taylor Garcia. And Freddie, I just saw you out there just stomping down some jumps, jumping over 233 feet. I mean, it must be a real good confidence boost going into this event.
Yeah, that helps for sure. The last couple practice sets haven't been very good, so getting the momentum going the right direction. But it looks like conditions are going to hold through the weekend, so I think we're going to see some really big jumps, and it's probably going to take a little more than that.
And in practice, not too far behind, jumping 229 feet. Now, you must extol the virtues of having confidence going into this event as well, considering that this is, in essence, your home site.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice jumping here at home. We don't actually get to jump here that much because we're often traveling, but definitely dialed in. Everything out there is great, so it's going to be a fun tournament for everyone.
All right, then. So when it comes down to it, I mean, both of you are friends, so I mean, you're not going to like knock each other out before you head out onto the water. But I mean, when you are in competition and you're standing right next to the starting dock, and I'll give this one to you, Freddie. What is your routine?
Well, it being an individual sport, it really truly is about, your keys. And focusing on what you can go do to perform as well as you can. And I mean, obviously, we're all hoping that our best is better than the other guy's best. But too, if I'm, one of the later guys off the dock, I get excited watching the other guys go big, because then I know, hey, things are good. I can trust this. I don't have to play defense at all. I can just attack. And, I think that's a little bit of what we're building up here this week in practice. We're feeling good. We're going to come into the opening round aggressive. And I'm hoping that just feeds the beast. And by the time we get to Saturday night, I'm looking for some really big jumps.
Well, here we go. Hannah Straltsova, the current leader on the Waterski Pro Tour women's jump standings, but haven't had the best of times here in recent past, right?
Yeah, last King of Darkness didn't go as planned. I took a spin, but I hope this year it will go better. My whole season has been really good, so I'm hoping to throw big scores here.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, you've been practicing in Zachary in Louisiana, alongside Jay Bennett. But in an event like this, especially when you've got like the darkness factor thrown in, I mean, how important is it to have a high level of confidence going into this event?
You got to be confident to jump at night. I'm just hoping to jump far during the day, maybe set a PB, and then we'll have a night practice and then go for it at night as well.
Well, here I am with the main man, the tournament organizer, tournament director here, Mr. Steve Garcia, here at the King of Darkness, getting things prepared for the event. But the one question I've got to ask you is why you feel it's important to be able to produce this event.
So, I feel like water skiing is not getting its due. I know it had its glory days with Coors Light and ESPN and everything. And it's actually, in my judgment, more marketable and more viewable today than it even was then because of the extreme nature of, for example, trick. Trick isn't calm and cool anymore. It's radical, and they're insane. And depths with the slalom skiers and the jumpers. So what I'm trying to do here is show that you can package something for a reasonable and fair price, make it open to your community, sell a family product, and get us back up again to where we were and visible for the athletes to have a true sport and a true opportunity to be professional athletes.
All right, then, as we look out towards the lake in our facility, where we're getting ready to go in a little bit into our show ski display element of our site, of our event here at the King of Darkness. The gates have just recently been flung open. They've been open for less than 15 minutes now. And a good few of our folks are already starting to congregate along the shoreline, and we're going to keep those good folks right here entertained at the Isles of Lake Hancock. But some great action coming up in the slalom event. We're actually going to open up with the men's slalom semifinal once we get down to that time. We anticipate starting at about 4:45 with the men's slalom semifinal. Nate Smith will be going up against Thomas de Gasperi, and then the second semifinal will feature Corey Vaughan versus Jonathan Travers. Still early doors yet. We're getting the vast majority of our crowd here for this event, but it's going to be a rather spectacular affair going forwards there, Kyle.
Oh, for sure, Tony. We've got I think 6 hours of action here starting off pretty shortly. Like I said, the men's slalom 4:45, so that's when the big events sort of kick off. But we're going to have some kids out there skiing, kind of showing us how it's done. Water skiing, great family sport, and we heard Steve Garcia just on his little interview there, sort of wanting to sort of showcase our sport to everybody, and he's doing a great job. The Garcia family, a great job with this event, bringing in the local community. They're expecting big crowds tonight. There's a ton of stuff to do here for the kids. There's rides down the end, face painting. There's a lot of food trucks, some drink trucks, Tony. I wouldn't mind partaking in them a bit later on as the excitation unwinds a little bit. We're expecting a huge night. I'm
eyeing up the ice cream van personally, but what about you, Freddie? Your thoughts on all of this?
I'm just very excited. I mean, I've skied in this event a number of times. I've come out here, and every time I've been in the country, I've come to this event, so I know how special it's going to be this evening. And, you know, I go to a lot of events like we all do, and this, to me, is one of the purest water ski events there is. I mean, there's going to be a big crowd. There's a whole sort of production all the way around it. It's scheduled. I mean, I really feel, you know, we're a part of something tonight. And you know, I'll say that I often hear people say, oh, I didn't go to the lake or whatever. I just watched on TWBC. You know, even if they're in the area, I would encourage everyone that can to turn up today. I mean, look, we love the webcast viewers, but, you know, turn off the TV and get down here if you can. And there's a big screen out here, and it's going to be spectacular. There's a buzz about the place. There's an atmosphere that I'm sort of getting, you know, quite amped up for, I have to say.
I think that's the main thing, isn't it, Freddie? You know, if you're in the Central Florida area, you can make it out here and be part of the atmosphere. The show is going to be great at home for everybody else who can't make it here. But if you can be on site, things are going to get electric here. Night jumping later on, nothing like it, is there? Well,
and you know, I'm very grateful to you guys being in the booth, but I'm going to be stepping out when my area of expertise is done, and I'm going to be down the front cheering and having a good time. That's going to be a lot of fun to be part of that crowd and to be cheering the jumps as they come in. It's going to be fantastic.
All right, and an event like this can't happen without great support, and we get that from the likes of Mastercraft and Action Sports, along with Masterline and Eagle, and a whole slew of other sponsors. We also are extremely grateful that we've had some good support from our food truck community that have seemed to have descended upon this venue en masse. You know, and they'll be providing us with some food and libations as well during the course of this event. So, I mean, if you are in the Central Florida area, where especially if you're in Lake County or Orange County or even Polk County a little further out, it would behove you to come here and experience some nighttime slalom and indeed some nighttime jumping action going forward.
I mean, I think even if you're in Miami right now, you could sort of jump in your car and get here before the jump this evening. And I would encourage you to do it. Like, just if you're in Florida, get here. This is the best. If you're a fan of water skiing, which I assume you are by watching this event, then this is the place you must be. I cannot express how great it's going to be tonight.
Just hoof it up the turnpike, huh?
Just get up here. Just get up here. Whatever you got to do, cancel your plans and be in Isles of Lake Hancock to watch the best event of the year.
All right then, wonderful shots here. We've got Jason, our drone pilot, giving us the very best views that we can muster from our aerial coverage of this event. Beautiful stuff there, and also got to give a big shout out to our TWBC crew. They know who they are, and they've been working admirably over the course of the season, right up to and including this event. So I mean they're doing a fantastic job with the live coverage on each of those events, and including this one.
Including you, Tony. The one constant that we see on our screens the whole time. Me and Kyle, we're disposable. We get flitted in and out.
Bounce in and out, don't we?
Yeah, but Tony, you're
the anchor man that holds it all together, huh?
That's right.
Oh, you're embarrassing me. All right, then. So we're looking down over towards our skier tent right now. We're just waiting for that to get populated. But in the meantime, our youth skiers are about to take to the water to entertain the good folks here. Our boats, our Mastercraft. We see a shot there of the black and slightly off-red color. We call it sangria. The boat nearly 400 horsepower of raw power, over 400 torque horsepower there, produced by that Mastercraft ProStar towboat. And I tell you what, this boat has been winning some rave reviews over the last few days. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, in the slalom event, I mean, who would have thought going into this event that a 5-buoy count at 41 off, Freddie, wouldn't even be enough to get you into the big show tonight?
Well, I mean, look, I know professional slalom water skiing fairly well, and this is what I can tell you. I'm a bit of a stats nerd myself, and I looked at the scores. There was only 5 scores before this weekend of 5 or more. There was only 2 completed 41 off passes. There was 3 5s in 10, or I think in 13 professional tournaments throughout the year.
Wow.
And then in 2 rounds, 2 days ago, we saw equal to that, 2 more 41 off passes and 3 5s. It's really insane. It just shows, I mean, look, I'm biased. I mean, I like the boat. I've been with Team Mastercards. I've had a small part of, helping in designing this beautiful ProStar with a far more intelligent team than I. But it's really great. It's a product that we are very excited about, and that was really shown on the water with 2 of the biggest rounds. Well, the 2 biggest rounds of water skiing that's ever happened.
And Freddie, I wasn't able to join you on Thursday, but I was here Friday, and we kind of recapped it. And I did watch the show, and I was listening to you because I was thinking that you're watching all this great skiing, and you can't be a part of it. And I was going, he must be just dying down inside that he wasn't actually out there competing. But to be fair to you, mate, you were very, very complimentary of how well everybody was skiing out there.
Well, I mean, look, they skied well. It's hard to say anything different. I mean, you're absolutely right. I would love to have gone to ski, and I think that on good form, I might have been able to add to those big scores. I would hope, but
sure.
No, that's not where we are today. That's next year, and I'm looking forward to all that. But no, it was exceptional. It was a cool thing, and one of the reasons I'm here is I want to be part of it, right? It's like I'm going to watch it anyway, so might as well commentate on it.
All right then. So our first skier in this third and last day of festivities here for the King of Darkness. This is Louisa Ellis, and Louisa Ellis, one of our younger skiers in this event. How old would you say she is?
I'm going to say she's 6 or 7, isn't she?
6 or 7.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Let's see what she's got
Young
here.
skier just getting into it. She was competing at the Florida State Champs this year and did exceptionally well there. Just learning how to trick, just going through some basic moves, some side slides. Of course, the mandatory, the obligatory wave. But yeah, we're going to see just amongst these juniors just kind of how you get started into this sport. And the next skier out, I think looks like Maxwell, is it? Maxwell Ellis on 2 skis for us.
And that's what it's a family event, right? So I mean, that just showing exactly we've all grown up in water skiing, right, with our families. I know, Kiwi, your two sons are two of the best in the world, or the two best in the world under 17. So, this is a phenomenal sport to do with your family and start them young, and that's what we're seeing here. These guys are future rippers, as I keep hearing.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, Louisa and Maxwell, the kids of Scott Ellis, who is going to be driving here for us this evening, and a former champion jump skier. So next one on the water, young Louis Asher.
The son of one of the commentators this evening, right? Tom's
yeah,
jumping in, right?
I think Tom's going to come join us and call us through some jumping.
Yep, there's Louis Asher there, giving us a little bit of a display out there on that slalom ski.
Yeah, another one that sort of just got into it seriously. He's caught the bug, we say. He's got the addiction, and he's rocking it on a slalom ski and learning to run the slalom course. And any of you guys here that seeing these young guys on the water and you think, hey, this might be a sport for yourselves or your family, your kids to get into, usawaterski.org, usawaterski.org.
Yeah.
You can go check that out, and all the information is there to get started, get involved. We've got a lot of tournaments around this area. Obviously, Central Florida is kind of the water ski capital of the world, so there's a ton of action around this area.
And goes around all 6 buoys on that pass that we've just seen there. That is Louis Asher, and getting some encouragement from the boat, which is always nice going forwards. And
obviously with the kids there, Tony, we start them off super slow, right? That speed would have been set down at around maybe 20 mile an hour or something like that. Our professional competitors later on this afternoon, evening, will be skiing at 34, 36 mile an hour. But when we start off with the kids, it's usually a longer rope, and we drop the speed right down to about 20 mile an hour. Falls don't hurt. They have the time to sort of learn the basics, get across the course, and run the course all 4-6 balls like we saw Louis do.
so Louise are coming on back there, giving us a display of balance and precision there on that trick ski, as it's picked up by our drone shot right there, along with the obligatory wave to the crowd there.
That's her favorite trick, isn't it?
Yeah. And there's Maxwell. He's living his best life right now, I would say there, Freddie.
He certainly is. I'm also just sneakily counting the boats out there at the moment. They're all beautiful, aren't they? There's quite a few gorgeous Pro Stars going up and down.
We're talking about how well the Pro Star does in these competitions, and how everybody loves skiing behind them. And so they're the best ski boat in the business, but best looking one too, I think.
Yeah, I'm biased, but I would say so.
Classic lines, just beautiful vessel.
And absolutely, and for those of you looking to gain more information on the Mastercraft Pro Star, you can go to mastercraft.com, or indeed check out the local dealership in this area, which just happens to be Action Water Sports.
Who are helping this event happen, right?
Absolutely.
Yep.
And there is Louis Asher there, just getting in really deep with some of these buoys, and I think the directive is just do not fall at this stage.
Look, he was getting pretty aggressive out there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was going for it.
Yeah, he's feeling the adrenaline. We'll go back to Action Water Sports, obviously down in Polk City, not far, about half an hour from here, just off of I-4 and Polk City, exit 44. For all your skiing needs.
And stop in for a ski set with you, Kiwi.
Stop in. I'm operating right behind them there. But they have everything. They have the service department, the boat sales, and a fully stocked pro shop. So anything you need on the water, whether you're just getting into it or when you're an advanced skier, they've got all the gear you need.
And for those of you looking into the heritage of Toad Water Sports, and not too far away from Polk City and Action Water Sports, is the Waterski and Wake Sports Hall of Fame, which is in the Central Florida Tourism Office off exit 55 on I-4. So be sure to check that out on your way out to locales such as Orlando or Tampa, and one of the latest finds that will be displayed in that particular location is going to be a T-shirt from the very first Collegiate National Waterski Championships of which both myself and Freddie have been a part of.
That's right. Yeah, I saw that T-shirt today. It's from what, 1978?
1979.
1979. I was just so close, so close.
Always
Held in beautiful Monroe, Tony.
Yes. All right then. So as we continue to rock right along, we've got Elisa Gay about to take to the water, and then Ella Gay will trick behind our secondary boat as well. So we're going to see a little bit of trick in action at this early stage before we go into the men's slalom semi-final. Our first one will be Nate versus Thomas, and then our second one, Corey versus JT.
Yeah, so I think it's Elisa Denninger, I think it is, about to take
you're
water.
right.
We saw Louisa Ellis on a trick ski. Mac was on 2 skis. Louis Asher was on a slalom ski going through the slalom course. But now we're going to sort of step up the level a little bit from what we saw. Louisa doing a few basic slides and 180s. Elisa is a top junior coming through. And our next skier after her, Ella Gay, was actually a medalist at the Under-17 World Championships earlier this year in Canada. So, as we sort of progress through the evening, the trick challenge tonight, that's going to be pretty cool between Joel Poland and Dorian Llewellyn. So just going through some basic moves, some wake 180s, just the ski turning full 180 degrees in the air, some surface turns, back to back, and then she'll go into some more wake tricks here. And so her trick run there, probably around 1,000 points or so. In trick skiing, they get 2 20-second passes in a competition. And usually the competitors will do 1 hand pass and come back on toes for us. And she would be probably tricking around 2,000, 3,000 points in her runs. We'll see the next skier, Ella Gay. She steps it up a little level to maybe around 5,000 points. And later on tonight, the competitors upwards of 11,500, 12,000 points. Some flips, fast action in that 20 seconds. There's no limit on number of tricks. You got to go as fast as you can and get the points in that 20 seconds.
You'll definitely see that at its heights a little bit later on. But take a look at this. We got Ella Gay coming into the course right now, and she's going to give us a display of a toe trick, starting off with the toe 5 back.
Well, she tricked you there, Tony. It was the toe 5 back, wasn't the toe 7. Looked like it was going to be, yeah.
Yeah,
Some
exactly.
difficult tricks here. Oh, and she's gone down.
Yep, and the boat releasing out of the rope releasing out of the boat, always a well appreciated safety measure there, just in case the skier falls with toe tricks, because there is absolutely no way you can get that foot out of the toe strap if you fall. So the safety measure is just to have the rope on a rope release, and you hang on to that rope, and then if the skier falls, just let it go.
Yeah, and toe tricks, difficult. The balance is required to learn those toe tricks. But we encourage our competitors, our skiers, when they're young, to get on a trick ski first. Freddie, I know tricks is not your biggest event, slalom's your deal, but I know you've been on a trick ski a lot, even when you're younger. It helps develop those fundamentals.
Yeah, and I actually, one of my, 2 or 3 years ago, I did quite a lot of trick skiing, like going around the slalom course and that sort of thing, and I actually think it helped my slalom to some degree. I mean, it, develop those extra muscles. Every time you're standing on top of the water, you're, benefiting. So, my ski partner at the moment, Lou Alcamo, he gets on a trick ski once in a while, even though he's probably maybe not the best at it. It's very, very good for your all-round skiing, and I'll very ungenerous of you to say it's not my main event, Kiwi. I mean, I might make a comeback in the senior division at some point, but
I believe there's some good Instagram posts of you on a trick ski, isn't
yeah,
there?
some pretty ugly stuff.
Got to scroll back a little while, but
yeah.
Oh, that's something I want to take
one
a
of the
look
best
at.
flips in the business, from what I've seen.
Yeah, more muscle than anything else.
And there's the fun times for the kids down the end of the lake.
And I've seen a lot of kids run past with painted faces, right? So you can go get your faces painted down there. Look good. It is sort of Halloween, the weekend of Halloween Saturday, if you like. So everyone can sort of get dressed up.
And here's Eliza coming back in for her toe tricks. Going through some basic turns here, just a toe back and a toe front.
Looking in good shape though, and going through those toe tricks before taking the toe strap out and going through some of the remaining hand moves.
You said Joel and Dorian are skiing tonight. Is that a proper round of
There's been some discussion about that. Yeah, I believe there was an attempt to try and get a sanction for the round of competition to be record capability. Joel has performed exceptionally well in the slalom and the jumps, so there was talk of it. I don't know what the outcome is. Hopefully it is, because he's on track for a world overall record. He is the world overall record holder. He's broken it so many times, but the performance he's done so far in this competition are kind of way and far above what he's done in the past.
Well, I mean, 4 at 41, was it 236?
236.
Those are above. I mean, and I'd be very happy about it, because I wouldn't have to hear about Joel breaking the world record every second weekend.
Yeah, it would put it on
This
hold
would be
for a little
very
bit,
tough to beat if he is able to go out there and get
at least for 6 months or so.
Yeah,
Anyway.
exactly. Just through the winter.
Yeah.
He'll come back even more special than he is. But no, I'm hopeful that we could see something. I hope that's been allowed, and we can see Joel go get a big score which could cement the world record. I can't imagine he would need the hugest trick score.
No, I don't think so. Somewhere around 11,000 points would probably be plenty, I would assume. Maybe not even that much. But we'll get confirmation on that as the kind of evening moves along.
All right then. So we've just seen a little taste of what to expect there from our youth trick skiers at this early stage. We are first at professional action, only a few minutes away. We've got the men's slalom semi-finals. We've got 2 pairings. We've got Nate Smith versus Thomas de Gasperi. And the other pairing is Corey Vaughan versus Jonathan Travers, and there is our pairings right up there on your screen. So whilst we still have that up there, let's discuss the pairings. Nate Smith making a bit of a comeback, and he'll be going up against Thomas de Gasperi, 2 former world champions there, Freddie.
Yeah, I had a look at the stats earlier today, and I think Nate is the reigning champion. I think what I find interesting about this one is that each of the 4 have won 3 of the 4 have won one solitary event this year. Thomas de Gasperi is yet to win. He's won every year since 2020, so he'll be wanting to get on the board and tie up with these guys as opposed to letting someone get ahead of him. It's going to be very interesting. Nate obviously skied the best of anyone in the first round. That's why he's top seed. He ran 41 twice, and one of them was pretty spectacular.
It's pretty easy, wasn't it? Yeah, he was definitely on form. He had a bit of a slow start to the season, you'd call it, and then he sort of picked up momentum and finishing the year very, very strong. We were talking sort of through the stories behind it, and the year-end points. It looks like Will Asher cannot be beaten, even though he's not made the final. He can't be beaten. He ended up 5th in this competition. But that second spot is wide open between a lot of these skiers and the 4 that are going to be competing for us in just a few moments. Guys, if you're on site, grab a drink, grab some food. We've got about 10 minutes before the men's slalom's going to kick off. Find a good seat, find a good place to watch.
And we've got, to that point, Kiwi, we've got in this of the 4 that we have 2nd on the tour, 3rd on the tour, 6th on the tour, and 7th on the tour. But at the same time, Nate and Corey have 160 points, and Thomas de Gasperi in 7th has 143. So it's very, very, very tight. So these guys are very much looking to sort of extend their lead into 2nd if they can, or get a big result which will put them into 2nd. With one tournament next week, the Miami Pro, it's very, very exciting. This is good competition, and I think the other pairing, actually, if we look at it, that's one of the sort of amazing stories too. We mentioned Nate has 3 world championships and Thomas has 2. They've both been very, very successful over the years. The other pairing, John Travers and Corey, fantastic skiers, of course, but maybe without that same depth of wins in the past. Corey on just 1 win. His first this year, which was very, very exciting to see for him to finally get it. He said he was working for it for 13 years as a professional skier, not including all the stuff leading up to that, and to finally get it. And then John, I think, on his 3rd professional win this year at San Gervasio after 6 years away from the top step of the podium. So, but at the same time, they're very, very strong. Corey and John, 2nd and 3rd seed, got huge scores, and John, we saw him at the Travers Grand Prix just 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he just looked so good. He brought that right back into this, and then it's going to be very, very exciting.
And obviously, after we finish up with the men's head-to-head prelims, or semi-finals, I guess you'd call it, we'll be moving into the women's. And there on your screen right now is Whitney McClintock will be facing Ellie Nicholson. Jamie Bull will go out against Regina Jaquist, and they're the 4 that have really dominated the tour for the women's so far this year.
And they have, they're the ones that have won the most tournaments in the last 5 years, or last 4 years, or whatever. Ellie Nicholson is the one with the least wins, but she still has 4. She's had 4. She won early this year in Marrakesh. Jamie has won, since she won her first tournament in 2020, she's won, I think, 10 or 12 tournaments, something like that, which is huge. And, Regina, pretty much countless. Whitney, not far away from the same. It's going to be a really, really big heavyweight battle in the women's as well.
All right, and the format this evening is the head-to-head, and obviously a lot of the slalom tournaments we've been to this year, where there's 2 preliminary rounds, the top 8 move through to the finals, and it's just kind of off the stick they go, and the best performance wins. This event, it was a big cut, and that's what I think produced some of the big performances we saw on Thursday. They went straight from the top 12, even very, very difficult to even qualify for this event. They cut to 4 straight away. And so everyone had to go out and just go for it and throw down. And Joel Pollan was one of the first ones. He ran a 4, and everyone's like, oh my God, this is getting the party started. And he didn't make it through on that one. But it produced some huge scores. But tonight it's going to be head-to-head. The top 4 are paired up 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. And then a little bit later on, the 2 winners of those matchups will go head-to-head for the final.
And the most important thing, one of the most important things to say about the head-to-head format is that if you're the highest seed, let's say this, the person that goes second must beat the first. So you'll often see the person who's the highest seed choose to go first. If there's a tie, then the person who tied the initial score will go out. So that's something to look for here, and that's, there's pros and cons in both situations. When you see someone go out in front of you and get a decent score, you know that you can't hold back. You go the whole way. It can cause a sort of target skiing. If you see someone get a huge score, you'd have to fully go for it. If you see someone get not such a good score, you kind of can be a little bit more tactical. If you're first out, you sort of have to go as big as possible.
Yeah, that's typically the format, though, right? The top seed usually picks to go first.
The only
not
reason
often you see them pick to go second. The consolation prize, I guess, for your lower seeded one is you get to pick the boat and the driver.
Yeah. Which in a situation, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I mean, like, the reason you would maybe choose the boat as opposed to going first would be if you feel there's a massive disparity in the drivers or one of the boats feels worse. Well, that definitely isn't the case, given that over the 2 rounds it was very, very even. The scores were pretty even. We're very much even first and second round, so I think we're very much matched up. So let's say that those top seeded skiers, they're going to have that advantage. It's well earned, and it's going to work to their benefit, I would say.
Yeah, driving tonight for us is going to be Scott Greenwood, I believe, and is it Trent Finlayson in the
Trent Finlayson?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pro tournament debut, but huge scores.
Well, he's been around the sport a long time. I'd say he's amassed a ton of hours behind that steering wheel. So good to see Trent joining us for his first pro drive. And then we see Steve Garcia. He's the man behind the scenes getting this event going. And he'll be a little less stressed about 10 o'clock this evening, I believe.
Yeah, probably a well-earned first sip of beer, I would imagine. The guys, I've been hanging around a bit this week, and I've seen that the amount of effort that goes into it. I mean, this is not a typical tournament. This is a tournament that runs with a huge crowd happening. You want to keep everyone excited the whole way through. I'm looking at the schedule that I have in front of me. I mean, it's down to the minute. There's no messing around. Steve has, organised all the sponsors, organised all the boats. We've got everything set up, and we saw what that meant in the qualifying to see, the biggest scores ever actually in men's slalom. A lot of the biggest ones of the year in women's slalom. Huge in both jump disciplines.
Well, as to the schedule, though, Freddie, I think we'll give a shout out to Dana Garcia on that one. I think she's the brains behind that. So she's been working up in the tower there, as well as a lot of top officials that have flown in from around the country to be here tonight to make sure everything is fair and performed well. And we can see Nate Smith just dipping his ski and his foot in the water. He'll be soaping up his binding. And we'll be having him on the water in just a few moments. The line length, I believe, will be 12 meters tonight.
12th.
Awesome. Straight into it.
All right, absolutely great stuff coming up there. We've got about to take to the water Nate Smith, and then right after him is Thomas de Gasperi. I mean, both of those competitors have really sampled men's tournament slalom skiing at the highest level. They've both gained world championship titles on at least a couple of occasions each, and all right then, folks, and in a moment we'll be back with our first skier to take to the water, Nate Smith, right after this.
Here supporting us, kind of a hometown. I live just 10 minutes away in Winter Garden, so really excited to ski in front of you guys, cheer loud, and have a lot of fun tonight.
All right, there, we're back up, and ladies and gentlemen, our first competitor in this first semi-final of the men's slalom event. Coming to you originally from McCordsville in Indiana, but now a resident in Central Florida. This now is Nate Smith.
And no better way to get this event started than the current world record holder, Nate Smith. He's currently sitting second on the Waterski Pro Tour and making light work of the 12-meter 35 off pass. The boat going through the exit gates, 36 mile an hour is set for these open men's.
Okay, now for those of you that are new to the sport of tournament waterski slalom, the significant factor going forward in the is the line length. We'll discuss that in a moment, but here is T-Gas.
What's up, guys? Thomas de Gasperi here from Italy. I just live down the road. Thanks for coming out. I'm super excited to be in the finals at the King of Darkness. I'll give my best.
All right there, Thomas de Gasperi, a former two-time world slalom champion, 11-time European men's slalom champion, and has been exceptionally close to breaking or at least tying his Italian national men's slalom record of 5.5 at 10.25 meters. Now, we will mention line lengths consistently during the course of the event, and here's why. Whenever a skier makes a six-buoy count on a particular pass, we shorten the rope down after each complete run. Now, the center line of the course where the boat travels down and the buoys, the width between those is 37.5 feet wide. And when the line gets to a length of 38 off, which is 37 feet of line, then it becomes rather difficult for the ski to actually gain enough width to get outside the buoys, because the handle comes up short by about 6 inches. And here we go, Thomas de Gasperi opening pass, 12 meters. Now we start to cook a little bit, because our next competitor, Nate Smith, has to return and set the pace for the next run for Thomas de Gasperi as well. Now the line length is going to be 38 off, or 11.25 meters, and that is the first instance where the handle comes up short of buoy's width by 6 inches, as I previously mentioned there, Freddie.
Yeah, and I mean, it's worth stating the obvious to our friends on site. We've got a big crowd building here that, it gets harder and harder. So you might have just seen that look pretty easy. You're going to see that as the line keeps getting shorter at the end of every 6 buoys, that there's going to be a little bit more effort needed. That line getting shorter, it's not just the space you have at the buoy line. It's the amount of pressure that's on your body at the maximum point and how early it comes on. At the back end of that turn, when you're on a 35 off pass like we just saw, you got a little bit of time. You can sort of make a mistake here and there. But when you start getting to that 39 and especially 41 off, which is going to be in a couple of passes after this, that's where it's really, really tricky. We're going to imagine that the winning and losing will happen on the 41 offline with this level of skiers. That's really where most pro tournaments happen, the wins happen. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. It's going to be big. We're going to see Nate come back, probably run this pass pretty well, but he's just building up to that big pass coming up a bit later on, and just keep an eye, just see if there's any mistakes being made, any wheeling. What you want to be doing as a slalom skier is you want the ski to be kind of sitting level to the water. You don't want the tail to be sticking into it too much, and the smoother that it looks, then generally the better it's going.
And he is the best in the business at doing that, especially on that offside turn on the right-hand side of the course, the 135. Keeps his weight over the ski and turns nice and long. A little bit of a short one there at number 5. Checks it a little bit. but another 6 buoys. And we call these passes warm-up passes, don't we, guys? But for the common slalom skier who, usually when you start slaloming, you'll be going out around, say, 26, 28 mile an hour with a long rope, 15 off, 18 meters. But we're already right into the action, starting at 35 off, 36 mile an hour.
And a lot of people have compared the sport of tournament waterski slalom by the fact that we take rope off and making it difficult. It's very, very similar to track and field, with the high jump, and the pole vault. When you clear a certain height, they raise the pole up a little bit higher to make it more and more difficult. And whereas in track and field, where you get 3 attempts to go over a particular height, you only get one. You only get one chance here, and
very
you've got to stay upright.
Yeah. Slalom skiing, the sport of water skiing, very cutthroat at this level. Some of the introductory class tournaments, they'll give you a second chance. If you miss, you go again. It's turn and burn sort of formats. So the grassroots sort of events. But in this professional level, it's one and done. You cannot make any errors, any mistakes.
Which is very frustrating, and that's where what's so funny about professional slalom water skiing is you can train for your whole life, for one moment, and if you make that critical mistake, you're left ruining that quarter second for a very, very long time. So these guys want to win the King of Darkness title. Thomas, as we see here, he's trying to get his first win of the year, his first since I'm going to say last September when he won the Malibu Open. He's won a lot over the years. He's one of our older skiers. He's 43 years old. He's been there, done that, but he's never won a King of Darkness title. So he's out there trying to go as big as possible and not make the mistake that you mentioned, Kiwi, that's gonna give the gift of a win to somebody else in this semi-final.
And knocking that pass down, that was at 38 off the 38 off the standard 75-foot line length. Now we will mention the line lengths in both metric and feet and inches, but for our good crowd here today, we're going to emphasize the feet and inches a little bit more than the other because it brings the whole fact that the line getting shorter and coming up shorter buoys width into stark focus. Starting off with this pass at 10.75 meters or 39.5 feet off, because at this stage of the game, you're talking about feet now of line that is coming up shorter buoys width, Kyle.
Yeah, for sure, Tony. Thanks for that explanation. Things get tough right here. 39 off, 10.75 in the metric. It's 10.5 meters from the center of the course for those of you guys who are metrically inclined. But this is usually the tough pass, you would call it. Freddie, the conditions out here are pretty perfect. There's a little tailwind, a little on their first pass. And for this is sort of setting up well. The tailwind kind of pushes them along, but they can handle it 10.75. They can handle it 39, and it sets up well to keep the rope tight and make things a little bit easier at 41.
All right, here we go. This now is 10.75 meters or 39.5 off. Look at him go around the first couple of buoys as he gets halfway down course. An extremely difficult line length, and he would certainly appreciate a round of applause here as he gets through. 10.75 meters or 39.5 off, setting up the target for Thomas de Gasperi to attack.
Well, that was a slalom clinic right there, wasn't it, Freddie, through that pass of 39 off. So patient at the end of the turns. For the spectators here maybe don't know as much about slalom skiing. What are the key assets? What do you need to be a great slalom skier?
I'm going to say that what you might not realize is the amount of pressure going through these guys' body. I mean, the out of the turn, the maximum pressure can be up to 1,000 pounds through the body. So what do you need to do to withstand that? You need to be fairly strong, but also you need a fantastic position. I always say that, the better you can put your skeleton to work and use less muscle, the better off you're going to be. And that's actually what Nate does really, really well. He's in a great position out of the turn. He lines himself up to where the boat is, the pull of the boat goes through the rope and then kind of is absorbed by his whole body through and down into the water. If you're out of position, if you get your shoulders forward, your hips back, you're going to struggle. You're not going to get, the boat's going to pull you over the front, quite frankly. That's, this is a 10.75 or 39 off pass. Both of these guys have run this pass not hundreds but thousands of times in their life. It's something they wouldn't think of missing usually. It happens occasionally. Like we say, the 41 off pass, the next one is going to be where the big thing happens. But let's see here. Let's see how Thomas does. He's going to come in here and he's going to want to run it well. He's got that little bit of a tailwind behind him. It's a solid one.
There's one.
He's over to two and he looks fine. He's grappling just a little bit with that handle, but actually all good. A little slow at 3, but he's over to 4. And actually, this looks like a pretty damn good pass, I have to say. He did
there you go.
In his first couple of rounds, he looked a little
Let's
hairy
give it up
at
for
39,
him.
but he did really well there, and that's a good pass. We're now on to the 41 off pass. This is going to be very, very exciting. Now, let's go back to the first. Let's go back to the first couple rounds. Thomas, the skier we're looking at right now, he ran a 5 at 41 and a 1 at 41. Nate ran 6 at 41 both times. So Thomas knows that he's probably looking at a big score here to advance to the next round.
Well, you definitely saw the intensity increase a little bit there for Thomas de Gasperi. Snatching at a few, he got a little bit panicked maybe in the middle, had to calm himself down. A lot of experience in this guy. And although age can play a factor in this sport, in the slalom skiing, experience counts for a lot, doesn't it? And this guy has a ton of it, and he used it to his advantage there to get himself through that 39 off pass, and he'll be shortening up down the end. I think the wait time, everybody's sort of sitting down the ends, waiting about a minute in between passes, let the water settle, and give them some time to kind of catch their breath and come back in at the next attempt.
All right then. So little quick simple math quiz. 41 off from 75 feet. What's that? That's 34 feet.
34 feet.
34 feet. The course width is 37.5 feet, right?
37.5.
Yes, indeed. And that means that the skier has to make up how many feet on each turn?
3.5 feet.
There you go.
But it's 3.5 feet if they're completely perpendicular to the boat, which they're not going to be at 90 degrees to the boat.
So they have to battle even harder to stay upright on top of the water. Here comes Nate Smith at 41 off, and probably one of the best skiers on this particular line length has probably won 41 off more times than most. But unfortunately, a minor mistake turns into a major catastrophe there for Nate Smith, getting 3 buoys. But let's give it up for him, please. Nate Smith, 3 at 41 off.
Still a huge score there for Nate Smith, but a little bit unexpected, I would say, Freddie. He ran that pass twice in the prelims, but the pressure's on here in the finals. And let's watch this replay. He comes through. I thought he had a great start. Got a little bit maybe deep out of number 1.
Watch the tail slide here.
Yeah.
He didn't like this. So way too much tail slide.
Yeah.
Nearly lost the ski.
But he still was back in it going to number 2, and that's his onside. Ropes at number 2, pulls across to number 3, and maybe just gets a little bit ahead of himself.
Well, I can speak for myself. I mean, I know that when he came into 1 in good shape, but he probably pushed a little bit on the front of the ski. What happens then is you lift the tail. It's a bit of a seesaw effect, and we'll see here. Watch the tail of this ski on this replay. Watch the tail just overturn. It puts him off balance. He doesn't want to be doing that. He did a good job of holding on. I actually thought he did, like you say, Kiwi, a fantastic buoy too. But I think he came into 3 thinking, okay, don't overturn. He was maybe a little hesitant to put himself in the right spot, and he didn't get enough tail smear, if you like. He ended up going straight. Now, what does that mean in the context of this battle? 3 at 41 is a good score. It's not a special score. Thomas did 1 score in qualifying better and 1 score worse. Now, if Thomas runs 3, he has not beaten Nate. He will go out. He must get what we call a piece of 4. Anything around 4, he will get over Nate, and then he will go through to the next round. So there's definitely a good chance, and Thomas will be pretty happy considering. So let's have a look and see what he's going to do here.
See what he's got.
The door is wide open here for Thomas de Gasperi as he comes in. 10.25, 41 off.
Let's see if he can bar through it. There's number 1. Round number 2. Can he make it outside number 3? No. And he's inside buoy number 3, which means that the skier advancing through to the final out of this pairing is going to be Nate Smith. But do give a big cheer for Thomas de Gasperi from Italia.
Yeah, congratulations to Thomas, but he's going to be disappointed with his performance there. The door was open for him, wasn't it? That wasn't a massive score from Nate Smith in comparison to what he has been doing, and Thomas de Gasperi had a shot.
He had a shot, and he probably, I mentioned just now, he probably thought that he would have had to go bigger. 3 1/4, he'd have definitely, before he went out, he'd have taken that opportunity. He said, right, 3 1/4 is something I can do. Now, looking at it from how Thomas has skied all year, his best score of the year was in the qualifying here to make the final, so he skied very well there. He'll be a bit disappointed not to get around 4. But the other thing that's quite interesting, I mean, if we're going to look at, as much as we're crowning the King of Darkness tonight, there's also a podium. You want to be on that podium. You don't want to be sitting down there in 4th place. Thomas he'll have his 2. If the losing skier of the next pairing does not beat 2, then Thomas will sit there on 3rd. Now, if they do beat 2, then Thomas will be demoted to 4th.
and it's and it could well have a major bearing so far as the Waterski Pro Tour is concerned. So far as a point difference between fourth and third could well be significant when it comes to the end of season standings there, Kyle.
No, definitely, and we're straight into the next pairing, and this is Corey Vaughan, and what a year he has had. He's had a win, he's had a lot of podium places, and he ran a 41 off on Thursday in a pro competition, the first time he's ever done that, and skiing exceptionally strong through the tail part of the season.
Just feeling out the conditions. This is 12 meters, 35 off the standard 75-foot line, and this is going to be the first and this is the first and last pass that he'll get room to go around each point. But let's have a look at Corey.
I'm Corey Vaughan. I'm stoked to be down here finishing out the season in the warm water, and I'm planning to be king of the darkness out there tomorrow. Get behind me, cheer loud. Let's go do this.
All right, well, you heard them, ladies and gentlemen. These skiers do like it when you guys make some noise. They can hear you out on the water, so as this event unfolds a little bit, let's get behind these skiers. Let's turn the noise up a little bit. Get some applause. This is John Travers sitting in the water, taking his few moments, collecting his thoughts, and he's about to start his campaign in this second matchup. Nate Smith already through to our final, which we're going to see in about an hour or so's time. But who's going to join them? Is it going to be Corey Vaughan or is it going to be John Travers? The dark horses, I guess, in this event.
They are the dark horses,
Yep.
actually. I was going to say, I mean, they're really, especially sort of since midway through the season, they just really came on strong. And I mean, I'm looking at John. He's had a couple of podiums this year. He came second at the Travers tournament, just the last tournament. Midway through the year, he won at the San Gervasio Pro-Am after he hadn't been on the top step of a podium for 6 years. But he's looking great. I was so impressed with him through qualifying. I think he looks as good as anyone. He's really making it work, and this is exciting to see him out here as like you say, a dark horse Kiwi.
Well, yeah, both of these skiers, are having the seasons of their lives, and John Travers, another 6 buoys to his tally.
And let's hear from him.
Hey guys, John Travers here. Thanks for coming out. I'm a local, support me. The louder you are, the better I'm going to ski.
All right, then. So both Jonathan Travers and Corey Vaughan running their opening passes on a line length of 35 off the standard 75-foot line, leaving them each with a 40 feet of line to get round a course that's 37.5 feet in width, meaning that was the one and only pass that they have to get round the slalom course on a line length that actually supersedes the width. They have 2.5 feet of room to spare on each buoy. But now we take that advantage, and then we shrink it to where the handle doesn't even reach the buoys at this point there, Kyle.
Yeah, Tony, I wish we had a microphone down at the end of the lake there where these guys are sitting. Is there a bit of banter between the two skiers? They sit down right next to each other. There's a little bit of smack talking, if you like, in between passes.
Yep, it's a case of Virginia versus Florida here. Corey Vaughan, who comes to us from Bumpus in Virginia, a Virginia native, and Jonathan Travers, born and raised in Groveland in Central Florida. And let's see what Corey Vaughan can do, our first skier off the water in this second pairing. And he's been on an absolute tear, as you rightly said, Freddie. Jonathan Travers won the San Gervasio Pro, and then the very next weekend, Corey Vaughan won the Oxfordshire Pro-Am in England. So back to back between the two of those skiers in the middle of the summer. But there you go. That's Corey Vaughan doing what he does best.
Corey, I mean, talking about that's his best ever season. So, before this year, Corey had 4 podiums ever. He had a podium in 13, in 16, 17, and 16, 17, and 18. And this year, in fact, in 3 of the last 4 events, he's been on the podium, and including a win.
Freddie, the stats you're getting, where can we find them?
On waterskiprotour.com.
Waterskiprotour.com. Yeah, all the information you need about the tour as the year unfolds, the placings, and stats from years past. And let's watch this replay as Corey Vaughan. We talked about the pressures, the speeds that these guys are traveling. The boat speed's 36. They almost double the speed of the boat up to, say, 60 mile an hour across the wakes, and then decelerating when they're making the turn. That pull coming back on the body right there and accelerating again. The G-forces across the wakes, the acceleration is intense as we start to get into the short line passes. Corey Vaughan handling it well. You'll notice these skiers aren't the huge guys as far as they're usually kind of a bit more slender. They're very tall for that extra little bit of reach. But the advantage of being a little bit light, Freddie, to get across the course quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think the heavier you are, well, one, if you're massively bulky, then it's sort of hard to move. You don't have that maneuverability. You need to have it, like you say, a long reach. So that's one part of it. And two, I mean, if the heavier you are, you sink. So, if you can be, you need to have a high strength to weight. And these guys have that, and you can just see, I mean, how strong they are through the wakes, and they don't let the boat, which is a big, powerful engine, pulling down the lake, and it's, they're very, very still.
This is 38 off, 11.25 meters. Gets the job done, as he typically does on that line length, and a great looking effort there from Jonathan Travers. And because he runs that pass, that forces the pairing onto the next line length, which is going to be 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters there, Freddie.
Yeah, I'm going to say it wasn't the most fluent that I've ever seen John run this pass, but I mean, he's skiing great. But yeah, if you just take a look at the end of the pass, just a little bit of a wheelie there. Maybe just getting on the handle, trying to get moving a little quick, but he'll figure that out. That's the thing. I mean, we saw him. I think he ran when I was commentating with you, Tony, just the other day. He ran as good of a 39 off as anyone that day. I thought he looked really sensational, and I've really enjoyed watching him. Feel better and better on his ski, and look better and better on his ski across the last number of months. So yeah, I mean, that's sometimes a good thing to run maybe a slightly less good pass and sort of get that feeling. Okay, what do I got to do? It can always focus you and sharpen you for your remaining passes.
It definitely wakes you up if you make a little mistake on a previous pass, gets you kind of focused, and you use that time where they're just sitting there down the end of the lake. It's letting the water settle, but it's also giving the skiers time to catch their breath, kind of think about their keys and get after it, change things up for this next pass. This is Corey Vaughan. He ran a sweet 38 off pass. This is coming back at 39 now. The previous matchup, both of our competitors got through it. A little tailwind pushing him in. Let's see what he's got.
Mr. Peace Love and Waterskiing himself out of Bumpus in Virginia. He has a large following across the nation, and especially in the northern part of the United States. But not the most fluid at 10.75 meter runs. But one thing that we've observed of late with Corey Vaughan is that as long as he's upright, he's in with a chance.
He'll be enjoying that little rest down the end. He'll get his breath back, because he'd have been heart in the mouth around buoy 3. It was a solid start, nothing too worrying about it until buoy 3, where he really went in, very nearly went in. His shoulder was next to the water. He was not in control whatsoever, just trying to hold on. You'll see, you might not see from this angle, but his hips went back. Well, just about. His hips were getting back. He nearly, didn't quite have the ability to hold himself over his ski. But here he is. He's through, and that's all that matters, right? We have no points for style, and he'll be happy about that, because that wasn't that pretty.
He is like a cat on the water, and he just kind of manages to regain his balance, his composure, and keep things going. And definitely not a textbook pass, but 6 buoys nonetheless. For Corey Vaughan, and next it's John Travers' opportunity to run this very, very short line pass.
All right, then it forces John Travers back into the course. It's going to be a 10.75 meters, and a skier that's definitely been improving in consistency over the last few seasons. And he's incredibly strong out there, and marries that up with some superb technique. Coming to us out of Groveland in Central Florida.
All right, let's get these guys behind, the audience behind it.
Here he is.
It's 39 off. He's got a beautiful number 2. He's on track here at number 3. A little bit of a wheelie. He's down course at number 4.
There
comes in
3.
fast. Handles it well though, Tony.
Yes,
he's around number 5. That's exciting skiing. A lot of slack out the gates, but 6 more buoys, guys. That was a better pass than his 38.
And between those 2 passes, you just saw an example of what these skiers can do when push comes to shove.
I love the fist bump there. That makes me happy to see someone excited about their skiing. Yeah, he hasn't achieved the job yet. I mean, he's not gone and got the big score that he's going to need to get to beat Corey, but he's happy to be there and in with a chance. I didn't love his buoy 3. It was a little bit of a wheelie, kind of almost the opposite of what Corey did. Corey almost turned too much and fell over. John almost didn't turn enough. So it was a brilliant buoy 4. Look at this. That's just textbook stuff. Getting the nose of the ski through, not dropping over the shoulder, and Yeah, maybe a little bit of show there at boy 6 to kind of do the big wheelie with the hands. I wasn't sure he maybe needed. What am I to say? I'm only watching, but I think I thought he was in better shape there at boy 6 than what we saw there.
Yeah, he was never really in any trouble there. He just had stood up a little bit and had a little loose line, but dealt with it well. You know what? The best thing about John's skiing, he's a left foot forward skier, so his onside would be 135 on the right hand side of the course. But right now he is turning his offside, which is more difficult. And that's what's actually saving him through the pass. And when your offside is working, you know you can get some big scores.
So Corey and Nate are both tied set for second on the tour. Corey will love to join Nate in the final here in order to get ahead of Nate or even not lose points to him, even if he isn't to beat him. So he must win this round in order to do that. And he's got to get a big score here to put ahead of John.
10.25 meters needs to start on buoy number 1 in order to affect that. There's number 2. Round number 3, does he get round number 3? He gets to the wake, he scores 3. Let's give it up, please, for Corey Vaughan.
Solid performance from Corey Vaughan. We saw Nate Smith go out earlier and post exactly the same score. 3 at 41. It's a tough one. It's hard to beat, especially when you got to get a piece of 4 for John Travers.
John Travers must get 4. Now, what does he have in his advantage coming up? Well, let's just watch Corey first. We saw the 3. We saw he got a 3. It was 3 is a solid score, but not spectacular. These are scores that would not have made the final here. In order to make the final, you needed 5 at this line length. Of course, with 2 attempts, but Corey, getting 3, it's fine. He's not going to be over the moon with it. And I think, we're going to see John coming up. John's going to be coming up, and he's got, you mentioned, he's a left foot forward skier, so he's got that onside buoy 1. He's turning his offside very well. If he can get over to 3, he can just turn it as big as he can and get any piece of 4 that'll take him through. If he runs 3 and ties Corey, he will go out as the lower seeded skier. So, very, very interesting here, very, very exciting. Remember, Corey, hasn't had a ton of wins. It's really only his first ever that he's had this year, so he's looking for a second. This is going to be a huge next pass from John Travers, not just in the context of today, but also in context of the whole year of where these placements in the Waterski Pro Tour are going to end up.
For sure. Well, I like the odds for John Travers. He's been skiing exceptionally well. He's a lefty. He has that strong 135 side. If he gets out of 1 well, he's been turning 2 exceptionally well. And he's going to throw down on buoy number 3 and get that piece of it. He throws himself at buoys. Here he is, John Travers. It's the extremely short 41 off.
10.25 meters.
He's got the 1. He's got the 1. He'll get over to 2. Will he get 2? I think he's in good shape here. He's going to get around 3. Will he turn 3 and get a piece of 4?
Yes,
he will. Look, congratulations to John Travers. That is so big. And also, it looked so easy. It was his best buoy 1 of the whole set, his best buoy 3 of the whole set. And he is over the moon because he's just moved himself into the final. He'll be going up against Nate Smith later with the best score of this round. So congratulations to John. That is huge.
Wonderful stuff there for Jonathan Travers skiing into the dock. He'll be a feature of the head-to-head slalom final. And I get the impression that the person most surprised that he's made it through is Jonathan Travers.
Let's watch the replay, though, Tony, quickly, because this was a sensational 1-ball. He just got better and better with his time on the water. His 35, 38 was average. 39 got better. And then just let rip on this 41 off pass. And he was all over things here coming into 3. Got a little bit kind of...
took a big chunk
took a big hit there, but he knew he just had to get the ski outside before to take the win and go through the prize, getting to face Nate Smith in the final.
Good for him. Well, congratulations. John Travers has just... he's done something huge. He's guaranteed himself second place or better. And look at this this buoy 2 is offside. He looks as good as he's looked in a very long time. That's perfect. Didn't get loaded too much. Just a great turn. And my worry was if he was going to fall out the back, which we nearly saw him do at the Travers Grand Prix. And he just target skiing, just got around 4. Didn't need anything more than that. That was spectacular.
All right then, and continuing on with our slalom competition, we now move on from the men to the women. Coming to us out of Canada, this is Whitney McClintock-Rini starting off on 13 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Looking good on a line length for 43 feet. And with that, let's check in with Whitney.
Hey guys, thanks for coming out. I'm Whitney Rini. Enjoy the show, enjoy the food, enjoy the entertainment. Hopefully we put on a good show for you guys tonight.
All right, as we continue to make some progress here, let's have a look at the updated brackets in the men's head-to-head competition. Nate Smith advancing through to the final, where he will meet up against Jonathan Travers, who himself advances through to the final by defeating Corey Vaughan in that semi-final.
Corey stays on the podium.
Yeah, I was going to say
another podium for him. So he, disappointed, but
we don't know first and second, but we know that Corey Vaughan is on the podium in third spot. So congrats to him. Even though he would love to be in the final matchup, he's still having a stellar season. Congrats to his 41, and we'll be seeing him at the next event. And he's definitely challenging the top 3 on the Pro Tour standings.
His 8th ever podium and his 4th this year. I mean, that's pretty special, no?
Yeah, for sure. Into the women's, and the difference in the women's event, Ali Nicholson is about to leave the dock, and the boat speed now drops to 34 mile an hour for our ladies, and their start length is set at 13 meters. This is 32 off.
Yes, the course does not alter so far as its width dimensions. The boat speed lowered, as you said correctly there, Kyle, at 34 miles an hour, 30 meters, which leaves the line, which leaves the rope being at 43 feet. Get round, of course, it's 37.5 feet wide. Therefore, having plenty of room to get round. And with that, let's introduce ourselves to Ali Nicholson.
Hi, my name is Ali Nicholson. Super excited to be part of the final tonight at King of Darkness. So make sure that you chill out. We want to hear you.
All right, then, as we continue on, Freddie, otherwise known as Stato, what do you have for us so far as Ali is concerned?
Well, no, I'm looking at Whitney, actually. What I find so interesting, I'm looking at her stats. Her first win was in 2008. So over 16 years ago. It was on the 25th of July, for anyone interested. She won in Dubna.
How old was she?
She would have been 18.
18.
She would have been 18. I mean, she's just. I think she's 34 right now. Maybe she's 35. She's got a birthday at the end of the year here. So, yeah, she's got 32 wins. Ali Nicholson has 24 wins. So Whitney's had more wins. Sorry, Ali Nicholson has 24 podiums. So Whitney has more wins than Ali has had podiums. At the same time, Whitney she's our top seed. She ran the best score of the first round with 2 at 41. Her second round was disappointing. She fell at 5 at 13. At 39. And Ali got 5 at 39, a full 5 at 39 in the second round there. So if you look at this tournament in the qualifying rounds, they have sort of 1 win each, if you like.
Gotcha.
All right, then, looking at the dock, we see Jamie Ball there, part of the second pairing, about to take to the water. She will face off with Regina Jacquez. But in the meantime, let's bring in multiple-time world slalom champion. This is Whitney Reaney, taking a good hard snap off number 1. This line length is 12 meters, or 35 off. And...
multiple times world slalom champion, multiple time world overall champion as well. So she used to get it done on all 3 events, the slalom, the tricks, and the jump now.
And a winner of the most recent Waterski Pro Tour stop that took place over at the Travers Grand Prix, winning that title with by quite a healthy margin.
And she's won 2 of the last 3, right? She won the California Pro-Am in was it late August? And here she is. Coming into a new event with 2 wins just behind her. She'll be feeling very, very good. She's the top seed. She's looking great. I think Whitney has done an exceptional job of really honing her skiing. Maybe at the start of the year, I didn't think she looked her best, like we saw her last year, but now she's looking her best. She's been spectacular at the end of this year. She's so consistent. She's been running the 39 off, basically, without any fault. So we're going to see her get some big scores and really push Ali as far as is really possible in women's slalom.
I mean, well, you might say she is the skier in form right now, but it's so close between these top 3 or 4 skiers. All 2s, 1s, 2s. I think Regina has the top score of the year with a 3 at 41, 2.5 in a pro tournament. There is nothing between them, and things get extremely tight at the tail end of 39 off and at 41 off for these ladies.
All right, let's continue to go into the second half of this pairing number 1, semi-final number 1. Ali Nicholson, who has won already this year at the Carmel Marrakesh Pro earlier on in the season. and has continued to impress over the last 2 to 3 seasons, whipping that ski round to full fury off number 4 into number 5. And certainly one of the lighter skiers that you'll see out there on the water, and using that to great effect there, Freddie.
Yeah, she looks great, and I was there in Marrakesh earlier this year where it was, things maybe weren't set up in her favor. She had a tailwind 39 off pass, and she needed to go and get a big score, and she got the 4 boys that with a couple of skiers after her, and she took that win. It was a huge win. It was the first a huge tournament, and she's wanting to get a big new win. I don't think she's ever won in America. I think she's won 4 tournaments. I think one was in Marrakesh, she won in England, she's won in Italy, and she won in Norway. So looking for her first stateside win. She's from America, so that would be a home win. That would be quite a sweet one for her to take home today.
Originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee, and has had stops in the northern part of Florida, specifically Milton, before residing in this part of the world, not too far away from this locale in Winter Garden. All right, so up and at 'em. We've got Whitney McClintock-Rini now. Now on each end, typically you would get about a 45-second drop, but that almost doubles because of the head-to-head format, doesn't it, there, Freddie?
Yeah, it's you get a bit more time to catch your breath, but I mean this is what you need to be doing to lower your heart rate, because these are not easy scores to get, and we're seeing Whitney come through on 11. She's almost certainly going to run it. She doesn't often miss it, but it's how well she's going to do it at this point.
And not looking too bad at all at 11.25 meters. Whitney Rini just slicing and dicing her way through that pass there, Kyle, and looking very strong after pass number 3.
Yeah, for sure, Tony. Another strong pass, 6 buoys. 3 complete passes so far. Ellie Nicholson will be coming up next at 38. Her attempt at 38 off. Whitney, like we said, she's been looking so strong. That pass, she just made sure she made no mistakes. And sometimes you'll see that on the earlier passes. They don't really let loose. We saw maybe John Travers do the same thing. There's a few little checks, a few little sort of stops, and she was a little bit grabby on that pass, just making sure that nothing was going to, there was no errors. She didn't need to lay it out too hard, just to make sure she was consistent. Got through the pass, and then it's 39 off and 41. That's where she's going to really go for it.
Okay, we talked about strength, we talked about technique, and Freddie, let's talk about cardiovascular health between each of these passes. Because I mean it's a large explosion of energy when you're going through these passes. This isn't exactly the easiest thing you can do, and being able to effectively recover off the end of each pass, and still be able to maintain your technique is extremely important going forward.
It's extremely important, and it's very, very tough. I mean, look, we're going to see Ali here. She's going to be turning left and right for 17 odd seconds. But it's very explosive. As I mentioned earlier during the guys, that you've got to be so strong to hold on to that rope. There's a lot of forearm strength, and then you've got to be strong to hold your position. A lot of the work you're doing here is she comes through a pretty solid 38 off and a good 4, very good offside turn 4 over to 5. And around 6. Yeah, I mean, you can just see through that pass, she's doing a really good job of holding her position. If you can hold your position, then the boat will do the work for you. If you're out of position, you're sort of buckled over, then the boat's going to pull you over the front. That's not what you want. So very, very important to be strong and to be able to use those muscles well, and then to be fit enough to recover so that you can come and do it all again on the way back at a harder level with more force on you, all the time.
Very anaerobic sport, isn't it? You sort of short bursts, that 16, 17 seconds of energy, and then you get, like say, a minute break in between. One of the key things for these skiers to do is breathe. A lot of competitors, forget that. Everything's tense. You'll see them breathe through it, relax, try and take their moments to kind of gather their strength, and so they don't come up short after a few passes.
Got to get that oxygen in you, get that recovery, and it's so funny, true. I mean, like when I ski myself, like I'll do these tournaments, and I don't know when I'm breathing, but I must be doing it. But you're so sort of intently dialed. You have this sort of tunnel vision as you go down that course. Get to that next buoy, set yourself up to get that swing across, and then do your nice turn. I mean, it all happens incredibly quick. So much so that when you see this stuff shared on social media, you'll see a clip go viral once in a while. people will accuse us of speeding up, that it's not actually happening at this speed in real time. But no, we're going to see some very high level skiing. We're coming back at 10.75. This is often where the battle is won and lost. 39 off. Whitney McClintock, she ran it one of the 2 rounds of qualifying. Not her best 2 passes, I wouldn't have said, but she's looking good here. She's over to 2, and 2's fine. It's a little grabby, but she'll be patient at 3. It's a good 3, and I think she's in for running this. Solid 4, and she fell at 5 last time. Will she? Yes, that's good.
And
she's
get behind her, folks. She gets round all 6.
She'll be very happy with herself there. She'll be, that's just bearing in mind that Ali Nicholson hasn't run that pass this year in a tournament. That's a big deal. Now, Ali would dearly love to do it now for the first time to go and take Whitney out, but it's possible. She's capable. She's done it before, but she's down there at the end. She's in a lonely spot. She's alone with her thoughts, and she's thinking, okay, I can do this. I have done this. Will I do it? Can I do it? Let's see what happens.
Well, Whitney McClintock just really willed herself through that pass, didn't she? She didn't have the best 1 or 2. Kind of ski stopped, reared up a little bit, and then just gritted her way through the tail end, round 3 and 4 on the replay. And that's what she's been doing all season long. She trusts herself. She's got the confidence. It's a full 6 buoys, and it's Ali Nicholson's turn. And it's her opportunity, really, isn't it? She's had some big performances, but she's going to have to do one of them right here and now to take down Whitney McClintock.
It's sort of almost the inverse of what we saw with the men. Like both of the early scores that we saw in the men that the second skiers had to beat were not totally stellar. They were good, if not spectacular. Well, this is Ali's going to have to ski to her highest level. I think she has her personal best of 2 at 41. I think she has got around 2. I'm not sure that she hasn't been running 39 this year in a tournament, but she got a 5 in the last round, and she looked pretty good. So she can do it. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm having a good time here. I'm enjoying myself. Sure. This is quite exciting. Let's see what Ali Nicholson's going to do here.
Yeah, the beauty of the head-to-head format, mano-a-mano, or woman, I guess. And Ali Nicholson, this is the challenge, this 39 off. She's run it maybe 4 or 5 times in her life, I would say. And can she do it here for you this evening?
All right, let's see what she's got. Buoy number 1, 10.75 meters. Now she's really going to have to work hard to make this pass happen. Look at that. There's number 3. She's good to go. Round number 4. And ladies and gentlemen, as she gets on number 5, she forces it onto 10.25 meters.
The first one of the year for her. And what
she's pumped too. Look at that. And I'll tell you what, I think she ran that as good or better than Whitney did.
I'd have said so. I mean, she pulled a little long into 2 and 4. That's sort of what she does. But apart from that, I mean, the way she controlled the ski around the back ends of the turns, I mean, it never really looked like she was going to miss it.
Well, if you were excited before, Freddie, and after that, you won't be able to sit down here. This is going to be some exciting stuff as we'll see these 2 girls come back at 41 off to challenge for that position. And as we watch the replay, Ali Nicholson got on it right at the start. A little bit of a tip rise, pulled a little bit long, like you say, but still handled the speed well, and that ski cranked round, and she was off to the races into number 3.
It's line management at this point.
Went for it, and then I think the tail end of the pass was great.
So it's very, very interesting for Whitney, because Whitney, I'm going to be honest with you, she's going to have gone down the end and thought, well, Ali hasn't been running it this year. There's very low chance of it. So she's, her adrenaline will have maybe slightly dropped. She'll have kind of, maybe thought that now she's got to get back into it. So what does she do, right? We saw her in the first round. She got over to 2. It was not with a pretty average 1. She's going to, probably think that she's guaranteed. If she gets a full 2, then she's going to guarantee, because Ali's not going to get to 3. Let's say that for sure. Does she go for the big 1 on her onside, Whitney? Does she try and get that big turn, or does she take it easy, go for 1, and then put all the pressure on Ali to go and get a piece of 2?
Yeah, but
it's going to be very interesting.
It's 41. You can't take it too easy. You won't be making it to the 2 ball, will you?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, this is 41 off, 10.25 meters.
If she gets a half,
start.
She's in trouble. So let's see what she does here.
There's 1.
Now will she get around 2?
And that could open the door.
Okay, so to our friends on the bank here, let's look at this. Now the scoring, if you get around the buoy, you don't necessarily get scored it unless you have the handle. So the question that we're first going to look at is, did she have the handle when she's around the buoy? She definitely got around 1. Her ski went around 2. I'd be 95% sure of that, just looking from here on this small screen that we're looking at. But let's have a look on the replay. She's around it, I'd say, with the handle. Now, the next question is, if she's around it and then she cuts back inside the buoy line, that's a half, or 1.5, I should say. And
1.25.
they've given her 1.25, which means that she was still going outside of the buoy as she let go of the handle. So Very interesting. It's pretty good. It's much better than 1. But also, you know, Ali, if she can, she's a lefty. She can get that nice boy 1 and get any. She'll have to get around boy 2 and turn back to the wakes with the handle in her hand, and that will give her the win.
Well, just like we're saying with
inches,
Nate
folks.
Smith and in his matchup with Thomas de Gasperi, the door has been left wide open here for Whitney. From Whitney, Ali has a chance here.
Wide open is, I mean,
well,
she's still got to get around. I think she's only got around 2 once ever. I would say is probably.
What do you think happened to Whitney there? Like the 1 wasn't too bad. She got bounced through the wakes there, didn't she? She was maybe being a little bit too cautious.
And the
didn't
handle
set the
got away
position.
from her a little, maybe, and just ended up running down course. Now,
Here
if
we
Ali
go.
gets 1, she is out. She will not make the final. If she gets around 2, she probably will get that 1.5. So let's see what she does.
Here we go, folks.
I'll leave it to you guys.
This is Ali Nicholson. 10.25 meters, gets round. And drops it in on buoy number 1, which means that advancing through to the women's slalom final is going to be Whitney McClintock-Reedy. But let's give it up, please, for both of our contestants, Ali Nicholson and Whitney McClintock-Reedy.
What a battle!
Yeah,
I have to say, I didn't see that coming.
No,
and that's the one, the sort of the head-to-head pairing of the day so far. What a special couple of ski rides that was.
Yep, for sure. So Whitney is going to be moving forward. We won't be seeing Ali Nicholson later on this evening or later on this afternoon. But she'll be over the moon with her performance today, running 39, a half at 41. It just shows how short that line length is. As we watch her replay, she powered through the gates, put as long as she dared, but still had to reach.
Yeah, just too much slack.
Yeah, too much speed, too much slack. Couldn't hold on to it. But a half at 41 is a stellar score under the pressure here tonight.
And let's not forget, she's still, although she's not going to make it through to the final, she still wants to get on the podium. She's guaranteed to be 4th. She's qualified for in the top 4, so she's going to be 4th at least. Now, if one of our remaining 2 skiers, which are Jamie Bull and Regina Jacobs, if either of the 2 get less than a half at 41, then she will not. Then she will get onto the podium, I should say.
Okay, and there's the first half of your finals bracket complete there. Whitney McClintock-Reedy with 1 1/4 at 10.25 meters, defeating Ali Nicholson, who scores a half on that line length. Some tremendously high-level slalom skiing out of our first pairing, and we'll see if that continues on to our second pairing. It's going to be Jamie Bull versus our second part of that pairing, Regina Jacobs, and let's hear from Jamie.
Hey everyone, my name's Jamie Bull. I'm skiing tonight in the final, and I'm super excited that you're all here to watch, so I hope you enjoy the show.
Jamie Bull, the Pro Tour champion for the last, I think, 3 years, and she's in the lead today. Of course, if the person that she goes up against in this bracket wins tonight and then wins the next tournament, I think she can just take her down, and it's very exciting. We've got a lot riding on this evening, in the context of the King of Darkness, but also of the whole tour. So it's not going to be finished today. Like this goes on the whole season. We're so excited to see it. Jamie has had some big scores, some big
matchups of work this evening with Whitney McClintock and Ali Nicholson. Similar sort of builds, similar sort of styles, and then we're going to look at the way Jamie and Regina ski. Talking techniques, Freddie. A little more compact, a little bit more powerful through the wakes.
Certainly Regina, like big aggressive turns, but yeah, I mean probably using a little bit more power, like you say. And I also like the symmetry. We had Canadian versus American, and now we have a Canadian versus American. Now we've had the Canadian go through, so will Regina, who's in some ways the local girl, a lot more local than Jamie is, will she do it for America and get that representation through into the final?
All right then, and with that, let's listen to Regina Jacobs.
Hi, I'm Regina Jacobs. I am super stoked to be here at King of Darkness. I'm Solomon out there tonight under the lights, so grab a burger and a beer and cheer us on.
Gotta love that energy, right?
We see that dog a lot, don't we? Regina takes, I don't know the name of the dog, we see him on the podium
Poppy,
with her,
yeah.
or it's not her, sorry, but yeah, no surprise.
Well, let's take Regina's advice, guys. Grab a burger, grab a beer. Let's make your way down and get behind these slalom skiers.
And that
tons of food trucks here, tons of drinks, some activities for the kids down the end. I do see a lot of people still coming in, finding their seat, finding their spot for the action to unfold later on this evening. We are in the women's slalom head-to-head semi-finals. This is the second matchup. It's Regina Jacobs challenging Jamie Bull. Jamie Bull has made her way through 32 off, and Regina Jaquist has her opportunity right now. Let's talk about this girl. She is the current world record holder, and that stands at a huge 5 at 41. 5 at 41 is her mark.
Here we go.
She did that last year, and we'd love to see some performances like that. We saw some of that from the guys on the Thursday. We were close to that from John Travis. He got the 3.5 at 41 earlier, and Regina Jaquist makes short work of 13 meters, 32 off.
Yeah, 43 feet of line to get round a course that's 37.5 feet in width, and it only gets more and more difficult from this point on. Both of them running that opening pass, and the line gets shortened after each complete run. So going back into the course first is going to be Jamie Bull to set a target for Regina Jaquist. And we just keep on skiing until there is a clear winner via a miss or a fall.
What I quite like from all three pairings so far, there hasn't been a tie. There hasn't been a tie that has put the lower seeded skier out. They've all been a clear win. I wonder if we're going to get the same here. Incidentally, Regina Jaquist she won her first tournament in 2002. So that's 22 years ago. That is quite incredible. I don't know what age she would have been then, but she'd have been very, very young. I think Regina's, how old is Regina now? She's maybe 30.
39,
39,
I believe.
Yeah, so she'd have been 17-ish. I mean, that's
something like that. Yeah.
Pretty special.
Regina was probably known as a trick skier when she was younger. I think she won a world championships in 2003
in China. Yeah.
No, that
2005.
was 2005.
2005
was it?
in China, I think,
was in China, but the 2003 was at
Swiss. Yeah.
In Swiss, yeah. But she's a stellar skier in all three events, and she'll be jumping later on for us. And she's actually won this
She's
event.
the reigning champion.
Yeah, she's reigning champion.
All right.
But back to the water. It's Jamie Bull on her attempt at 12 meters, 35 off.
35 off, and looking in good shape with the entrance gates, and Jamie Bull, who I spoke to a little bit last night before this event, and after the season is done, she's going to go back out towards Whistler in British Columbia in Canada and pursue her other life, which is as a backwoods snow skiing guide, and using some elements of that technique in incorporating it into a slalom there, Kyle.
Yeah, definitely. She spends a lot of time on skis, but maybe not always on the water. She's snow skiing through the winter, like all good Canadians do. Spends a lot of time, stays active, stays fit, gives herself. I think she enjoys that break. She takes a little bit of a longer break than some of our other competitors. Kind of clears her mind a little bit, enjoys the time on the snow, and then gets back into it with vengeance around the sort of April. In time for the Waterski season.
With a vengeance. I mean, we saw her at the Swiss Pro earlier this year winning her first event, having been skiing for 3 or 4 weeks. I mean, it really upset me actually with how quickly she got back to skiing well, having been off, and speaks incredibly well of how balanced and athletic that she is.
Yep, definitely putting herself in the best condition possible, both in terms of fitness and so far as technique is concerned. Jamie Bull, she is at the other end of the lake and getting ready for her go at 12 meters or 35 off. With the line at 35 off, the rope in essence is 40 feet in length, and to get round the slalom course, you're going to have to make do with just 2.5 feet of rope to get round all 6 buoys at this stage of the game. Let's see what we've got. This is Regina Jaquist, a compound pharmacist, hailing out of Santa Rosa Beach, which is in Walton County in the northern part of Florida.
Yes, and this pass, another warm-up pass we call it, just kind of getting a feel on her ski, getting her timing, getting the kind of the swing behind the boat, finding her spot, getting warmed up as she makes easy work of 35 off. And things get tougher when we go to 38. Interesting to note, we've had 6 skiers so far. Not one has missed 39.
That's a good point. I like it. I love that stat. By the way, just speaking of that, I've just had a text from my friend Thomas Gustafsson. He said that Regina won in Rocchetto in 2001 as a trick. So she would have been, if she's 39 now, that would make her what, 15 years old.
And speak.
She's pretty good water skier.
Yes, indeed, and so far as that site in Italy is concerned, I'm sure that Regina would love to make a return to that area of the world, because the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation have recently announced that the World Championships next year will actually take place at that site in Italia. You know, so I mean, it's good to have that knowledge going forward, and something to aim for next season. But right here and now, it's the head-to-head second bracket. Jamie Ball, Regina Jaquess.
And guys on shore, if you like what you're seeing, if you think this is a sport you want to get into, if you're a weekend warrior, you get out behind the boat on your public lake, you enjoy it, and you want to get into the tournament scene, usawaterski.org, usawaterski.org. That's all the information there to learn how to get into tournament water skiing.
Here we go. This is Jamie Ball, 11.25 meters. The rope is 37 feet in length. Now working against a deficit of 6 inches on each turn. She's right up alongside the boat on number 5, likewise on number 6. Let's give it up for her, please. Jamie Ball.
So easy. So easy. She looks so good. That offside, well, we call it an offside. I mean, I think for Jamie, it's really an onside. Her 1, 3, and 5 side, the first, third, and fifth buoy there, she's just turning it and turning it and turning it without really ever losing any sort of balance, and just builds towards the wakes. And it's just, you know, when I get back to water skiing, you know, next year, I'm going to be looking at Jamie Ball's offside. I really enjoy it. I think it's fantastic. It's one of the best around.
So symmetrical, isn't she, on both sides of the course? And you know, establishing a rhythm in slalom skiing is paramount. You know, you've got to kind of set that swing back and forth, and she does it as good as anybody. The same tempo coming in and out of her offside on both sides of the course, and that she just has great presence of where she is as she rounds every single buoy.
Yes, and going alongside that is a feel for the line and a feel for the handle going into the turns, you know, because of course it's one thing being able to swing outside the buoy with, but to keep in contact with the boat to where the line doesn't slacken up at the wrong time or tighten up at the wrong time is definitely critical going forward.
Let's see Regina Jaquess, another very symmetrical skier. One of the things I think has changed over the last sort of 20, 30 years, you know, in years past we used to see some skiers turn their onside super strong and then kind of wheelie a little bit on their offside. The level of competitors is so high now that both sides are bang on, and that's what's making this pass look so easy for Regina Jaquess. Even the offside, perfect, stays over the ski, and another very, very easy.
Let's give it up for her, please. Regina Jaquess.
Very, very good pass there, and I like what you said, Kiwi. I'd say about how, you know, it's a good pairing. Both, you know, powerful. Both, you know, great offside turns. Both righties, and you know, maybe they've got a few years separating them, but you know, in a lot of ways they've you know, Jamie Ball has won 2 world championships. The last 2 world championships. Regina's won a number in her time and has been the most dominant female skier, certainly in slalom, you know, ever. So we've got a great pairing here, and I'm very excited. You know, you talked about the 39s being run 6 out of 6 so far. I think could really be 8 out of 8 by the time this is done.
So on the first bracket, just been brought to my attention, the first bracket had 2 left foot forward skiers. The second bracket had 2 right foot forward skiers, and you know, it's very, very similar in terms of comparison to either selecting whether you're a left-footed striker of the football. You know, if you're a kicker compared to being a right foot forward. You know, it's all down to personal preference.
Just what you're most comfortable with, and I mean that will have been defined for these skiers, you know, really when they were just you know, just getting going in their, you know, out of infancy. 39 off is coming up. This is Jamie Ball. I'm going to say it's probably a must-run pass. Regina is very likely to run this, so Jamie must run it also. They're both very capable. We've seen them run it consistently all year. It's a good start. Let's see what Jamie does here at buoy 2. It's a good 2, and she's over to 3, and a good 3 will set her really well up. And will she get the good 4? It's an okay 4, not spectacular, but she's around 5, and she'll get around 6. And that's 7 in a row. Congratulations, Jamie. That's really put the fight to Regina. Regina will come in knowing she has to run that pass in order to try and get to the final.
Great skiing from Jamie Ball. It was a exceptional start to the pass. She had a little bit of a funky 3 and a weight crossing across the 4, but then the adrenaline kicked in. She's so powerful, kind of got back in position and gritted her way through 5 and 6. And she will be sitting down at the end, and she has a couple minutes to see what Regina Jaquist can do. Let's watch this replay. A brilliant number one.
And a power and confidence is what really, really did it there for Jamie Ball going forward on this pass.
Let's watch this 3-ball, though. She gets a little bit out of shape right here through this weight crossing, I think. She kind of jumps around a little bit, and I thought it put her inside a touch into number 4.
And then watch 5.
Yep.
This is beautiful. So confident. It's textbook. I cannot tell you how hard that is to do, to come into your offside turn, 5th ball in the course, you've got a lot of speed behind you, and to be able to go, you know what, I'm confident enough, I'm just going to put the tail out ski around, keep my shoulders up, nose through, and bam, right across.
Freddie, what's going through her head right there? I mean, these skiers have their keys, they work on them time and time again in practice, but in tournament, in moments like that, things are happening so fast. What's going through her head?
She's thinking, don't rush, but commit.
Commit, yep.
Right, she's got it. You can't second guess yourself. As Regina's not going to be able to here, she had to commit, but she had to not, have a rush of blood to the head, if you like. So, Regina coming up, 10.75, must run past in order to stay in this competition.
Indeed, let's see what she can do. She's got to go full send on this one. Entrance round buoy number 1. Regina Jaquist on 10.7, long pull into number 3. Into number 4. Now she's settling back down into a groove here. She's round number 5, and this extends to 10.25 meters next.
Oh, this is getting exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, our previous 2 competitors through 39. And as with this matchup, Jamie Bull and Regina Jaquist sit down the end. The line is shortened. It's 41 off, guys. This is the world record pass coming up next. The skier just dropping into the water has it at 5. Jamie Bull has been skiing so well. Her personal best 2 at 41. We saw the other competitors get to, I think it was 1 1/4 was Whitney. That's the top score so far. We would love to see these girls get down this pass. Let's watch the replay. Regina Jaquist, again, wasn't textbook, but the experience, the strength, the power got her through it.
Average 2 here, lot of slack. Very long pull, as you mentioned, Tony, into 3, which, again, you pull long into your offside, that's hard to turn. She did a great job, and again, came into 5, and just a great turn. It was
tremendous effort out there to get round all 6 buoys, and I remember from about 2 or 3 seasons back, where in one professional competition we had 4 competitors get into 41 off in the standard format of slalom, and to the best of my knowledge,
this is the first time it's ever happened.
First time it's ever happened in head-to-head battling.
Jamie's coming up. She really will want to get that full 2, which will put the pressure on Regina to go and get 3. Anything less than 2, I think, is going to be insufficient. Regina is an animal out there and will be, capable of getting around 2. So let's see what Jamie can do. She has the good offside turn on buoy 1. Let's see. Jamie is over to buoy 1. It's not a good one at all. She'll get the full 1. And she, I mean, you talked about leaving a door wide open.
That's it.
That's wide open.
Obviously, these skiers, though, the righties, but let's talk about that. Their previous matchup was lefties. They can get through their onside at number 1 and skill across to number 2, like we saw Whitney. But at 41 off, offside being number 1, it's tough. It's tough to get that 1, especially with a little bit of a tailwind pushing her on. I think she was out there a little too early on her gates, kind of drifted back a little bit, lost her speed, and then had a very, very narrow approach coming into number 1. Couldn't really do much with it and had to just stand up for the full 1. There's still some pressure on her. Regina has to turn this buoy. She can't just equal it. She has to go for number 2. She's got the experience. She's got the 2. She's run 39 more often than any other competitor, and all the other competitors combined, as a stat I've heard. Freddie, you've heard the same, I'm sure. But the amount of time she's got to 2 at 41 is huge as well.
So Regina knows that it doesn't matter. I mean, she's gonna have to turn 1, so she'll go for broke. If she's not going to try and stop at 1, she has to go as big as possible. Even if she gets half, she'll still be on the podium. So let's see what she can do. Any piece of 2. So we saw Whitney. She got the smallest piece of 2 possible. She's got past the buoy. Wasn't even able to turn in with the handle. Regina here did not get around 2 in the first 2 rounds, right, in qualifying. So it's not happened. It's not going to happen for without difficulty. She struggled there a touch in the first 2 rounds.
She missed the 39 in the first round. Came back and ran it in the second round. But yeah, fell short, ran a 1. It was enough to make it through tonight. Can she do more? Guys, get behind her. We want to see her turn 1 and make it all the way around 2.
Here she comes. Entrance around. Now she needs to get the piece of 2, and she advances.
Yes. The fist goes up. That was a brilliant 1-ball, actually. She got out of that very nicely for the tailwind and had a great pull across to number 2. Probably could have taken it further down the lake, but maybe saving some energy for the next matchup. It's going to be Regina Jaquist v. Whitney McClintock-Rini.
So let's confirm so first and second will be either Regina or Whitney, and then that puts Ali Nicholson, unfortunately, even with her huge score, she still ends up in fourth. Jamie will end up third. So interesting for the points. Unfortunately, Jamie's wait for a win goes into the fifth tournament in a row she hasn't won. So yeah, Jamie in third, Ali in fourth. Regina and Whitney, the two dominant skiers of the last 15 years in women's slalom. They've been winning for a long time. They will go up against each other, and it will be a very, very big battle. One that's happened many times recently in head-to-heads. Huge skiing from both of them. It's going to be a big, big round coming up.
All right, so great slalom in both of our pairings. Whitney McClintock, Rini advancing ahead of Ali Nicholson in pairing number 1. Regina Jaquess advancing past Jamie Bull in the second pairing. So well done to the winners of both those pairings. And here it is up on your screen right now. Whitney McClintock Rini will be part of the final as she defeats Ali Nicholson, and she will take on Regina Jaquess, who herself defeats Jamie Bull to the tune of 2 at 10.25 meters compared to 1.
That is some crazy skiing. We saw it, some huge performances on Thursday in the prelims, and this semi-final head-to-head that didn't disappoint. Not a single 39 was missed. All the competitors made it through that pass. And we have our final matchups. Well, let's go through the rules for that one. The top seed going into this semi-final gets to choose if they go first or second.
That would be Regina.
Well, I think it's going to be based off the preliminary round.
No, it'll be off the first round.
Yeah.
It'll be off the first round.
Yeah, it's going to be...
All right, there. Here we go. As part of our barefoot display, this is Faith Dix, the two-time under-23 world barefoot water ski champion, doing some 1 foot and forward toe hold, and a little bit of action there, courtesy of our two-time barefoot world water ski championship. That's Faith Dix, who is 22 years of age, a two-time U23 barefoot world champion. And in addition to what she does out there on the water in barefooting at world elite level, she has also been show skiing for 11 years and has professionally skied at places such as SeaWorld in Australia, and has been skiing since the age of 2, and actually started barefoot water skiing way back in 2021. So has been relatively new to the sport of barefoot water skiing, but it's one of the 9 sport disciplines that you can find out a little bit more of by going to usawaterski.org, usawaterski.org. Find out more about the 9 sport disciplines, including tournament water skiing and including barefoot water skiing, which you are seeing right now. Backward 1 foot. It's part of the slalom event, barefoot slalom event in that particular discipline, and she won her latest barefoot world water ski title in the under-23s just this past week, as the area Central Florida tried to recover after the storm that was Hurricane Milton. But give her a big cheer, ladies and gentlemen. All right then. So we've seen plenty of action out there on the water with the slalom and with the semifinals in the men's competition, and following on with the women's competition. So any reckonings on who's going to prevail in each one?
Well, I mean, if we look at we saw the men first, and Nate didn't have his best round. I mean, it was his worst of the 3 rounds so far, including the 2 qualifying rounds. He ran 3, and John has the best score of the 2, and John looks great. So we'll see. Now, they both have 1 win this year. John won the San Gervasio Pro-Am in early July. Nate won the California Pro-Am in late August. So they're both going for their second win. We'll see a multiple-time winner of a pro water ski tournament this year. I couldn't pick it John looks confident, and I was really impressed with how sort of nonchalantly he just sort of was like, well, he needed 4, and we've seen him do it, haven't we, guys? At the Travers Grand Prix, he just sort of got around 4 a couple of times so well without really that much without looking that phased. So he's looking good, he's confident. So we'll see what happens. In terms of the women, I'll let you make a prognostication there, Kyle.
Well, I think that's the matchup we'll be looking to see. It's been going on for a long, long time, hasn't it, between Whitney and Regina. They've traded titles back and forth. Of late, Jamie Bull's got involved and taken quite a few of the victories away from the two of them. But they have some of the longest history of rivalry in the women's slalom, and it's going to be a tough battle. Like we said, Whitney has been coming out on top over the last few events, but maybe it's time Regina got some revenge out here, and that's going to be taking off in about 20 minutes.
All right, then a little bit of swivel skiing there for your pleasure out there, ladies and gentlemen. This is part of the sport discipline of show skiing. There are a number of show ski teams across the Sunshine State of California, but show skiing is primarily performed, surprisingly enough, over in the big state of Wisconsin, in the Midwestern part of this great nation. And you can find out more about show skiing and the other 9 sport disciplines by going to usawaterski.org. All right there. So also part of those sport disciplines is the sport of tournament water skiing, from which we derive a slalom and jump, but also the tricks event, as we see our tricker out on the water. So not looking too bad there. A toe wake line back there where the line passes over the rope in mid-rotation as Ella Gay producing some great tricks there, and Elisa Dillinger will do likewise with her hand tricks. You obviously saw the difference between the two with the handle in the toe foot there for our first tricker, and the hands are staying quite clearly on the handle for our second one. And we've got some more of our youth skiers to take to the water very, very soon. Louisa and Louis.
Yeah, they're excited to get out there and take their part at the King of Darkness 2024. Never too young to get into this sport. I've taught skiers maybe 18 months to 2 years. They just sit on a little ski board right beside the boat. Very safe. You can get started at a young age. So yeah, get if you're liking what you see, get involved. usawaterski.org, and find a ski school in the area. You can get help and get the instruction you need to get your kids involved in the sport.
And it doesn't have to be hard to start either. I mean we speak about the kids, but also let's not forget about the adults either. I mean, if you like what you're seeing and want to try the sport of water skiing, you don't have to be thrown out the back of the boat with a line and fend for yourself. By going to a water ski school and spending just a few minutes, you could gain the techniques that you need in order to effectively participate in this sport without all the pain and the frustration that goes along with doing it all by yourself. There we go. That's Faith Dix there as she rounds off the show ski display on the swivel ski. So some great action there from her as we work our way towards the slalom finals in the men's and the women's competition. And there you see up on the screen the man, the legend of Steve Garcia, the tournament director. He's the man who has orchestrated these festivities here, right here at the Isles of Lake Hancock. And I sincerely thank every single one of you for being out here to enjoy the festivities and make sure you partake in the food trucks and the face painting and the.
And people keep streaming in, don't they, Tony? There's
a
constant stream of people coming in the gates. The crowd is building. We'll be culminating with the night jump portion of the event. The women's and men's will be taking off just as it goes to dusk, as it goes to dark. And we're looking forward to that part of the evening. We've got some more action in the slalom event to come, though. The women's and men are taking a bit of a breather right now.
Well-deserved breather.
Yeah, well-deserved. They all ran a lot of passes out there, so we'll be seeing them back in just a few moments.
What else would you want to be doing on a Saturday night than to be out here watching? I mean, this is fantastic. We've got every discipline of water skiing going. I think we're going to see some barefooting in a minute. We've had all sorts of stuff happening. We're seeing, some of the best head-to-head semi-final that's ever happened in women's skiing. We just saw it. It was pretty special, and we're going to see some big stuff coming up, culminating, like you say, in the in the jump, which is going to be very, very fun. As the sun sets behind us, we're going to see some big jumps under the lights.
And we've got ice cream for kids, and we've got drinks for the adults. So
yes,
let's get your snack, get some refreshments.
We've got something for everyone here.
Definitely, and this looks like Louisa coming in on her trick ski. And as we're talking about getting involved in the sport, getting your start, a lot of the times with the young guys, we'll actually use what's called a boom off the side of the boat. And that sort of gets these guys, keeps them close to the boat, something solid, sturdy to hold on to, and they just kind of learn to get up, and you can provide instruction really easily, and it keeps them confident with what they're doing on the water.
And the boom actually started life as strictly a learning device for barefoot water skiers, but it has been used more often than not in recent years to actually accelerate the process in being able to learn the fundamentals that it takes to be successful on a pair of two skis, and you can even extend that to learning how to get up on one. Probably one of the more difficult things to actually be able to learn to do when you start out in this sport is, once you get past the two skis, is to actually get up on one, and using the boom on the side of the boat has been proven time and time again to accelerate that learning process there, Kyle. Yes, definitely. No, that's a great tool for progress, especially for our youngsters. But we'll also put the older skiers coming in and wanting to start. We like to start that there. They get a bit of a feel, and they make a lot quicker progress as we lengthen the rope up. And talking about equipment, we're talking about some of our sponsors here today. Mastercraft Boats, obviously pulling this event, and Action Water Sports. They have all the equipment you need. They're just down in Polk City, about half an hour from here, selling the Mastercraft Boats. Great dealership, service center, and a fully stocked pro shop. So anything you need to get started in this sport, or if you already started and want to go to the next level, they have it. And of course, they're taking bookings for those of you that do have a boat that need it to be serviced over the course of the winter off season. So make sure you take advantage of the specials that are going on at Action Water Sports in terms of service work as well. For sure. The beauty of Central Florida, Tony, not really an off season. Any time of the year is great to be on the water here in Central Florida. We stay busy throughout the year.
It's almost like that middle of the year when it's super hot. That's where you take a breather, and then it's like, I'll ski more in the winter. How about that?
Yeah, the fall and the spring here is absolutely beautiful to be on the water. Even the middle of winter, we stay on it and have some of the best skiing, through the season.
All right, and not only are you good folks watching the action here, but we have a live webcast going on right now, and we have folks tuning in from all over the world, all over the United States, and even as far away as Australia and New Zealand tuning in, and we certainly thank every single one of those folks checking in. All right, then, a quick announcement for our jumpers. Please make your way to the tent, please. Our finalists, our 5 women finalists in the women's competition, and the 8 jump finalists in the men's competition. Please make your way to the tent right now, please.
Did I hear that?
So Mastercraft towboats are rounding off our a little display of skiing out there before we go on to the next phase of our festivities for this evening, and that is going to be our women's slalom final, followed by the men's slalom final.
We were talking earlier about the rules for head-to-head matchups, and Freddie, I'm going to put this question to you. The things that change for this final matchup. The top seed from the earlier rounds gets to choose first or second, but really not as much of an advantage, because if they can't, the second one, sorry, I'll let you explain it. You have to, the second one doesn't have to beat the first one. If it's a tie, they'll run off again.
As as they came into this semi-final, they'd have known that they would have had the highest seed skier would have had a big advantage, because if a tie happens, they will go through.
Yeah.
In this situation, there is no such advantage. You really don't. I mean, especially like we say, we've got 2 great boats, we've got 2 great drivers. There's, you know, the ropes are exactly the same length. Everything is very, very similar. So really it comes down to when you're the top seed, which I think in this case, Nate is the top seed, having had the better qualifying round. He'll be choosing to go first or second. He'll think, do I prefer to go first or second? Do I like going first and not knowing what I have to beat? Do I like to chase a score? And then he might also think, what does John like? I want to do something that John might not like. I want to, you know, can I put the pressure on John first and see if he's going to, you know, hiccup or whatever? You know, it depends. So there's all sorts of, and that's kind of an interesting thing when it comes to head-to-heads is, yeah, you're going to have strategy when it comes to your skiing. You know, if it's a headwind, you're going to pull a little longer and slow down. The tailwind, you kind of have to, you know, modify your technique accordingly. But you don't often have to think of something, you know, that's going to intimidate your opponent more than getting a good score. Well, this is going to, you know, bring something else into the mix. So I'm interested to see what happens. I'm going to say Nate might just go first and treat it like a normal set. Make John go second. But, you know, I haven't heard anything. I don't know anything about that. It'll be interesting to see what he chooses.
Well, Freddie, you've probably been in that position before. What would you choose? What do you like to do? You will be the last one man standing and go out last?
Well, I don't want to tell you that because people will then. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I mean, it really does depend. I mean, honestly, it can depend on how well I feel like I'm skiing at the time. If I've performed very well through the tournament and I feel very comfortable, then sometimes it's nice to go out first. But if I maybe haven't skied so well, then I kind of, you know, might want just a target to ski to. It really depends, you know. But that's, you know, as we look behind us, I mean, it is absolutely perfect on this lake. We are going to see some big stuff happening. It's Whitney versus Regina. Whitney is the top seed because of her qualifying round. She got a 1 1/4 just now. Regina just pipping her with a 2. Will Whitney choose to go first or second? I don't know. Let's wait and see. We'll get word of that momentarily. But yeah, this is you know, the 2 dominant women skiers of the last 15 years. Like you say, trading titles back and forth. Kiwi. Let's see what's going to happen in this battle of the giants of women's water skiing.
Well, the light is starting to fade a little bit, and as you said, the conditions are actually getting nicer and nicer. That wind, we had a little bit of a head tailwind off the dock. That's dropping down a little bit. Conditions absolutely perfect. I thought I saw Whitney McClintock-Rini putting her ski on, putting her bindings on. I have a feeling she could be the first competitor out.
It certainly appears to be the case.
Yep. And there's Regina getting her gear together.
So
She'll
like
be out right next. And the line length starting is going to be, is it 12 meters for this final?
It's
no,
13,
it's still 13.
I think it's the same.
Okay, perfect.
13-meter start, 43 feet of line, 43 feet to be used to get round all 6 buoys on a course that's 37.5 feet wide.
So Whitney, by choosing to go first, has decided to sort of run her own race in you know, maybe in a 1,500-meter Olympic final. That you'll see some people want to sit at the back and see what they have to beat, and you'll see some just run straight off and take the lead. So Whitney wants to just go and ski, go and have almost, in some ways, a normal set.
All right, then.
We'll hear from Whitney now.
Let's hear.
Hey guys, thanks for coming out. I'm Whitney Rini. Enjoy the show, enjoy the food, enjoy the entertainment. Hopefully we put on a good show for you guys tonight.
Well, they've put on a good show so far, haven't they, Kiwi?
All of the slalom skiers so far have performed exceptionally well. And now we've reached the culmination of the 2024 King of Darkness Slalom event. This is the final head-to-head matchup. It's Whitney McClintock-Rini leaving the dock. It's 32 off. Let's get behind her and see what she can come up with.
So Whitney McClintock-Rini.
The lefty versus the righty, the Canadian versus the US.
But both of the most accomplished skiers ever, really, in the women's field. Really so good, and they have different attributes. Kiwi, they ski different ways, but there's more than one way to skin a cat. Ski a cat.
Yeah.
That works too. That works too.
All right, there we see on the shore, looking from the outside in there, we see Jamie Ball currently in the lead on the Waterski Pro Tour standings, but wondering what she needs to do in order to prevail in that respect by the time the next competition rolls around, which is next weekend over at the Greater Miami Waterski Club. But for the here and for the now, this is Regina Jaquist, and let's hear from her.
Hi, I'm Regina Jaquist. I am super stoked to be here at King of Darkness. I'm Solomon out there tonight under the lights, so grab a burger and a beer and cheer us on.
I think by now they've grabbed more than their fair share of burgers and beers at the moment in time. But if you haven't already yet, we've got a whole slew of food trucks and beverages on offer. Okay, so make sure you take advantage of that. And for you folks at home who are watching in, why don't you do likewise? Make sure you grab your favorite seat and your favorite beverage, because we are midway through this competition in the women's slalom final head-to-head. Our second competitor out, this is Regina Jaquist, and between Whitney McClintock-Rini and Regina Jaquist, they've pretty much won everything there is to win in terms of titles.
And
Here
how
we go.
many times has Regina Jaquist been in this position, coming through in the finals of a pro competition? But still, she'll be feeling the nerves, she'll be feeling the adrenaline. All these competitors run on that energy, they love competing and putting on a show for all you guys here today.
All right, their wonderful looking opening pass there for Regina Jaquist on 13 meters, or the equivalent of 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line, leaving her with 43 feet to get round all 6 buoys. Now the rope gets shorter. It's much like pole vault or high jump. Whenever you clear a certain height or you move forward, and the height gets more and more difficult. Now, in terms of water skiing, it's not so much height. It's in terms of rope length, and every time you run a pass, you shorten the rope, and it gets more and more difficult until it becomes nigh on impossible.
And it's kind of funny. I mean, if you look at tennis is a sport where they've just had some extraordinarily dominant athletes in the men's field in the last sort of 15, 20 years, and Whitney and Regina. They're down there, they're sitting down there at the same end of the lake, and they're both looking at each other and they're going, well, we've been here before. It's like when Djokovic met Federer in a Grand Slam final. They're not far apart. I don't know quite what their rhythm is, if they're going to have a chit-chat, if they're going to ignore each other, but they've done this before, and they've taken, I wonder what, I would love to know, I don't have that to hand, but I'd love to know what their split is when they've been in a head-to-head final, where how many times they've percentage-wise won each one. So let's see what they're going to do. Whitney's going to come back on 12 meters on 35 off. This is a pass she ran with total ease in the last round, just like Regina did. So let's see what she's going to do here. We're going to be looking to see if how good she looks. Not if she's going to miss it. She will almost. I mean, I would bet my house that she will run it, and she looks fantastic. That very nice offside turn on buoy 4 over towards buoy 5, get that angle, over and around buoy 6, getting those muscles moving, gearing up, going through the gears in order to get herself set up so that she can run that 39 off pass again today. It would be if she is to run it, it'll be the 9th we've seen in a row, and I think she will have to run it. Both her and Regina so capable, and then potentially, like the last great number of professional tournaments, the score, the win will be decided, I'm going to predict, at 41 off, as we saw the last 2 women's brackets.
And as you can see on your replay, Whitney McClintock-Rini coming in, executing the one-handed gate, one of the few skiers that kind of choose to execute that. She's a left-foot forward skier. It maybe helps her kind of separate a little bit, get her ski turned more on the gates and setting up for a strong 1-3-5 side. But this is just a textbook slalom skiing. It's just a lesson, a clinic she's putting on as she goes through the 35 off. Contrasting styles, we talked about it earlier. Allie Nicholson and Whitney, kind of taller. They lock their legs out a little bit straighter, stand a little bit taller on their skis. And then when the next matchup was Jamie and Regina, we'll get a little bit lower. Always stay so strong, connected to the handle. One of the key things in fundamentals, I guess, in slalom skiing is your position through the wakes. Staying connected to that handle, your hips, not letting any separation come in there, and these girls executing it as good as anybody.
It's controlled resistance at the end of the day, getting from one side of the course to the other, and being able to do all of that and stay balanced on top of the ski enough to be able to execute a turn. Whipping round off her buoy number 1. This is 12 meters or 40 feet of line, making extremely light work of this pass. She's hardly breaking into her sweaters yet. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Regina Jaquist.
So easy. Just going through the gears. Like you said, Tony, it's like the high jump. You just put it up, It gives you the warm-up, it gets your legs moving, it gets your body moving, gets your core moving, gets you set up to run the huge scores later on. And, you know, Kiwi, you mentioned it earlier, that these passes that are being run here, it would make most skiers, 99% of skiers, it would make their year to even get one boy to run the previous pass and get one boy on 35 off. And here's Regina and Whitney running it like it's absolutely nothing. And that's why they are the best in the world. We are watching most of the, I mean, well, we've seen all the best, a lot of the best skiers in the world. We will see a lot more later. This is fantastic, fantastic skiing. Yeah,
I mean, any short line skiing is difficult, isn't it? But I think you'll agree that there's definitely a little plateau amongst a lot of competitors when they maybe run 13, maybe 12 meters, getting 11 meters, 38 off, getting past one or two boys. It's so difficult. And we're going to see it from these girls right now, running straight through 38 off. Did it in the semi-finals, and I'm sure they're going to do it for us here in this final matchup.
All right, here she comes, Whitney McClintock-Greeny. Her list of titles is absolutely mind-boggling. Two-time world slalom champion, many-time Pan American Games women's champion, won this event last season, and has a whole slew of professional titles to her name as well.
She won the last tour. She won this event last year, like you say, Tony. She won the last tournament that we saw, the Traverse Grand Prix. She won 3 tournament go at the California Pro-Am. She's having a great season. She looks great. This is exciting stuff. I'm going to say it wasn't the best 11-meter pass I've seen Whitney run, but again, she's just figuring it out, and she ran a very, very good 10.75 earlier on. Her 39 off pass was just beautiful, as she took the win against Ali Nicholson, and she's going to want to take the win here and become, for the second time in a row, the Queen of Darkness.
Queen of Darkness, there you go.
Yes, indeed, and I'm sure that is gonna please some of our fans that are watching in, including many-time Pro Tour women's slalom champion from an age past. That's Camille Duval, who's watching in on this particular event. And we have so many of our
legend, no less.
Absolutely, and we have so many of our friends that we know and love across the world watching in on this event. But bearing all of that in mind, let's have a look at Regina Jaquist, many-time world slalom champion. She is the current world slalom record holder, and she is the current Pan American Games women's slalom champion, as she looks to put this pass at 11.25 meters to bed.
And that was easy, wasn't it? That was very, very smooth, tight line all the way through the pass, which signifies, you know, she's really in control. She's got her rhythm down, so skiing exceptionally well. If points for style, I think Regina won that one on the 38 off, but obviously in slalom skiing, there's no points for style. It's just buoy count, and Regina's showing us that she can get it done. The most decorated women's slalom skier in the world. Been doing it a long time.
And I tell you what, some great skiing that we've seen so far between Whitney McClintock-Greeny and Regina Jaquist, but it only gets more and more difficult as the passes get cleared. We are on pass number 4 right now. Whitney McClintock-Greeny will approach the course in 10.75 meters or 39.5 feet off. And much like a track and field where we referenced a high jump and pole vault, just that little bit of an error, just that little bit of a stumble in terms of timing, you know, can prove to be costly here.
Well, we are liking it to high jump, but unlike high jump, they have one opportunity.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
is no room for error. There's no chance. There's no second go at this pass. Every competitor so far has got through this 39 off pass, and Whitney McClintock-Greeny is going to have her opportunity in the final matchup. She's going to need it. It's a big number 1 as she heads across the Tama 2. Strong out
look
at
at
2.
that.
That is beautiful skiing.
Oh,
loses the rope a bit at number 3, but she's
in
still on
trouble here.
time.
She's still
down
there.
course at
She's
the big
still
number 5.
there.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 6 more buoys,
Well
guys.
done.
She fought for it extremely hard out of 3.
Let's give it up for her,
She
please.
did that for
Whitney
you guys. Yep, get
McClintock-Greeny.
behind her.
So impressive. I'm sorry, I didn't give her a whole lot of chance out of 4. She had that kind of rodeo 3, too big of a turn almost, and kind of the handle almost out. She gets to 4, and it was a horrible 4. Like the ski was pushing spray everywhere, and I wasn't so sure, but she did a perfect job at 5. Very, very calm. She's through it. And that is huge.
It's like she's done this a time or two, you know, and put herself in a bit of a scenario like this before and still be able to get through this one.
Well, in slalom, technique amounts to so much, but when things go wrong,
she almost put
pure
her head
grit,
through the handle.
pure determination can
Look
sometimes get you through, and she showed us exactly how much determination and grit she has. Down course at 5, ropes it, pulls all the way to 6. And now takes a breather, sits down the end. The challenge has been thrown down. It's Regina Jacques's turn in just a moment.
And I mean, just looking at that pass again, I mean, patience was the key there on some of those turns.
Did a great job at 5 of relaxing. It was a great turn in the end. It sort of needed to be. She didn't have a whole lot of space to play with, basically none. Regina must run this pass. She wants to win the title that she didn't let last year. She wants to win the title she didn't win at the last tournament. Let's see, Regina Jacques, 10.75, 39 off. She's going to come in, and she's over to 1. It's a really, really good one. I mean, this is really good so far. Very, very good pass over to 4, and she can get a good 4 here. She's going to feel good about turning at 5. She turns 5 very well, and that was...
almost let it go on number 5, but I'll tell you what, let's give it up for her, please, Regina Jacques.
And that is the 9th and 10th 10.75 we've seen today. We haven't seen one missed, and you know, we'd expect that from the men. You know that we probably wouldn't see them miss 10.75. That's sort of what we see from them every week. But to see every woman run it consistently like this, it's very special. And that really was a sort of a no dramas pass, right? I wondered if she looked too relaxed from 1 to 2. Right? She had a perfect one. I didn't think she sort of put almost enough effort in. But watch this.
That was brilliant, wasn't
Just
it?
chill.
Lots of time across to number 2, and almost too early at number 3. Sometimes when these skiers get whipped across a little bit too early, they lose a little bit of rhythm. She managed it well. It was only really number 5. She had a little bit of an error. The ski stopped a little bit. It was a bit of a safety check, we call it, where they don't want to make any unforced errors. They just do enough, and they know they only have 1 more buoy to complete, and they've got the full pass in their back pocket. Well, this tournament, guys, is going to be won on this next pass. It's 41 off.
Whitney's coming in. She's
go.
Pushed it all away. I'll leave it to you, Kiwi.
Well, she's the Canadian record holder. 2 1/4 is her personal best and her record. She is the current champion. Can she get it done at number 1? It's a big number 1. Pulls across to number 2. Can she turn it? She stands up. She gets back in between the wakes.
Wow.
The next set of boat guides.
Did we see a big smile from her there?
Yeah.
I think so.
So Regina ran 2 in the previous round. Remember, the rule is if they tie, second does not have to beat first. A tie will go to a runoff, of which Whitney would be the higher seed. So Regina has run in a pro tournament more than this score. She has run a 2.5 in a pro tournament. She did it last tournament at Travers in the qualifying round.
For a Canadian record, I believe.
No, we're talking about...
That was Regina. Regina ran 2.5 at the Travers Grand Prix. So Regina has done it. Now, will she do it here? I mean, and of course, she can get over to 2. She can get over to 2 in as good shape as she did in the previous round against Jamie. I think she'll be able to turn it and go for it. Yeah. It's her onside, buoy 2, it's her onside turn. She'll feel pretty confident she's not going to fall. So, I mean, at the same time, you're going to say that it's not. There's not odds
risky.
on.
The way it's risky. Obviously, you can be in a better shape. You can get across earlier to number 2. But if you turn it, if you could be ahead of your competitor, but you turn it and you fall, you're going to end up with 1.5 and lose the title. So a lot's going to be going through her head as she hooks up behind the Mastercraft Pro Star and gets pulled into the course. It's 41 off. Let's see. Can she surpass 2 buoys? It's a full buoy, 2 buoys from Whitney McClintock-Rini.
All right, there, here we go. This is Regina Jacques coming in on 10.25 meters. She needs to get a piece of 3 to take the title here. She's round number 1.
Oh my God, I think she'll get it.
Look at this. And
she did it! Huge crash!
My word.
Congratulations to Regina. She looks okay. That's, I think, a smile. Wow, can't wait to see the replay. What an amazing ski set.
That
was
commitment, isn't it?
I tell you
what. Wow, she had a pretty good 1 ball. I don't know if it was solid enough to warrant that big 2-ball, but she took it and threw herself at number 3.
Takes the title with a huge crash. That's the commitment we like to see. That's the commitment that maybe the crowd here today, a big crowd, has inspired her to go for this. And that was, I can't wait to see the replay of that. That was, she almost moved towards the camera there as she did the massive helicopter.
No, the score's going to come through, but I would say it's a 2.5 or a 2.25.
To me, she got around it, right? With the handle. To me, she did. So let's have a look. I mean, unofficially, of course, I'm not. There's no score review graphic coming up on our screens. She's over to 2. It would have been a big turn at 2 and a long pull, and she, this is risky. This is where you hurt yourself. Clearly over, straight over the front,
Maybe
helicopter. She worked for that one, and she deserves it. She is the queen of darkness in slalom, and congratulations to Regina Jaquist.
Yeah, she definitely had to work for it. She wasn't handed it to her. Whitney posted a huge score, a 2 at 41. But Regina, the champion, the world record holder, has a solid number 1, throws it around number 2, holds on with all she could, and just absolutely chucks her ski. Still has the handle, that's key, around number 3. And there's our winner.
All right then, so let's see how that translates to points on the Waterski Pro Tour. Let's bring that graphic up on the screen, and it should confirm what we know. Jamie Ball still on 310. Regina Jaquist has now improved up to 272, so still in with an outside chance of taking the victory on the Waterski Pro Tour with next week's event in Miami. And Whitney McClintock-Rini on 256 for 3rd right now. But ladies and gentlemen, as she walks back onto the shore, let's give it up, please, for your champion, Regina Jaquist.
Hugely deserved applause for her. She did I mean, remember, there's only one woman that's ever got around 3 at 10.25. Well, sorry, got a score of 2.5 at 10.25 or more, and her name is Regina Jaquist, and she had to do it in order to win the tournament today. And that's what she did. That's going to be a sweet victory, and maybe she'll look back on today as one of the better wins of her career.
All right then, so let's continue on straight into the men's competition. We've got Nate Smith will be locking horns with Jonathan Travers. And some great action coming forwards, and I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, coming up here to the announcing spot is your women's champion, Regina Jaquist. So, Regina Jaquist, you're a big old winner.
It's awesome. Thank you. This crowd was awesome. It's so awesome to be out here at the King of Darkness. And the crowd's great. They're cheering loud. It's great to have all the fans and spectators on shore. It's a special treat. And then also to have it webcast so everybody back home can see they were all watching. And thanks for all the support everybody gives me. Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Let's give it up, please, for Regina Jaquist.
Congrats, Regina.
All right. All right, let's go on and introduce ourselves to Nate Smith.
Hey guys, Nate Smith here. Super excited to see you guys out here supporting us. Kind of a hometown. I live just 10 minutes away in Winter Garden, so really excited to ski in front of you guys, cheer loud, and have a lot of fun tonight.
All right, and the opening pass, it's going to be a 12-meter start or 12-meter start or 35 off, 40 feet of line to get around all 6 buoys on the opening pass. Should be merely a warm-up here for the multiple-time world men's slalom champion and the current world men's slalom record holder. He is also the Pan American Games men's slalom champion. And there we go. That is Nate Smith opening up with 12 meters.
All right, yes, Nate Smith. Now the boat speed set at 36 mile an hour. And the start length is 12. It's 35 off. And can things get any more exciting than after that woman's head-to-head matchup? That was huge. The girls going big to win the title. John Travers will be the next one out.
Let's introduce ourselves to him.
Hey guys, John Travers here. Thanks for coming out. I'm a local, support me. The louder you are, the better I'm gonna ski.
All right, there, Jonathan Travers, who hails from Groveland, which is in nearby Lake County in this beautiful part of the world that is Central Florida.
And Jonathan Travers, who's already won one pro event earlier on this season over in San Gervasio in the northern part of Italy. And I'm sure that he'll be wanting to try and add another victory to the whole cluster of wins that he's had over the years. It's been rather lean recently, but he's turned that corner and is back to winning ways. Here he comes, Jonathan Travers, 12-meter start.
Well, everybody, you heard him. Get loud, get behind him. The louder you are, the better he will ski, and he skied exceptionally well in the semi-finals earlier with a 3.5 at 41. And he's made 12 meters off. 12 meters look very, very easy.
Now, we've heard an update that actually in this final, I'm not sure if it's new information or we had it wrong initially, but the second has to beat first. So that makes a huge difference. So Nate has chosen to go first with that information, meaning that John has to repeat the trick that he did earlier in his semi-final round. He will have to beat the skier in front of him. He'll have to beat Nate Smith outright in order to get this title. Any tie will result in him losing the King of Darkness.
Well, he's got that's great for Nate Smith with the seating position, isn't it? It's a bit of a David and Goliath kind of matchup here. Nate Smith, so many titles, the world record and the top seeding going into this. And then John Travers, though, so he's had some good finishes towards the end of the year. He's the underdog. Can he get it done against the champion Nate Smith?
Well, John came second at the last tournament, the Travers Grand Prix, and Nate came second at the previous tournament. Their most recent podiums are second places, so they're going to be guaranteed second place today. Let's see who wants it more, who's going to fight the hardest, and who's going to do the better job to get that first place that they really want. And Nate is the reigning champion of the King of Darkness. He has the title. Can John wrestle it from his hands?
And certainly implications going forward in regards to the Waterski Pro Tour, not so much for the title winner, but for the placement beneath first on the Waterski Pro Tour standings in the men's slalom. But here comes Nate Smith, 11.25 meters. This is the first instance where the handle comes up short of buoy's width. And there you are. Let's give it up for him, please. Nate Smith.
Yeah, straight into the action, starting at 12 meters. We're back at 38 off for 11 meters. And the light's just starting to fade, isn't it, guys? The organizers have set this thing up great, where just for the completion of the slalom, the light's starting to fade as we gear up. The lights will be turned on for the jump, which will be coming up next. But still, perfect light here for these slalom skiers to complete this final matchup.
And it can get awkward. I mean, you know what it's like, Kiwi, when you end up skiing as the light is falling, the sun goes behind the horizon, it gets dark quick, and you start sort of seeing shadows, you start seeing some weird stuff. It's just not, it's not super dark right now, but maybe in 5 minutes when they come back on their harder passes, it will be. You just start searching for the buoys a bit more, and you don't have that relative perception of where you are. It just gets that little bit trickier. So let's see what happens here. I mean, nothing these guys can't deal with, but it's to perform to the level that they want to, and they really need to when beating the best in the world. Who are each other. In this case, they've gone through the hardest and best round of qualifying that's ever happened. They've beaten their respective pairs in the head-to-head. They're going to have to be on their game, so they need everything going in their favor.
All right, last round, the semi-final. John Travers looked a little shaky through his earlier passes, and he got better and better. He looked strong at 12 meters. Let's see how his form is here at 11. He's got a better one ball than last round. He's staying over his ski nicely on his onside there. And his offside's been working oh so well. Easy as you like. That's 6 more buoys for John Travers.
Let's give him a round of applause, guys. Come on, this is good. This is gearing up. We're going to have a very, very good final here. We've just seen, I think, I'm going to say the best final ever in women's head-to-head skiing. I would be floored if there was anything of a higher level than that. Let's see what's going to happen here.
All right, some high-octane action going on right here. We've got Jonathan Travers continuing to keep the pairing running into pass number 3. That next pass is going to be 10.75 meters or 39.5 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Every single clean pass means that the line gets shorter, and it just makes the whole process a lot more difficult, a lot more difficult to get the ski on the outside, a lot more difficult to handle the deflection angle, because at that point, when you starting at that point, 11.25 meters off 38 off, the deflection angle is a complete 180 degrees from one side to the next.
Let's see, Nate Smith, 10.75. This is a pass he's run thousands of times. He does never miss it, really, but it does start to get a bit trickier, and you can start making mistakes. He's going to want to run it as well as possible, and he is running it very well in order to set himself up for the very crucial 41 off pass, which he will now, having completed this pass, be on to next.
I don't often disagree with you, Freddie, but to me, that didn't actually look as good as we usually see from Nate Smith. It was a bit of a loose line at a few of the buoys. I mean, we expect perfection from this guy because he's done it so many times. And, you know, he was just off a little bit. And we saw it on the 41 last time. You know, he only came up with the 3. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to gee it up a little bit between John and Nate Smith because, you know, it's going to be a tough match for John. But he's been in form lately, so hopefully he can get the job done.
I mean, let's see. You're right. I mean, Nate, he runs them very, very well. It's unusual to see him sort of curl the handle towards him like we saw there. We'll see what that means for the next pass. But for that next pass of his to mean, you know, for him to have to get to that, John has to run the pass he's coming in on just about now, which is 10.75. He's seen Nate Smith do it. Will he be able to run it and take the title to the next pass?
All right there. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you tuning in around the world, I'm Tony Lyford along with Freddie Winter and Kyle Eden coming into the course at 10.75 meters on pass number 3. This here is Jonathan Travers out of Groveland. He's round buoy number 1, takes a good hit off buoy number 2, a little bit of a slide down course, but he's still there at 10.75 meters. He can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong here and still be able to run the pass. And the pairing now advances to 41 off or 10.25 meters.
That's very good, Carl, no?
That was great. That was great. We keep saying it. That John Travers, he is exuding so much confidence right now. He ran that pass so smooth. I think he was a little nervous maybe in the semifinals on his 12 meters, his 35, his 38. And then he just relaxed, you know, when he got to 39. His 41 was brilliant. And right here, he's in the final. He's he's done his job. And he's just got to let go and see what all his training, all that, the work he's done can pay off and put a serious challenge to Nate Smith.
Well, in some ways, he's you know, he knows that Nate's won all the titles. He knows that Nate's run all these huge scores. John is the underdog, and that can free you up, can't it? So he's coming in here. He's thinking, you know what? Let's go and have fun. Let's go and push Nate as hard as I can. Let's go and, you know, to some degree intimidate him. Let's ski really well and show him what I'm doing.
Nothing to lose, everything to gain for John Travers. But he's got to get past the gentleman that's about to hit it at 41. It's Nate Smith, and he's run this pass so many times. He's done it 3 times already in this competition.
All right, and because of the virtue of the fact that we have 2 American skiers in this men's slalom final, and also we have a winner in Regina Jacquis in the women's slalom final, it does confirm that we have an all-American
Nate Smith, 10.25. It's a solid one, not the best one of all time, but it's good. 2's a little back, but I think he'll get to 3 in decent shape to turn it.
There
3 is beautiful. And 4 is going to be good enough, and I think we'll see him come to 5 and turn it, and he's over to 5. He'll pull hard to 6, but I think he's around it. And will he hold it? No, that's a 6 boy count. So the rule is, if you get back to the weights, it's a 6. So what does that mean? It doesn't sort of change anything in a lot of ways, in that John must run this next pass. Now, John has run a 5 in this tournament. He's run a 4, or a 3.5, I should say, and he's run a 2. He hasn't run all 6. In fact, we've only seen one other skier that's not called Nate Smith run it. He's no longer in the tournament, so John has got to go and, you know, run a pass he hasn't run this year.
He has done it in the past, though, hasn't he?
He has done it in the past. He's run it a number of times.
It's been a few years, yep. But he's going to have, just like Regina, he is going to have to earn it. You know, it's not being handed to him at all. That's a huge performance from Nate Smith. A full 6 buoys, no continuation. He didn't take the handle out the gates, just too much slack. He was going to have a go and said, you know what, no. That's a big hit. He would have been doing a forward somersault out the front of his ski if he tried to take that one.
All right,
the gauntlet has been thrown down to John Travers. Let's see if he can take the challenge.
All right, if you're JT, what are you thinking right now?
just go do it. He's thinking, just go do it. Just do what he's been doing. He's been skiing so well. He's been turning those buoys. He's been getting into such a great position. His offside is completely firing. So I've seen him come out of 2 and 3 enough to run it. And I thought maybe yesterday or a couple of days ago on Thursday he might have run it. So let's see. John Travers must run past. If he runs it, he will win the tournament. Let's see. It's not a very good one. He's going to really struggle here, and that's going to be a 2. And he's
still there.
He's
back in.
And
he's inside. Ouch. Taking a big old hit there. And inside buoy number 3. And what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? Presenting to you your champion. With a 6 buoy count at 10.25 meters, it's Nate Smith.
Not many smiles from Nate there, but I think inside he's probably quite happy. He's just won the King of Darkness for the 2nd year in a row. He's won his 2nd of the year, 2nd tournament that he's won this year. 2nd, John Travers not having his best round at just an unfortunate buoy one there, Kyle, wasn't it? And then Corey in 3rd.
Yeah, but he had to go for it. Like you said, he knew he had to just get on it at number 1. He went maybe a little bit too much, slipped out the back of his ski. He does that sometimes. He can usually hold on to it. He wasn't able to do so there. Had to pull long to number 2, get the full 2, and had a bit of a stack kind of come up short at number 3. Still great performance, great skiing from John Travers. He's on the podium. He's in 2nd spot. Our winner is Nate Smith. And rounding out the top 3 is Corey Vaughan. So some awesome competition. Let's watch the replay on your screens right now. It's a huge number 1. He went for it. Like you said, he had to just not think, just do. Try to catch it up on 2. He's been turning the turns that side so well. And he did actually do it well, but he was just so far down course from number 1 that he couldn't make 3. And look how short that line, it just pulled on me. He didn't expect it then, did he? But
let's just have a look at this buoy 1. I think he just dropped the shoulder a touch, took the pressure off the tail of that ski and just got a bit too much slide. I mean, look, that just too much pressure on his body, and I was very impressed he turned this too. I mean, it's not a bad turn considering the way he came into it straight and fast, but not enough. But John will be happy. I mean, it's still a lot of points. He still comes 2nd. It's another podium this year. He's having a second in a row from his previous tournament. The Florida boy is doing well, and it puts him up into 4th on the Pro Tour leaderboard. And indeed, our 4 skiers today are just there in 2nd down to 5th.
All right then. So as we get ready for the remaining portion of the festivities here, the Pro Tour standings, men's slalom, Will Asher cannot be caught between now and the end of the season. Nate Smith currently in 2nd spot, and the 3rd spot could well be up for grabs by the time Miami comes around next weekend. But your top 3 are Asher, Smith, and Vaughan at this time. So certainly that win for Nate Smith doing wonders for him, making sure that at this moment in time he is in runner-up spot outright on the Waterski Pro Tour standings. All right, on the water we have Faith Dix, who is a 2-time U23 world champion in women's barefooting. They recently had the World Barefoot Waterski Championships, and having a little bit of difficulty with a 2nd run, but we'll pick her up and bring her into the course very, very soon. In the meantime, this is the 2024 King of Darkness event being brought to you by Mastercraft along with Action Watersports, and we have great support courtesy of D3 Skis, good skis, along with Masterline, and this event is part of the Waterski Pro Tour.
Yes, Tony, and the light is really starting to fade. I can see the searchlights being turned on to light up the stage, the water out here, as we get ready for the jump coming up soon. Before that, we're going to see this trick head-to-head challenge. Really looking forward to that between Dorian Llewellyn and Joel Poland, 2 of the best trickers, 2 of the best overall skiers in the world. So some exciting action to come.
And with that, I'm going to leave you guys. I'm going to pass on to the much more capable and smart hands of Tom Asher for the jump. Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Thanks a lot, Freddie, for your insight and analysis during the course of the slalom event as we take a look over towards the lake and see Faith Dix going through her backwards 2-footed pass of barefooting and barefoot water skiing. which was actually created officially in the Winter Haven area many decades ago, and it's part of the 9 sport disciplines that form part of USA Waterski, or USA Waterski and Wake Sports, I should say, and you can find out more by going to usawaterski.org. All right, there, getting set up for the jump event, which will be coming right at you very soon. My good friend, also from the United Kingdom, is Tom Asher. So, good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, Tony. It's great to be here and really excited to watch the jump event. We are going to see some amazing ski, and I think if anything is taken away from the qualifiers earlier yesterday, we're certainly going to see some big jumps at night, I think.
Indeed. I mean, we saw distances of over 235 feet among the men and over 195 feet out of the women. You know, and the conditions here at the Isles of Lake Hancock are absolutely pristine, to say the least. And it could get even better as the wind picks up its headwind strength.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely ideal for the jumpers today. It was a little gusty earlier. I think the guys are looking at like, oof, hopefully it'll switch, and it looks like we're going to get absolutely pristine conditions. No, every jumper right now will be licking their lips, and they'll be absolutely chomping at the bit to get out there and fly tonight.
All right, there we see some swivel ski action, courtesy of Faith Dix, who has represented the United States in barefoot water skiing with distinction, getting 2 consecutive U23 World Women's Barefoot titles, and she is no slouch on the water when it comes to swivel skiing. Eva, Faith Dix, who has worked extensively around the world in places such as Australia, and performing barefoot water skiing and that ski show there at SeaWorld in Australia, and also swivel skiing as well.
Tony, we think skiing's hard, but you see the swivel skiers, they make it look so easy. I'm just thinking, how many revolutions do you think you can do on the swivel ski?
Yeah, it's definitely a different animal so far as water sports discipline is concerned. That binding that she's standing on is a complete free swivel binding there. That's why they call it swivel skiing. You don't actually turn the ski so much. You turn your foot in relation to it, and beautifully executed there.
And also, I mean, if anybody would like to swivel ski or show ski, Cypress Gardens in Winter Haven, anybody can be a member, and you can go down there, and they've got a great little setup there, and definitely one for kids, one for families. It's definitely a good way to get kids into water skiing, a good way to be a starter for the sport.
And Faith Dix is actually a show ski instructor over at the first show ski based water ski school powered by Jack Travers. Faith Dix alongside George Hartman, they offer coaching in freestyle jump, barefoot swivel, and much more as part of a show skiing, which itself is one of the 9 sports disciplines that are part of USA Waterski and Wake Sports. So we are about to introduce to you our jumpers, and ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 female jumpers in the final and 8 male jumpers in their final. So ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your 5 female finalists. Coming to you from Chile, let's give it up please for Valentina Gonzalez. Our second skier to take to the water, representing the United States of America, it is Regina Jaquez. Third skier out, also from the United States, from Little Rock, Arkansas, it's Brittany Wharton. Ladies and gentlemen, also from the United States of America and residing here in Winter Garden, this is a home venue, it's Sasha Denyashkaya.
And ladies and gentlemen, also from the United States of America, residing in Zachary, Louisiana, with a new personal best of 195 feet. Let's give it up, please, for Hannah Streltsova. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our 5 finalists in the women's jump competition. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've introduced to you the 5 female finalists. Let's do likewise for the 8 male finalists. And ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, our first skier to take to the water, representing Chile, it is Emil Ritter. Second up, coming to you, representing Canada, Dorian Llewellyn. Next up, representing Great Britain, Jack Cretchley.
Oh. That was not better. I know, because I've got the tash too.
All right, continuing on, representing France, it's Louis Dupont Fribourg. And ladies and gentlemen, continuing on, representing the United States of America, Freddie the Nightmare Kruger.
You like that? Did you get that?
Do you like that?
Ladies and gentlemen, also from the United States of America and skiing on home turf, ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Garcia.
Louis got it right. He's standing on the bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Austria and jumping a new Austrian men's jump record in the elimination round, it is Luca Rockenwald. And ladies and gentlemen, coming to you from Great Britain and jumping a new personal best, new British record and a tie for the European jump record in the elimination round. From Great Britain, it is Joe Poland. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, all right then, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you once again as they go onto the shore side. Let's give it up, please, for our men's jump finalists. Let's give them all a big cheer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as our male jumpers take to the shore, they have some giveaways for our younger members of the audience. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our athletes in the men's and the women's jump competition. All right then, as we continue on, let me before we go into the continuation of the festivities, we got Kyle Lead right here, and we've also got Tom Asher, and I mean it's going to be a really fantastic jump event going forward. So plenty of excitement going on.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some sensational skiing. We're coming to the penultimate events of the weekend or of the day. Always comes down to the night jump, and we're going to see some amazing skiing. Everyone on the shoreline is going to be in for a fantastic treat. We're going to see these guys putting their bodies on the line. Basically, skiers coming into the ramp, 70 miles an hour, giving everything they have, flying 230 feet in the dark. It's going to be pretty sensational.
Well, water ski jumping is a very, very difficult sport. It's hard to stay calm. You turn the lights off, Tom, it becomes even more challenging. You've been there, you've done it. I've been there, done it a few times. It's tough, and it's scary. Water ski, like pro water ski jumping is very scary. In the dark, even more so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even in the day, it's a challenge to see yourself out wide and being late. And being wide is out in the boat. You're trying to be as late as you can to cut as hard as you can. The stronger edge you have from the turn to the ramp, the more distance you're going to have. So in the day, it's scary, but at night, everything feels faster. Everything feels later. Everything feels so different. All your senses are on high alert. So it's going to be a challenge for these guys, but luckily for them, the conditions are pretty awesome. There's no better site than the one we have here, and Steve Garcia and his crew have done amazing to get this site ready for today. So what do you think, Kyle? I think we're gonna have some big jumps today.
All right, then the lights are starting to be illuminated right now as the dusk draws in. And ladies and gentlemen, it's certainly going to be a cracking event there. Certainly one of the premier events in all of the world in terms of tournament water skiing. We saw some great jumps in the elimination round series earlier on in the last couple of days. We've seen personal bests, we've seen national records, we've seen confederation records. Now, could we even potentially see a record? All right then. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please rise, remove your hats, as we now play the Star-Spangled Banner. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed as we now move on towards our main festivities of the evening. We're going to start with the women's jump final very, very soon, and then we'll continue on to the grand finale, which is the men's jump final. So, a lot of... But before all of that, we do have the head-to-head trick challenge, and both of our skiers in the trick challenge are going to be kind of working overtime a little bit there, Kyle, because it's none other than Joel Poland versus Dorian Llewellyn.
Yeah, and you know what? We really appreciate their time to come out and do that. They're doing this for the crowd here. They're doing this to showcase this sport. We're seeing a lot of the slalom, through the finals earlier. There was some exciting action. We're seeing the jump here coming up shortly. But we also want to show the trick event, which is the third event of overall skiing, and that'll be coming up shortly.
All right then, and before we go into that, we're going to give you good folks a chance again to kind of get your breath back a little bit. So we'll take a break, and especially for you folks watching from near and far, wherever you happen to be around the world. enough chance for you to grab yourself a drink, grab yourself your favorite seat, and for you folks here on site to do likewise as well.
Into the room, wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step.
Taking place later on, but well, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2024 King of Darkness. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go into our head-to-head trick competition.
I tell you what, I've been waiting for this event. The two skiers, both the top two overall skiers in the world, and sensational trickers, close to 12,000 points or over 12,000 points. The one going out first is going to be young Dorian Llewellyn.
And he's going to start with toe tricks. Now, toe tricks involves tricking without the aid of any hands, so to speak. And this requires balance on a whole nother level, doesn't it, Tom?
Yeah, and you're going to see Dorian coming here. He's wrapped up. You're going to see him. He's going to do a toe 540, a toe wake back-to-back, another toe wake back-to-back. He's spinning through these tricks. He's got 20 seconds, and that's a toe O. Toe wake 360. Now he's going to go over the line, toe line 360, a toe line back, and a toe line back to back. He's whipping through these tricks.
That is a clean pass from Dorian Llewellyn. Some huge tricks at the end. The toe step over as the ski goes over the rope as the skier spins from back-to-back positions, and a full 20 seconds pass. We saw some of the younger skiers going out and doing some toe tricks for us, and obviously you can see the intensity, the speed at which these professionals go at it. Rotating through their turns on the water and then over the wake, and amassing some almost 5,000 points right there on that 1 20-second pass.
Yes, absolutely great trick in there. A good pace set right from the get-go with that first toe 540-degree spin from front to back. You know, and just getting the timing and the balance and the coordination to make those toe line tricks happen. You know, it takes a lot of time, a lot of practice. And here comes Joel Poland, toe wake 5 back, a toe wake front, continuing on with the toe wake back-to-backs, toe back-to-backs in the middle.
Yeah, you can see him really running through these tricks. His toe line steps, I mean, the balance on this is incredible. The speed they have to get going on a 20-second pass.
Trick.
That's a toe wake line 5. He's jumping over the line, doing a 540 with his foot attached to the boat.
He's pretty excited about that pass. I think he lost actually a little bit of time. And although this is a demonstration exhibition for you guys here tonight, they challenge each other's constantly in the trick event and in overall, and they want to take the win here tonight.
Yeah, and that's what they want. You know, now we're coming in, we're going to see Dorian. He's going to switch it up. It won't be in the toe harness anymore. He'll be using his hands this time, and it won't be any more skimming over the water. We're probably going to see some flips and some pretty extreme tricks coming up.
So some great trick in there from Joel Poland, who, as skillful as he is with the toe tricks and trick skiing in general, his overall package, which includes the slalom and the jump event, is just beyond compare.
Yep.
In the last 6 or so occasions in which the world overall men's record has been contested or broken, Joel Poland has been a part of 5 of those.
Yeah, but right before he was breaking it, this man on the water, he was doing it too. Dorian Llewellyn He's coming back. This is the hands. This is where we see the flips going from
Boom,
back-to-back position, a full twisting backflip, and the reverse. Now into a front flip with a half twist.
Look at that.
Yep. Packing them on. They have a maximum of 6 flips in a run. There's a front flip to finish it off.
Boom.
Now we go into some ski line tricks, going over the rope and turning back-to-back, and he's just coming down right towards the end. Yep.
But wouldn't you agree, ladies and gentlemen? Let's give it up for him, please. Great trick skiing there from Dorian Llewellyn. And I heard some ums and some ahs along the shore side, you know, with the flips that were produced on that run, including that back-to-back flip, and then this one called the half jack, which involves a half twist going from back to front in the midst of doing a front flip. You know, it's the trick ski itself is like 42 inches in length. You know, it's not exactly as long as a slalom ski, and certainly no way close to being as long as a jump ski, but
flat, no fin, and very, very slippery, isn't it, Tom? It's a difficult ski to stand on, let alone do all these tricks. And in tricking, it's not just the difficulty; it's speed. They're trying to get as much as they can in that 20-second pass. Call us through this one, Tom.
Yeah, we're going for a mobe straight into another. Now, mobe is flip back to the front into a half jack. He's going to front. Now look at the air he's getting, the speed. He's doing this in 20 seconds. Another flip to the back. This is the ski line. That's a flip, and he's over the line. Ski line 5, ski line 540. That's over the line, and a 540, and over the ramp.
Oh, he's there. And he gets bonus points for that. Not usually in the run, but playing around. Joel Pollin knew he had it done after he did those couple ski line tricks right at the end, and for show, hits the jump ramp, does a full backflip,
and he doesn't even get his hair wet. I mean, come on. I mean, what do you say to this? I mean, he gets tremendous elevation, replicates more or less the same moves at the beginning, but then towards the end, that was the difference. He came in with a super mobe, which was a 540-degree spin from front to back in the midst of doing a backflip in the middle. And I mean, it is tremendous, and even had time to actually guide that ski over the line in mid-rotation. But then take a look at this instant replay towards the end. You know, whether you're watching at home or whether you're watching on the shore side, just straight up, off the backflip, wonderful skiing.
All right, so Joel Pollin going back to the dock, 11,200. He's our winner of the trick challenge. And I don't know how many points we gave for that flip off the jump ramp. And Dorian Llewellyn, about 9,900 points was what his scored. He had an early fall towards the end of the pass. Missed a few valuable tricks at the end of that. And on the dock right now, guys, this is the youngster. This is little Rich Kruger. He is the youngest jumper in the world to ever go over 100 feet. And he is only 10 years of age.
Yeah, I mean, Rich coming from some amazing pedigree. You know, his dad, Freddie, you know, one of the best jumpers, well, the best jumper in the world for 30 years. But Rich is making his own path, and he's been doing it sensational. He's got a great little technique. He really, really is such a tidy jumper. And, you know, this is the future of our sport here. He's got some absolutely fantastic jumps already at such a young age. What we look to see here, Carl, we look to see this is his first time jumping at night, I think, so I don't know what he's going to do.
I think he's partaken in this event in years past, but now he's jumping so much further. He had a personal best of 107 feet in the preliminary round yesterday. Like I said, he's the youngest guy to go over 100 feet. There was a time not long ago when jumping 100 feet, even from our open men's skiers, was a tough feat. Now we've got a 10-year-old out there ripping it, and he does it with absolutely perfect position. So just while the light fades, it's almost dark, it's almost fully black. We're going to wait for it for our open women's to start. We're going to run a few juniors, and Rich Kruger, our first of them. Pulling out now to the 600 football, the 500 football. His speed is a lot slower than what we'll see the women and the men go. And as they sort of progress through the age divisions, they can put their speeds faster and faster.
Probably
coming in at 30 mile an hour. It's a big cut into the bottom. He's got his time. He boots it. And his jump number 1 with a stand-up landing. How good is that, ladies and gentlemen?
That was a great jump. I mean, you can see he just has such nice rhythm. He really, really holds that edge nice and strong all the way through the ramp, always in control. You don't see any shoulder movement. You can see here from his turn, lets those skis finish, gets under the handle. He's nice and strong in his cut, looking so good. I mean, for a young guy to be looking so strong already, he's got a pretty good future ahead of him. That's got to be up around his PB in the daytime, I think. That's close to 100 feet.
That's very close. I think the distance coming through, it's going to be 97 feet for a jump at number 1 from Rich Kruger. But absolutely beautiful technique. He's a little guy, but he packs a punch. He's a great trick skier. He's an awesome slalom skier. I think he won the national champs in slalom. There it is, 29.5 meters, 97 feet and a fist throw. He's learnt that from his dad. How many times have we seen his dad, Freddie Kruger, throw the fist just the same?
Unfortunately, many times.
Unfortunately for you and I, many times. That's right.
But yeah, I mean, he looked really good. I think he's going to adjust a little bit on this next one. We might even see him go a little bit later. He's going to try and, that's his brother on the dock dash. He's going to put a little jump. They probably a little wager on, maybe a little bit of a handicap. So
it's not.
We'll see how they go. What do you think, Tony? Where are we going to go from here?
Well, maybe a little bit later. I mean, these skiers. I mean, they don't often go out there and jump in almost complete darkness with floodlights. So he wanted to try and get that jump away and just feel comfortable about what he's doing out there. Now we can start to pile on the pressure and wind it on. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get behind him. Let's hear you cheering. Come on.
Well, that is a late cut. Yeah, and he kicks it again. That's a bigger one. He's throwing the fist even harder, guys, as he going over 100 feet. Let's get behind him. A round of applause for Rich Kruger.
Yeah, I mean, he really put it all together on the second jump. You see he got a lot more speed in his turn. He brought it way down the lake. That's a strong cut. I think we're going to see a jump over 100 feet for Ridge, maybe even up close to his personal best. Hey, when he comes down the lake, guys, let's get behind him. Let's give him a shout.
And ladies and gentlemen, as he come by, it is an equal personal best there. It's 32.6 meters or 107 feet.
That is pretty classy to be able to go out at night, 10 years of age, and post a personal best, 107 feet. But he's got more. He's got one more jump. While we've got these juniors out there performing for you guys, we're going to explain the jump event. Each of our competitors will get 3 jumps, 3 attempts at the ramp. They can choose to pass, they can choose to go over. Only their longest counts, and it's only distance that is included. There's no points for style. It's just purely distance. How many feet can you carry down the lake?
Now, as you're coming in for your third jump, Carl, we've been in all kinds of different situations when we're coming in for our third jump. Maybe we don't even have a jump on the board yet, but he's got a jump of a personal best. Do you think we're going to see him maybe go a little later, maybe try and go further, or is he going to consolidate?
Oh, I would say he's going to go later. He's going to go harder. You know, there's 2 ingredients to a long jump, and that's the speed that the skier attains through their cut across the wakes into the jump, and then the ramp work, the kick, the extension off of it. He's got both on jump number 2, about as good as he's ever done before, but can he bring it a little later? Can he get a little bit more speed? We're going to cheer him on. Can he come a little bit further down the course and break 110? That would be sensational tonight for Rich Kruger. Here it is, jump 3.
Let's get some claps going. Let's get him jumping. Let's boom. Oh, man.
Again, a little bit twisted in the air on that one. So 107 feet. Let's give it up for him, please.
That is the future generation right there. He's going to be a champion. He already is a champion at the national level. And I'd expect to see him in pro events not too distant future.
Yeah, it almost makes you glad that you're kind of retired now, really. You know? But yeah, I mean, Ridge is so good, and he's one of the younger ones. So he's jumped at 5 foot 30 miles an hour. Now we're going to see a couple of kids now, starting with Brett Ellis. He's going to be coming out now. They're going to raise the ramp to.
As in Tom,
I think we're going to go through
Dash
Kruger.
Dash.
So Ridge's older brother, Dash Kruger, he's the next division up. So boys 2 there for Rich Kruger. You know, he's boys 4. He's 15 years of age and doing exceptionally well. He posted personal best 157 feet yesterday. So he has been flying of recent. And both these guys have been jumping, going over the ramp since they're 8 years old. So young, but so talented.
I'm sure there's a little bit of sibling rivalry between those 2 brothers, trying to keep the spacing at around about 50 feet between those 2. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please. This is Dash Kruger.
Yeah, Dash, the older brother of Ridge. Now, I had a younger brother, and I got to say, when you have a younger brother coming up who's jumping so good, you kind of get pushed a little bit. You certainly don't want to see him jumping. Well, you want to see him jumping well, but you also got to put on a show. So I think with Dash here, we're gonna see some good jumping. You know, starting off, he did a personal best yesterday. I think we're going to see the same kind of controlled jumping. Now Dash, he's going to go much higher. He's got a really nice kick, or what we call extension off the ramp. So he'll be cutting into the ramp, and he almost kicked it. It looks like a frog. He kind of mule kicks that jump. So you get ready to see that, and hopefully you guys can give him a big cheer and a big clap as he's coming into the ski jump.
Well, yeah, he's a few years older than his brother. He gets to raise the boat speed. The boat speed is going to be set at 31 miles per hour. The ramp will be the same, 5 foot. We will be putting it up to 5.5, 1.65 for our next two competitors. But the speed he's going to attain to the ramp is going to be a lot higher, and it's going to carry him down the lake a lot further. This guy likes to leave it late. He likes to cut hard. Here we go, jump number 1. Powering in now and boots it off the top. Beautiful extension. And he's taking his brother out right there on jump number 1. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he already, with the faster speed and the higher ramp height, he's already sent one down the lake. I've got to say that's going to be around the 140-foot mark. What do you think, Tony? Kind of up around there?
Yeah, I'll probably say about a 143 or 144, I would say, on jump number 1. We're working on getting the distance out to you very, very soon. His personal best is a 157, and that first jump, that distance should be in the 140s, as I mentioned, and it is 43.5 meters, or 143.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you're seeing out on the water, give these guys a round of applause. There's a distance of 140, 150 feet coming up from our next couple competitors, but it's going to get more exciting. Don't go anywhere. The open woman will come out just right after these guys. Hannah Strautzova, our top seed, went 195 feet in the prelims. Can she do that at night? We're yet to see. And following the open woman, it's the open man, 236 feet. Can you imagine, guys? Add another 100 feet to that jump. That's where our top men are going to be landing, way down the lake here, and that's going to be coming up shortly. Grab a drink, grab your snacks, grab some food.
And grab your favorite seat.
Yep.
Here we go. This is Dash Kruger once again. A little bit later down the course now. The skiers have 3 reference points at the start to gauge where they have that opening cut. But ultimately, when it comes down to this one, ooh!
And that happens every once in a while, doesn't it, guys? He took some speed into it, lost his position a touch, and if things aren't perfect, you can slip out the ramp, and he pulled it back. That's some good composure, but it can get dicey.
Yeah, very good composure, and it can get dicey. You know, we can go from having a really, really tidy looking jump, clean, beautiful, and then on this one you can just see it comes across the wake and just lets off his edge, and what that does, it makes the skis slip out, and that ramp is fast as ice. It's a wax jump, and as soon as you let off your edge, your skis are going to slip out. So it's something to be aware of when you're watching these guys coming into or cutting into that jump. You want to see if they're holding that edge, and if they are, they're probably going to have a good chance of getting a good jump. He just let off a little bit and slipped out right at the top of the ramp there.
And as a result, obviously the distance comes way down. It's 110 feet on jump number 2. But like we said, only the longest counts, the longest attempt of the 3. So his 143 still stands as his best jump so far. He's got one more to come.
He's certainly building up the pressure of his own personal expectations out there. He knows that he's jumped in excess of 150 feet, specifically the distance of 157. So you always want to go out there and try and push your PB. But let's see how close he can get to that mark as we see Brett Ellis on the starting dock getting ready to go. He'll be the last of our junior boys jumpers.
All right, Tony, here we go. These guys thrive off energy. Let's hear some noise down there for Dash. Oh, yeah. Taking it down the lake. What do you think, Tony? You think that was a bigger one?
I think it's bigger, yes, but not quite as big as 157 feet, which he produced yesterday.
Now, you saw his reaction when he landed. I think his first one could be his longest. He ended up maybe just a touch early on jump at number 3. So 143, we'll wait for the distance on the 3rd. Some great jumping there. The ramp is going to get jacked up now to 1.65, 5.5 for our next competitor.
All right, just waiting on that distance to come through. It's a 134. It's a 134, so nowhere close to being anywhere like 143 on jump number 1. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big cheer. Why don't you?
No, he's done well. We've said earlier that it's so hard at night to change your timing. Everything feels so fast at night, doesn't it, Tom? You know, your timing's hard during the day, but you turn the lights down, everything feels fast. It's hard to relax. You're anxious. You're amped up, and to get your timing down and not panic, it is very, very difficult.
That's the thing, the panic and the timing. You know, knowing when to turn, knowing when to cut. You know, these kids, you know, they're still jumping. When they cross the turn and cross the wakes into the ramp, they're probably doing 60 miles an hour. They're doubling the boat speed. So if you can imagine if you're on a bike or a motorbike and you're driving down the road with no lights on going 60 miles an hour, it feels pretty crazy. So these guys are generating that much speed at night. And as you can tell, we have some lights, but if you look down a lot of the lake, it does get dark towards the corner. So getting that timing coming from where it is really, really dark into somewhere that's really bright, it can affect your timing. But I think, you know, Dash handled it really well, 143-foot jump. It's a really good jump. It may have left the door slightly ajar for Brett here. He's coming out on the higher ramp height. I think they are now put a ramp up with Dash having jumped on a 5-foot ramp. They're now going to put the ramp up to a 5'6" jump, and that means he's probably going to get a little more height off the ramp, but it also makes it a little more extreme.
Yeah, definitely changes you've got to make sure your position is so perfect into the bottom of the ramp on the higher ramp height. 5 foot, you can get away with a few things. We saw Dash kind of slip out. He let up. If that had happened at 5.5, he would have been in some serious trouble. But Brett Ellis, another 15-year-old skier, doing so well. He has a personal best 152. He has just learned to go up to the 5.5-foot ramp. He's just progressing through the divisions, and he's handled it very, very well. He's got some great lift. And since he's just put the ramp up, he's kind of tamed his cut down a little bit, kind of gone a little bit easier, found his form on the ramp, and then now he's starting to add some speed to it. So we're expecting big things from this young fella.
Yeah, and just like, you know, Dash and Ridge, they come from a jumping background. Freddie is a jumper, and Karen was a very good jumper as well for a long time there. Now, Brett comes from who has a dad who's a very good jumper too, Scott the Rocket Man Ellis. So there's some pedigree here, and these guys are getting the right training, the right coaching. They've been doing it for so many years. And like you said, you know, it's just being smart. We're going to learn how to edge properly, get through the ramp, and that's where it's at now. But he's going to look towards that 143-foot leap. He's going to try and probably get up and around that 150 mark, I would think.
Yeah, when these guys are young and they're learning to jump, it's all about the fundamentals, getting them down, isn't it? You know, they've got to make sure their position is strong. You know, they don't rush their way through it. And if you get that down, especially at night, you've got to trust those fundamentals, especially right there into the bottom of the ramp. As you get your lift, it's kind of like instinct to kick. You can't see much, you can't sort of anticipate it. You just got to let your instincts go with it.
Yeah, and you can see there, Brett, just kind of getting a feel of the conditions, and that looks like a really nice jump. Just kind of got his feet set and holding that nice strong edge into the first wake. And as you can tell, all the way to the ramp, get a really nice extension off the top of the ramp. And remember, these guys, they thrive off energy and they thrive off the vibe. Just trying to wake up this crowd and get these kids going.
Right, and to the tune of that first jump distance, yes, indeed. Get behind him. Why don't you? They feed off that energy. They feed off that kind of encouragement, and it pushes the jumper further to greater distances. I think that one is going to be close to 140 feet.
Yep, that's his first jump, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take the win so far or take the longest jump from Dash Kruger. Yeah, there it is, 137 feet. We saw Dash post a 143 on his first attempt, but Brett has 2 jumps remaining. Can he bring it later? That was a pretty conservative approach, I would say, on his first.
Yeah, just trying to get settled in first of all on the very, very first jump, you know, because all of these competitors, for the most part, do the majority of their jumping during the daytime, you know, where it's like fully lit up. But then you take the light away, and as you mentioned a little bit earlier, Tom, your whole depth perception and your whole sense of what's what's fast, what's slow, and what's right is completely skewed.
Yeah, very skewed. We're going to see Brett coming in. Let's get on. Let's get it going. Let's get some cheering going. Let's cheer him on. That's a big jump from Brett.
Oh yeah, nicely done there. Will that close the 6-foot gap?
It's going to challenge the lead, isn't it? It's going to be close. He definitely had more speed into the base of the ramp. He brought that one down the lake a little bit. If you watch across the other side of the lake, you can see that dock that sits over there. These skiers will leave it as late as possible and get close to that dock and try and take as much speed through the wakes and into the bottom of the ramp. Is it going to be the lead? It's coming up now. It's a little bit short. Dash Kruger still holds on with 143 feet. Brett Ellis comes up with a 139. He's got one jump remaining.
Yeah, I mean, he's now he's going to have to really figure.
All right, so 139 on jump number 2.
Get him, I'm going to look in the boat and I'll take that boat out. You can come with me.
Are we going right away?
No.
All right, the third and final jump for Brett Ellis coming up. He has one chance remaining. He's got to find 4 more feet to take this this title, the King of Darkness Junior title, I guess you'll call it. There's no love lost. These guys are good friends off the water, but on the water.
Yeah, he's got one more chance, folks. Let's get behind him. He's going to have to get down the lake. He's going to have to turn hard to see how late he can go. He's really digging in. He's cut through that ramp. Big extension off the top of the ramp.
I think that might have done it.
I think that could be it, guys. How far was it? He's thrown the fist.
We
Everybody's
got the fist
sitting
throw.
down in the landing area. You guys can tell. You can see you can measure each jump. But I think he found a few more feet on jump number 3.
Yeah, and you can see, and you guys can on the bank engage by the lateness. If you look on the shoreline, you can see where they turn, whether they're turning a little bit more down the lake or a little bit, and he turned way further down the lake. Really good extension off the ramp.
It was very close to the bottom right-hand corner, and I tell you what, the jump distance coming through.
Yeah, I was too scared to be close to that bottom right-hand corner. I never ventured there.
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, that final jump is enough to give him the win in the boys. It's 44.3 meters, 145 feet.
Yeah, Kyle, he really brought that last one down there. Just kind of pushed himself in the course, and you could see he was working the ramp on that jump.
Now everything kind of aligned on jump number 3, and that's the beauty of having 3 attempts. You know, sometimes the first one, your timing's a little bit off. You make adjustments and fine-tune things as you go through your set of 3 jumps. But there's our winner. It's Brett Ellis, 44.3, 145 feet. Dash Kruger coming in second, 43.5, 143 feet. And Little Ridge Kruger, the 10-year-old, the champion, boys 2 champion, 107 feet. Great effort from him out there in the dark.
Excellent skiing from all concerned. And for one final time, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our boys jumpers. All right, now we go into our final 2 events. The men's jump final will be our grand finale, but before that we have the women's jump final. Our first competitor is almost ready to go. It'll be Valentina Gonzalez out of Chile, and a coach standing next to her is just relaying some last moment instructions and tips as to how to handle the conditions out there in the dark. So there is your start list. Valentina Gonzalez will be our lead-off skier, followed by Regina Jaquist, then on to Brittany Wharton, then Sasha Denierskaya, and finally will be Hannah Streltsova.
All right, and our open woman now, the boat speed for them is set at 54 kilometers per hour, 33 miles. The ramp height is the 5.5 foot, which we saw Brett Ellis on. And we have got 5 of the best women jumpers in the world. The money is on the line right here and now. And we're about to get kicked underway with Valle Gonzalez from Chile.
So we just seen the kids jump, and they did it incredibly well. You know, really showcasing jumping. What do you think the difference now we're going to see with these pro jumpers coming up?
Well, of course, the intensity that comes to it, the power, the experience. All of these competitors have been at night jump events in the past. It's not easy, but they have some experience and they can figure out their timing. They all jumped exceptionally well yesterday. The longest jump we saw was from our top seed, Hannah Streltsova. Let's recap the event yesterday. She went 195 feet. That's her longest jump ever, and the second longest jump from a woman. Obviously, Jacinta Carroll is the one woman that's been over 200 feet, but Hannah Streltsova inching ever so closer, and 190 feet, but that 5 feet, that was huge.
Yeah, we've seen Hannah throughout the season really getting closer and closer to putting together a big jump, and she finally got it yesterday. We're going to see if she can do it in the night. Now, not just Hannah, we also have Sasha Danishevskaya, who's been consistent all season, probably up and around that 175, 180 mark. And then Brittany Wharton coming back from a knee injury last year. She's been slowly and surely really finding a spot in jump, placing on a podium a couple times. So we're going to see some great jumping. Then also we have Regina, who definitely has some experience, and she's going to be pushing the envelope too.
Well, hopefully she's caught her breath after that slalom victory we just saw her have about an hour ago. But she is doing double duty out here tonight, hitting out on the jump skis right after valet. And she is actually the current defending King of Darkness, or Queen of Darkness we like to call it, the jump champion from last year. She's actually won that event, this event a few times. And so a very, very strong jumper in the past. But chooses a lot of times to concentrate on her slalom. She did her job tonight. Hopefully she's relaxed now and can get the job done and in the jumping too.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Regina, so much experience, and from out of nowhere she can just uncork a 170 plus jump. So we've got a lot of experienced skiers coming up. There's a few favorites, a few dark horses, and a few guys a few girls who are going to want to stake a name for themselves and really push themselves to the top of the podium, and that's starting with Valentina Gonzalez.
Okay, guys.
Yes, indeed.
And for your viewing pleasure, helmet cam will be attached to the top of Valet's helmet. We can see exactly what she's seeing as she heads down the lake. You can see her just about to leave the dock behind that Mastercraft Pro Star, the 6.2 litre engine, pulling these jumpers, whipping them through the jump. And let's hear from Valet.
Hey guys, I'm Valen Gonzalez. I am from Chile, but I live here. I'm really excited to be jumping tonight. I hope you guys enjoy the show and have fun. Bring your friends and get loud.
All right, there you heard that, folks. Get loud as the skier starts to make the approach towards the jump. That skier would really want to hear you and encourage that skier along. And for the very first time in a night jump scenario, we have helmet cam.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, we've seen it in some day jump events a couple weekends ago. It made its debut, but this is the first time at night. And as you saw going down the lake, you can't see a whole lot. It's dark out there. So it's tough for our competitors. As she turns around and comes back, you'll see that obviously the jump is a bit more lit up, and she's making her turn around the bottom end. Very, very difficult to figure out where you're going to need to cut on the 500 and 600 foot buoy, but it starts right about here as she makes her turn. There it is, there's the buoy. She crosses the wakes, doubling the speed of the boat as she's gliding, setting up her turn. You can see the jump in the foreground, coming closer, makes her turn, generates some speed. Here she goes, jump number one, Valet Gonzalez. Ooh. It's a pass. So we talked about that. It's an option, isn't it?
It is an option.
Feel right.
It is an option. If a skier doesn't feel right, they have 3 jumps. So one of them can be a pass if they don't feel comfortable. Or on the first one, they're going to set their iron. Especially at night, you might see 1 or 2 here or there over the next X hour. But I think Valet, she herself is coming back from a knee injury, so she's just feeling this first one out. I'm pretty sure the next one, she's got her iron now. I think we're going to see her push it down the lake and try and adjust and just really try and take a strong edge through the ramp.
The decision to pass then, obviously, sometimes it's because you're too late, sometimes it's because you're too early, sometimes it's because you're out of position. Your thoughts on that one?
I just think she, like you said, at night, it completely alters your perception of where you are in the lake. So I just think she ended up too early. I know one of the issues I had when I was jumping was trusting where I could turn, where I could start my cut to the ramp. it changes your whole vision. So I think on that one, I don't think she's jumped at night too many times. I think that one she just got her eye in. Now she's going to bring it down the lake. She's going to trust herself a little more, and I think we're going to see her get a really, really good jump on this second attempt.
All right.
Yeah, let's get behind Valet as she heads down. She gets a little time to collect her thoughts. Most of these skiers have a coach on the bank, giving them some instruction.
But actually, I spoke to a lot of these athletes last night, after they practice, and they said they have an awful lot of difficulty picking up the coach from the shoreline because the coach is silhouetted out against the darkness.
For sure, that can be problematic at night, obviously. A few of these skiers got to practice last night. They set the lights up, give them a little bit of experience, give them a little bit of a feeling. But still, Valet's struggling with her timing on jump number 1. Can she throw down? Can she bring it down? And punch out a huge one for us on jump number 2. She's got 4 competitors remaining after her. She needs to put some pressure on her.
And here we go. She's coming from the darkness into the light. And like I said, the senses are heightened. And one of those is hearing. The jumpers can hear you from the shoreline. So let's give her some support. Let's cheer her on. She wants to throw it down. It's her first jumper of the day. Let's get loud.
And jump number 2, she completes it. She skis it away. That's the other must for these skiers. They have to ride the jump away. They have to stand up, assume skiing position, take the control of the rope for the jump to score. And she does that on that one. I still think she was a little early, Tom. It didn't look like she was had the pull through the jump, and therefore her lift wasn't as strong as we usually see it. So some changes to be made for jump, the third and final.
Yeah, and what we want to see on this next jump is the time it takes from the wake to the ramp. So you're going to look at the skier, you're going to see how long it takes to get from the wake to the ramp. If it's taking a long time.
Okay, and I see the simple instruction that was given to it by a coach, Scott Ellis. 6, go later.
Yeah, definitely go later. Definitely too early, Kyle. What would be your adjustment? And this next one, she's obviously early, but what would you be thinking right now?
Oh, yeah, you listen to your coach, but he's told her to bring it down. The 600-foot buoy is key. You've got to bring your setup down there and then not panic on the glide. That's when you're going to feel that extra speed at night. You're going to panic and you'll see the skiers start to break away. They'll move away on their left ski, kind of tighten the rope, slow their skis down. And if you're panicking too much, thinking you're running on too fast, you do that prematurely and then you run out of speed and have to turn. So that's where it's kind of going a little bit wrong for Valet. Hopefully she can make the change for us on this third and final.
All right, let's see what she's got. Third and last attempt. Yes, she has turned a little bit later on the 600-foot cup buoy, 180 meters away. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, one final time for Valet. Make some noise. Oh, didn't like the look of that one.
Yeah, obviously not feeling that out there. She got the second one. I think just coming back from the injury she's had last year, just not feeling comfortable out there right now. Let's give it up for her. She gave it her all for you guys. She's the first jumper of the day.
All right, and that brings up your 2024 Queen of Darkness, Regina Jaquist. She took out the slalom earlier with a 2 1/4, I believe it was, maybe 2 1/2 at 41 off. She's got some money in her back pocket, but she wants a little more. She wants to take out this jump event too. She's done it in the past. Last year, she came out, it was 176 feet on a 3/4 cut. Kind of surprised everybody. She came out at an early seed like she is tonight. Didn't jump that well in the prelims. Booted one, 176, and the skiers remaining fell down. The pressure was on, and they couldn't compete.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to get at night. If you can get a good jump on the board, you can put pressure on, and putting pressure on anybody at night is what you want. Obviously, we have some very good jumpers coming up after Regina who can handle their own, but Regina, she was 2024 champion for a reason. She has really good technique. If she can find a way to get herself into the course and really be powerful through the ramp, I think we're going to see another big jump from her again.
And as she leaves the dock, let's give it up, please, for Regina Jaquist as we are introduced to her once again.
Hi, I'm Regina Jaquist. I'm from Florida myself, so all you Floridians grab a beer and cheer for me so I can go further tonight at King of Darkness.
All right, so Regina Jacobs, who has already been putting in some hours prior to this event and during the event itself, she won the women's slalom event in this Queen of Darkness competition in the slalom event.
And for those of you at home or seeing the big screen, what a view that was.
Oh my
the
word.
drone flying over the Isles of Lake Hancock, all lit up, looking spectacular. Everything's come together for a combination of a great event. It's been a couple days of prelims, and now it's the final. It's the night jump. It's the women's, followed by the men's. Another hour and a half or so of intense action. And Regina Jacobs, this is her first attempt.
Yeah, Regina really turning the 6, really getting a strong cut. She's going full double cut today. She's bringing it down. You can see she's so much later. Second girl off the dock. Let's cure and get those beers going. Let's give her some noise.
Oh, nicely done, and that jump might have actually taken the lead there. Regina Jacobs.
Definitely the longest jump we've seen. That was further than the 138 from Valle Gonzalez. It was a pretty handy first jump. I actually think she'll be pretty happy with that. Some changes to be made, but starting well.
I think that was a really nice first jump. She actually was a little more in the course, very in the course actually. She got herself in a good spot. There was a slight bit, I think she just got herself a little ready for the ramp instead of staying on edge and holding that strong edge through the ramp. Let's give us some noise on the way by.
156 feet, 47.6 meters. And I think you're right there, Tom. Just a little bit early, let up a touch. It's hard to see the bottom of that ramp. And if you transition at all, then you see that the chest just drops a little bit on the surface of the ramp. And also that landing was a little tough too. It's hard to see. You know, the landings aren't a given in night jump. It's hard to see and spot your landing. And you've got to be really conscious of coming down and skiing it away.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, you know, what is it? Once we hit a certain point, I know at night I have to put my reeds on to read. So getting out there and trying to hit a ramp at 70 miles an hour and then try and find the landing at night is challenging. You can see here she held a really nice cut, just came up at the bottom of the ramp and got that upper body crush. What you don't want to do is stand up before the base of the jump. The only time you want to be raising up is when you're coming up on the ramp. Let's see if you can make that adjustment right here.
It's only small changes though, isn't it? Only small changes, little increments.
Noise.
Yep. Can she do it? Can she change a couple little things? Add 20 feet or so. That's another jump.
Oh,
That's
nice.
Really nice. Yep, down the lake. Regina Jacobs adds more distance to jump number 2.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice jump. You can see she made that adjustment. She really committed through the ramp. She did not come up. And if you're watching from the shore, you'll see it. If a skier is standing up before the base of that ramp, they're going to get a body crush. You can see on this jump, she stays down, stays low all the way to the bottom of that ramp, and then extends, snaps her knees right off the top of the jump.
Oh, look at this, folks. The jump distance, 163 feet or 49.7. Let's give it up for Regina Jacobs.
Yeah, she is definitely finding some more feet out there. That's further than she went in the day, to be honest. She went 156 feet in the prelims yesterday, but really saving some energy, some distance for everybody here tonight. It's 163 feet. She takes the lead. It's some pressure to be put on Brittany Wharton, Sasha Dinashuskaya, and Hannah Streltsova. They'll be our top 3 skiers coming out next. One more jump for Regina.
Yes, and looking at the dock and seeing those tiki torches, I kind of get a little bit of a Survivor vibe going on. It's, what is it? Only the best will survive, huh?
Yeah, Survivor. Yeah, that's about right for night jump. That's all I tried to do when I was jumping at night, survive.
It is literally a battle of survival out there. But, you know, that's the thing. You've got to trust your technique and really just make sure that you feel confident. And I think this next one, she's going to feel pretty confident, making a nice late turn.
One last time. Make some noise, folks. Not quite as far, I don't think, on jump number 3 compared to jump number 2.
Yeah, I think she lost a little bit on the jump ramp. Actually, I heard it that time. You can sometimes hear when they hit the ramp a little bit flat. It's a bit of a dead sound, and yeah, she didn't get quite the same extension. Was going for it, maybe had a little bit more speed, got in the course, but right here at the bottom of the ramp, just hit a bit awkward. Maybe it fell into her left ski a little bit, but didn't get the upward extension that you need to carry down the lake. It's a shorter jump. It's 159, 163. He'll be her longest. Congrats to Regina Jacobs. She's in the top position right now. 3 skiers to come.
Yeah, and knowing Regina, she'll be grabbing a beer and coming to join you guys in the crowd and do some cheering. So that was a great effort from Regina. She certainly put cats among the pigeons. So we're going to see these next top seeds coming out. You know, we've got 3 skiers left.
All right, as our next skier takes to the water, coming to us out of Little Rock, Arkansas. Our next jumper. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our next jumper from the United States of America. This is Brittany Wharton. Let's introduce ourselves to her.
Hey guys, my name is Brittany Wharton, here from Arkansas. Really excited to be jumping here at night at the King of Darkness. Keep cheering us on all night long as we are jumping really far.
All right, and we do have helmet cam on board. We're going to see exactly how late she can go. Brittany Wharton has been impressing of late. She has skied exceptionally well this year, coming back from injury, but just skiing strong. Beautiful technique. She went 175 feet in the prelims, 175.4 in round 1, 175 in round 2. We would love to see her up the ante a little bit here at night. Can she go down the lake over 170 feet? She's going to need 164 to take the lead. That's her first job. And then float one down. 170, 180 feet would be sensational at night for Brittany Wharton.
And Brittany's in a great spot right now. She's 3rd off the dock. She's got a couple of scores on the board. She's seen the conditions. Here we go, folks. She's coming in from the far end. She's out wide. Remember, you want to see how late can she be? How far can she push herself into the course? This looks like a nice setup. Get that first eye on the board. Big kick.
Big dose of speed coming into the wakes as well. Let's give it up for Brittany Wharton.
Can that be the lead on jump number 1? It's going to be there and thereabouts, I believe. It was maybe a slightly conservative approach, but she has beautiful wake crossing, lands on her right ski strong, carries her direction, and just pops off the top of the ramp.
Just look at
a very nice, very pretty jump, I would call that one, on jump number 1. It's a little short though, guys. It's 160. She hasn't taken the lead yet.
So just a little under a meter shy. There we go. That is Brittany Wharton needing an additional 3 feet to get on level terms with our current leader, Regina Jaquist. And looking at the instant replay on the camera, she had a little bit of room to spare on the bottom right-hand corner, but certainly flirting with danger there a little bit on jump number 1.
I get chills just watching that footage, and I'm sure you do too, Tom, because you've been there, you've done that. It's a quiet, eerie sort of feeling when you come barreling into that ramp in the pitch black.
It is.
And to be able to trust yourself to ski through and kick a jump at the night, very, very difficult. She started well.
It is weird. You go from it being so violent in your cut to finally getting off the ramp, and it's so peaceful. You know, you just get into your flight, and it is just, it's 2 different kinds of experiences you're having out there.
All right, here we go. Brittany Wharton on jump number 2, selecting letter S, which was consistent with what she was selecting yesterday on the 0 off. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for her, please. Make some noise for Brittany Wharton.
There it is.
There's the better jump.
Yep. I don't know if that's as far as she went in the prelims, but it's a handy jump. I think it's taken the lead. She added some distance. Was definitely later. We saw that dock come into view, and she turned oh so close to it.
Yeah, you can see that time. She really did. Now, we talk about the 600-foot buoy. That's a marker buoy that's all the way at the other end of the lake. It's 600 feet away from the ramp, and the skiers are going to judge when they can go late and early. She pushed that 600-foot buoy, got herself more in the course, and there it is. She's put herself in the lead, 166 feet.
Starting to get exciting here. The competition is getting intense. We have a new leader. It's Brittany Wharton, 166. Regina will not be defending her title this year.
Yeah, Regina, you know, she had a really nice jump on that second jump. I think her last one would have been there, but Brittany just stepping up the game on that second one. Now, Carl, you're coming down the lake. You're 3rd off the dock. You've put a good jump on the board. You know you've got 2 really good jumpers coming up. You know, are you just going all out on this one?
Hey, I mean, yeah, for sure. She's going to have to leave nothing out there on the water. She's just going to go for it. She's been jumping well. After I talked to her after the preliminary rounds, she said, you know what, I've just got to bring it down. I've just got to find that next level of intensity. She's jumping inside herself. You know, she's not pushing the line as much as she could. She has flawless technique, so she's just got to push that level.
Here she comes. This is Brittany Wharton already with 2 jumps of over 160 feet. If you want her to jump closer to 170, let's make some noise. Impressive looking jump in there from Brittany Wharton on that 3rd and last attempt.
She found a few more feet on jump number 3. Let's wait and see. It was a great jump. Again, was later, had some speed in the bottom. Great lift off the top of the ramp. And a perfect stand-up landing too.
Yeah, that was a really nice jump. I mean, she was kicking that ball down the street and it just decided to whack it at the end there. That was a lovely
look
jump.
at that, guys. 175 feet for jump number 3. Brittany Wharton has thrown down a gauntlet to our remaining 2 competitors. That is a big jump at night. It's a big jump during the day. It is huge at night.
That's a big jump for Brittany at night. She's going to be really pumped with that. And like we were talking about, you know, what do you do? What do you do on your last jump? And she brought it down the lake. She heard that energy from the crowd, and she flew to 175 feet.
Didn't I ask them if they wanted to see 170 feet that they ought to get behind the skier?
Exactly, and that's what you want to hear. The skiers want to hear it. They want to hear that noise. You know, they want to hear that energy. I think these last 2 skiers, they're going to want to hear the same thing. And we're going to that's a big jump to chase. 175 feet. These last 2 girls are going to get up, are going to have to go after it.
It is the lead. It's 175 for Brittany Wharton. Regina Jacques in 2nd with 163.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the water from the United States of America, Sasha Deniushkaya. Let's introduce ourselves to her.
Hi everyone, my name is Sasha Deniushkaya. I'm very excited to jump at night, so thank you so much for coming and supporting us. I hope you enjoy the show.
All right then, so Sasha, who says that this site is her home facility right here in Winter Garden, Florida. Former world champion in the overall, going back to 2021. And has won plenty of professional titles along the way as well.
Yeah, and with Sasha, you know, we were talking about Hannah, you know, getting some really good jumps, and you could see there was a really big jump waiting, and she did it yesterday. I think with Sasha, it's the same thing. She has a really good technique. She just needs to hang on to a late jump and just get through the ramp. She has the technique for it. I'm just wondering, let's see if she can do it tonight.
Yeah, to be honest, though, Tony, I don't think she has been on the top of a jump podium. She's won overall the Worlds, but, you know, the jump event was dominated for so long by Jessica Carroll, and then now Hannah Streltsova has been taking the lead. There's Sasha's first jump. It's a good one. She's chasing that 175. Although she hasn't been on the top of the podium in jump before, this is the event she wants. This is the event right here. It's her home site. She's got a lot of familiarization. She does a lot of familiarization out here. She knows the site well. Can she do it? She's chasing 175 for the lead. Jump number 1 is going to come through in just a few moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for her, please. Let's get behind her, Sasha Deniushkaya, as we see 160 feet or 48.8 meters flash up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we got a hometown girl here, so let's get behind her on this second jump. But, you know, 160 feet looked easy. I think she can bring it down the lake, get herself on a stronger edge, and she's got a really good lift. That's one thing she has, and she can take advantage of, is how she really flies off the end of that ramp. I think a little more speed, she'll be able to get up and around that 170-foot mark.
Well, our previous competitor, Brittany Wharton, went out and posted exactly the same distance on jump number 1, 160. And then she improved, 166. And then she improved again, 175. And that's often what happens out here as the skiers figure things out. Add a little bit distance on each and every jump. And I'm sure Brittany is going to do the same. This is jump number 2. She's going to use that first one. Valuable information gained from, you know, where she was, her timing, her position. Can she make the adjustments to add another 10 feet, 15 feet to take the lead?
Here she comes, jump number 2. Let's see what she can do. Let's let her hear you. Oh, little bit skittish there on the ramp surface for jump number 2. What happened there, Tom?
Well, I think she did push herself into the course, and that's the thing. That's all about trust, confidence. Can I really commit? Can I relax and stay committed all the way to the ramp? And I just think right before the ramp, she did what we call pulled the trigger. She let off her edge and she pulled on her arms, and that immediately takes your skis away from you, and it just meant she slipped out on the ramp. What she needs to do is almost go from the same spot, I think, and just trust it.
Yeah, so obviously coming later doesn't always result in a bigger jump. You start to panic, right? And when you're facing the ramp at such a late position, you want to start hard. You want to come out of your turn and just get going to make it there. And what does that do? That puts you in a bit of an awkward position through the wakes. You can sometimes get pulled up, and it's hard to hold that direction through the ramp, correct?
Yeah, very correct. And, in the day, we always want to say you want to be panicked in your turn. You want to be out wide panicked so you get your feet moving, get moving fast. Now at night, you're already panicked because you're jumping at night. So it's how she can control those emotions, get herself into a place where she can turn like she did then and just really try and stay nice and controlled through the ramp. That's going to be the key for this last jump. Remember, she's a hometown girl. Let's get behind her.
Well, 160 feet on jump one, 125. It wasn't very far on jump number two. She has one more roll of the dice, the third and final. Let's get behind her. Sasha Danishevskaya comes in, waiting as long as she can. A ton of speed in here. Can she get the lift? It's good.
Oh, that's better. A lot better.
That's a big jump. Oh, hard to call, guys.
Let's give us some noise, folks. That was a big jump.
I think it's ticked off. I think it's got ahead of Regina Jacquis at 163. Has she tracked down the leader, Brittany Wharton, with the 175? It's going to be oh so close.
Oh, that close.
Distance coming through. What is it? 172, 52.3 meters. So she slots herself into second spot. Brittany Wharton, she is our current leader, can do no worse than second.
But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for her one more time, Sasha Danishevskaya.
Yeah, you can see that last one look way more committed through the ramp.
Great to see her finding her feet and really committing on that third and final jump. 172 is a great distance at night. Congrats to her. She will be on the podium. What position it will be, it's all up to the final competitor remaining. Hannah Streltsova, the girl that flew 195 yesterday. Just during the day, yes, things get a little bit more challenging, a little more dicey at night.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Hannah Streltsova.
Yeah, Hannah's coming off.
Let's hear from her.
Hi everyone, my name is Hannah. This is not my first time being here. I love it here. I hope you guys enjoy the show.
All right, short and sweet there for Hannah Streltsova as she gets ready for the first of her three jumps here in the women's jump final. Jumped a brand new personal best in the elimination round series with 195 feet. And backed that up with another distance of 193 feet in the round before.
What are your guess? Is she taking all three jumps? Hannah?
So Tony, you've been around a lot of night jumps. For how far do you think 190 is that up and around the biggest jumps we've had at night?
I'm probably figuring that a jump in the mid-180s is probably the best jump distance that we've seen at night from a female competitor. But let's see if we can try and set some new high marks here. Coming in, Hannah Streltsova, jump number one. Nice looking jump, but is it? Oh, and she drops the handle into the landing, so that jump does not score.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. It looked like she had a really nice cut, got herself into a strong position, came through the ramp nice. I just think she had a hard time seeing her landing. So like we said, everyone has three jumps to figure out what's going on. The first one is obviously a look and see, and then after that we're going to see what she can do. I think she was a little early, and I know Hannah, she wants to be cutting late. I'm pretty sure her coach will be telling her just to do almost what you did. The cut looked pretty nice. Just bring it down 10 feet and take it down the lake.
Just watching the replay there, Tom, looked like she got rocked back a little bit through the wakes. What I liked about her jumping yesterday was she really stayed still through the wakes, kept her direction. Sometimes she lets up a little bit, gets moved around a touch. She figured that out yesterday, and that translated into a huge jump, her best ever. On that one, it looked like she kind of lost her balance a little bit, back a touch, didn't keep the direction through the jump. I don't know how far that one was. We were not going to get a distance. She missed the landing anyway, so it comes as a 0. It's not going to go against her, but she does not have a score on the board, and she only has 2 jumps left.
Yeah, she'll be looking to make that adjustment, obviously. And you could see then when she hit the ramp, the helmet cam was moving to the boat, which is never a good sign. You know, you want your head wants to stay to the left of that right ski and hold direction. So.
All right, then, so as we continue on, Hannah Streltsova down to her final 2 jumps. We'll see what occurs with her penultimate jump. After we get done with the conclusion of the women's jump competition, then we're going to go into the men's jump final. 8 competitors there, the first of which is already on the dock right now. It's Emil Ritter preparing for the 3 jumps that he will take on in just a few minutes' time. But we are still very much in the women's jump competition right now with 2 remaining jumps, courtesy of Hannah Streltsova. Let's see if she can do it.
Yeah, jump number 2 for Hannah. She has got some work to do. She's chasing 175. That's job number 1. Can she take the victory? She needs to go 176 or further.
Here she comes. Jump number 2.
Better through the wakes. Good extension. Can she land and ski this one away? She bounces funny.
She takes an iron grip of that handle and skis that one away. Hannah Streltsova.
Ladies and gentlemen, what was it?
Well, that's a good jump, guys. Remember, this is the last lady. So this is the last jump coming up. I don't know if that's going to take over Brittany. She's going to need to figure out herself in the cut and really try and hold that direction.
And that would be fantastic if it came down to the 3rd and final jump. We're waiting the distance. It's 171. She has not taken the lead. She is only in the 3rd spot right now. There is a ton of pressure on her shoulders. Hannah Streltsova has won every event so far this year. She is the current leader on the Pro Tour, but she is left herself wanting coming into this 3rd and final jump.
Needing to find 4 additional feet on top of what she's doing right now. She's currently in 3rd place with a 171.
This is what we like. It's coming down. It's the 3rd and final jump, the last skier of the Open Women's Jump Final.
Yeah, this is the pressure. This is where all the marbles are. Is she going to be able to will herself to do it? She's got a lot of pressure on her right now. Brittany has put the score there, and that's one thing about going out a little earlier. You get a good jump. You're going to put pressure on the skiers that are coming up. Let's see what she has for this final jump.
All right, then, for the win, for all the marbles here, this is Hannah Streltsova on jump number 3. If you want to see her take the win here, you got to let her hear you.
Ooh, another great jump.
That jump had some float.
I think she eked out a bit more distance. I think it could be enough. What do you reckon, guys? Who's down there watching?
Wow.
That was some jump.
Close.
She did trust herself on that one. She got herself on the strong edge. She was late. She put everything into that last jump.
Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you the winner in the women's jump competition with 54.7 meters, 179. It is Hannah Streltsova.
Coming up clutch on jump number 3. Let's watch the replay from the helmet cam. She makes the turn. She was late. She said, you know what? This is the last attempt I've got. I'm going to drive through. I'm going to get my legs. She kicked it and just floated one down. And that is your winner, 179 feet, Hannah Streltsova. Big congrats.
All right, and there is your podium up on the screen. 3rd place, Sasha Denyaskaya. Runner-up, Brittany Wharton. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give them all a big cheer as we celebrate Hannah Streltsova taking the Queen of Darkness women's jump title. And there is your women's jump leaderboard. Hannah Streltsova with a 54.7 meter jump or 179. Brittany Wharton in runner-up spot with a jump distance of 175 or 55.4.
Sasha Denyaskaya with 172 or 52.3. Regina Jaquez with 163, 49.7. And Valentina Gonzalez with a 138 or 42 meters dead. All right, so let's see how that affects the Pro Tour standings. This is the final Pro Tour stop so far as the jumping is concerned. We're going to throw that up on the screen to confirm that Hanna Streltsova has won the Women's Jump Pro Tour title. These standings brought to you by John K. Phillips on 118 points. Sasha Denyaskaya runner-up on 80. Brittany Greenwood Wharton with 73 points. Laura Morgan in fourth spot with 68. Regina Jaquez on 55. Valentina Gonzalez on 43. And Dominique Allard and Yuta Menestrina both tied in seventh with 20 points apiece.
And while we have just a few moments break, the ramp height is getting jacked up to the full 6 foot height for the open men. It's about to come out here now. Emil Ritter from Chile will be kicking it off. Dorian Llewellyn from Canada. Jack Critchley from England. Louis Duplon Fribourg from France. Freddie Kruger from the US. Taylor Garcia also from the US, the hometown boy. And then Luca Rochenwald breaking his Austrian record in the preliminary round. And Joel Poland breaking the English record and equaling the European record.
Yeah, we're going to see some amazing jumping coming up. If you can imagine just standing on top of a 6 foot wall and then jumping off that, you know, it's quite daunting. And you're going to see these guys, not only are they jumping off that 6 foot wall, they're coming into that thing at 70 miles an hour, maybe 80 miles an hour. Kicking that ramp and flying 230, 240 feet down the lake.
Yeah, well, we saw the longest jump of the year in the preliminary round from Joel Poland. It was 236. As I said, tied a European record.
All right, thank you.
So things are about to get huge here. The boat speed goes up to 57 kilometers per hour, 35 miles. These skiers will double the speed of the boat as Emil Ritter leaves the dock.
Let's give it up for him, please. The current Pan American Games men's jump champion from Chile, Emil Ritter.
Yeah, Emil, first off the dock from Chile. He's a very, very consistent jumper. He's obviously first one off the dock. You know, it's a strange place to be first one. I remember being first one off the dock. Sometimes you feel a bit like a forerunner because of the jumpers who are coming up next. But you do have a chance to really put a big jump out on the board with no pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Coming out first, you get the opportunity to set the pace. I've seen it before. Skiers come out first, throw a big one out there, and it puts a lot of pressure on the remaining field. Emil posted a 218-foot jump in the prelims. He made it through in the LCQ round. He wasn't in the top 6. That was the format from the prelims. Our skiers went out, and the top 6 went straight through, and the remaining had to battle it out again for the last 2 spots. Emil claimed 8th spot, and he's the first one out. Reverse seated order. Here we go. Jump number 1.
Here he is. Let's make some noise. Oh, and he opens up with an absolute doozy of a jump there.
Yeah, not bad from Emil. That's your introduction to 6 foot jumping right there. And he wasn't even that late, wasn't really pushing it. I think that's just a nice little warm-up jump. Like I said, it's hard. You haven't seen anybody else jump yet. You're the first one off the dock, so it's all down to you. You've got to have everything dialed in, everything ready to go. Emil coming up with a really nice jump. Coming out with a 193-foot jump.
As we saw some of the ladies go out, their first one was a little conservative, wasn't it? They just kind of took it a little bit easier, got their eye in. I think he was here last night getting a little bit of practice, but every single time you go out at night, it always feels awkward. It always feels different. You always got to take a jump to kind of get your feeling out there, your eye in.
And I mean, so far as night jumping is concerned, I mean, for a lot of competitors out there, there are very few competitors there that are 100% comfortable with every aspect of night jumping. You know, whether you're trying to take in the increased speed, or whether it's the depth perception, or even coming off the jump and trying to figure out how you're going to land this thing.
You know, I mean, there are very few competitors that are competent in all of those phases enough to where they can jump to the high echelons.
Yeah, I mean, even in the day, it can be hard to find your landing. At night, it just intensifies. So we're going to see Emil coming down. Let's see if he can push himself in the course. He's bringing it later. He's getting close to that dog. That's a harder turn. He's kind of hard through the ramp. Big lift off the top of that ramp.
Oh, huge.
Well, he had a ton more speed on that one, didn't he? Truckload of speed into the bottom of the ramp. I don't think he got his usual lift. He kind of hit the ramp a little hard. The knees buckled a touch. Something wasn't quite lined up there, so he lost some distance on the surface of the jump ramp. It's still going to be a further jump than the first one, I would assume.
Yeah, with Emil's technique, he is a little bit of a taller jumper. He doesn't really sink into his cut. So if he is any bit at all into the base of the ramp, he's just going to miss that lift a little bit. You can see there, he just isn't quite getting that extension he wants as he leaves the end of the ramp. I think this next one, he's going to make that adjustment. He's going to try and get maybe a little bit lower, sink those knees a bit more into the ramp so he has more room to be able to kick off the end of the jump.
So 203 feet, 203 feet. That's our first skier over 200, and it will just get further and further from here. He has one jump remaining. Hopefully he can take the advice that Tom was offering him there. I agree, coming into the ramp just a little bit lower, seeing if he can get that extension, the all-important kick off the top of the jump, and carry him down. He went 218. He would love to go 220 at night. That is a huge distance. But that's what it's going to take here tonight if you want to be anywhere near the podium, is well over 220 feet.
And if you want him to jump that kind of high echelon distance, you got to get loud, folks. I mean, these jumpers are putting everything on the line here as Emil Ritter comes in on jump number 3, using letter X on the 0 off. Make some noise!
No, it's not going to be it. Emil Ritter comes up short on jump number 3, slips out a little bit. You saw him sort of bank back the boat. Skis come up in front of him. It's going to be, his longest jump is going to be the 203.
Yeah, you can just see he wasn't able to hold direction. He kind of got trapped a little bit on his arm sling. What we have in jump, we have a little loop on the right side of our body. It's we call it the arm sling, and it's designed to keep our handle close to our body. And when in his cut there, he just got trapped on it a little bit, so he couldn't quite hold direction through the ramp. It's unfortunate for Emil. It looked like he had himself in a good spot on that second jump. He'll be a little disappointed with that last one, but hey, he's been out there, he's jumping at night. He's hitting that
very
ramp at
close
70
to the
miles an
bottom
hour.
right-hand corner.
I actually, I don't know if you witnessed him in the preliminary round, Tom. He was pushing the corner really close. He had to check his fin a couple times. So maybe that came into play a little bit as he went out there at night. We didn't want to put him in such a precarious position. So maybe left his cut a little bit earlier, a little bit easier, so that didn't happen to him at night, because that would end in disaster.
Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation, please, to Chile's Emil Ritter.
203 feet, 61.8 meters.
And ladies and gentlemen, presented to you on the water right now from Canada, Dorian Llewellyn. Let's hear from him.
Hey guys, I'm Dorian Llewellyn. I'm skiing for Canada, but I'm a Florida boy at heart. Everybody's been going huge out here. I'm sure that everybody's gonna be going massive in the finals. So cheer loud, because the louder you cheer, the farther we go. Have fun, let's do this.
Yeah, I hope everyone's gone back to the bar, topped up their beers and getting ready to make some noise. Dorian already I think yesterday or today, was it a 222 he did in prelims, so he's dialed in, and he's one of those skiers. He's kind of coming back from an injury, but before that, he was jumping close to 230 feet consistently. So let's see tonight if he can find his way in the dark and really put one down the lake close to that 230 foot mark.
All right, then, beautiful imagery right now from our sky camera, piloted by Jason Scholl, doing a fine job, as indeed all the crew are from TWBC covering this event. Ladies and gentlemen, Dorian Llewellyn, let's make some noise for him. Oh, he got a hold of that one.
Okay, Dorian Llewellyn starting his campaign off well. He's a smaller guy, a little bit more compact. He is he's a technician, and when he is in form, he gets so much lift out of that jump ramp. His personal best over 230 feet, and he flew 221 yesterday to make his way into this final for us tonight. And starting off well, everything kind of lined up there, maybe just a little bit easy of an approach, but it still takes the lead. It's 210 feet.
Yeah, Carl, I'd probably say that was the ideal first jump.
Yeah, for sure.
Really nice technique straight through the bottom of the ramp. Look at that technique off the top of the ramp. That's exactly what you want on your first jump. That gives you a really good feeling for the next two.
Okay.
You're in such a strong position. You can either bring it down the leg, as long as he keeps the same cut. That's what he wants. A little more speed, a little bit later, same cut.
Yeah, Dorian Llewellyn, who has been excelling pretty well of recent times, with some consistently long jumps, dating back as recently as the pro event that took place over in Polk City not too long ago. And but this is a different kettle of fish, folks. This is night jumping. Your senses are definitely heightened here as he now makes his way into the jump for the second time in 3 attempts. Let's hear it.
Oh, that's a good jump for jump number 2. Dorian Llewellyn, yeah, he is loving it out there. And I tell you what, this guy has been lacking a little bit of confidence, but 2 jumps so far. He's kicked both of them. That one's further. We don't know how far. It might be pushing closer to 220. And he's going to take a lot of confidence, because I have a feeling the last time he was competing in a night jump, he had an awful crash.
He did.
If I go back to the LA night jump, it was of July last year. He had
it was.
a horrendous
look at
out the
this,
front.
folks.
220. Yes, he's energized. The crowd's energized. Let's get on it.
Yeah, no better way than to get over a hard crash like that, to then go out and post a 220 at night. That is a brilliant second jump.
Yeah, that was a really nice second jump. Like I said, he built it off the first jump. Really nice start, really nice second jump. That's exactly what he wants. He is finding his way tonight. You can see his confidence is building. I think that's right up around where he jumps in the day. So if he can match it, if he can just be a little bit stronger through the ramp, he's got at least another 5 feet left in him, I think.
Well, hopefully he can find just that little bit more, because there's still 6 competitors remaining. 220 feet at night is massive. And normally that would, you'd be looking at a podium finish, but 6 competitors remaining. I think he needs more. 220 is not going to cut it tonight. 230 might be the mark.
All right there, so Dorian Llewellyn with 220 feet in his back pocket, looking for more. Does he get it, ladies and gentlemen? Let's get behind him!
And another superb jump there from Dorian Llewellyn, but didn't quite get the snap off the ramp. You saw him kind of wave it away, and he let go of the landing. That'll probably be a 0, but he's not going to be worried about it. He has a 220 on the board, and he is going to be a happy camper skiing back to the dock.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice set. I mean, that's the kind of set you dream of when you're jumping at night. I mean, it's so consistent, look really strong, very confident. Remember, these guys are going 220 feet. That's around 70 yards. I don't know how many people here can throw a football 70 yards, and that's how far they're jumping tonight. I mean, that's a really nice jump from Dorian. That's what you want, your early jumpers. You want to see them putting on a show. You want to see them looking confident, jumping far, because the next guys who are coming up, seeing that, are going to want to do the same.
Well, that last jump, 206 feet or 62.7 meters, the least out of the 3. But ladies and gentlemen, let him hear you one more time. Your new leader with 220 feet, Dorian Llewellyn.
Great effort. And I have a feeling just that last jump, after he posted that 220, I think he was a pretty happy guy, and he just lacked the commitment to really finish through on the third and final.
Yeah, you can tell he was, the first 2 jumps, he just came out on fire, and it's almost like he used it all up on those 2 and didn't have enough for the third, but really nice set from...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Jack Critchley, and let's hear from him.
Hey, my name is Jack Critchley. I'm from England, United Kingdom. I'm here at the King of Darkness ready to jump at night. I've won this in 2018, so I'm hoping I can go for that again. Thanks for coming out, grab a beer and watch some big jumps. Thanks.
And I tell you what, not for the first time has he tasted victory at a night jump event, not only here, but also in Zachary, Louisiana last season as part of LA Night Jam. You know, so if there's one competitor who brings a decent amount of experience into this event, enough to maybe possibly come away with the victory, it's certainly Jack Critchley.
Well, you heard him say it. He had won this event in 2018. Since then, it's been a bit of a Freddy Krueger show. A lot of victories for Freddie, but this guy can do it. He won the LA Night Jump last year. Unfortunately, had a bit of a mishap in the preliminary round. He made it through to the final, then took a little bit of a stack. He had a bruised hamstring. Hopefully, he can deal with that coming into the bottom. He sits back a touch. That's a bit of a feeler. Slaps his skis down. I think that's a good sign, though. He was able to take that.
Yeah, really good sign from Jack. He had that out the back in the prelims, but made it through to the final. But anytime you take a crash and you get a whack, it's going to affect you a little bit. That first one, definitely a confidence boosting jump. You can see he got through the start of his turn really nice, got his skis underneath him, and just rode that edge all the way through the ramp, just feeling it out, looking really strong. Now, one thing with Jack, he's tough. He is tough. You know, there's no one else who I know who can probably, you know, go 197 and he could pop off a 227 on this next jump. So everyone keep their eyes open for Jack. He's a dark horse in this event. I think we're going to see him feel good after that first one, get his confidence back under him, and you're going to see him really light it up on this second jump.
Close to the bottom right-hand corner, as we see with that imagery, but still had enough to work with.
Yeah, so I think that one was just to test out how the hamstring felt. You know, he had to just kind of go over one. Now he's going to get some confidence. You saw him come off the ramp and his skis, you know, from the helmet cam, you saw the skis flare up a little bit, turn back. He lost his direction. He didn't quite have that same commitment through the bottom that we need from these jumpers to go a long way. But now that he's ridden one over, he's going to turn up the pressure on jumps 2 and 3.
Here we go, folks. Jack Critchley selecting letter ZC, probably the highest letter that we're going to see amongst our jumpers in this competition. Let him hear you, folks. Jack Critchley, jump number 2.
Oh, it's bigger. It's bigger. He's carried it down the lake. Maybe still not connecting on the ramp as clean as he would like. As he's found more distance, I think he's going to eke out in front of Emil Ritter with jump number 2. But 220, that's a big distance from Dorian Llewellyn. I don't think he's caught that yet.
Yeah, okay, because he's building up, and that's one thing Jack is good at. He'll get the first one, a second one, but he's not afraid to give it on the third one. But that's still a good jump, 201. He's just lacking that little bit of confidence to really take that commitment through the ramp. I think this third one, we're probably going to see maybe go from the same spot and just really try and drive through the top of that ramp a little more.
And Jack Critchley, certainly for his sake, hasn't only got to find the distance to actually supersede Dorian Llewellyn. He's also got to find some more distance because he knows the level of a competitor to come as well. You know, so if it's now or never.
It is, and you know, Jack's been a winner in multiple events, and this is where he's got to find that now. You know, he's got to take that trust that he's won a lot of events the last few years. I think he's just got to take stock in the fact that he knows how to do it, and he's just got to trust himself on this next cut.
Dig down deep is what I think. He's just got to reach inside and kind of find some willpower, some determination to get him through jump number 3 and find another 19 feet to catch our lead from Dorian Llewellyn. It all starts right, the turn at the 6 as we follow along from helmet cam. He's gliding now, setting up, waiting. You can see the dock come into view. Right there, he's starting to panic and starting to go, okay, it's time to turn. Cutting into the ramp hard, stumbles a little bit, kicks it. And another good jump. It's going to be close to that. Yeah, it's not the 220. Hopefully he's found a little bit more distance, get himself into second spot though.
Yeah, I think he's going to find himself he looked actually really good in his cut, and just before the first wake, just lost his position a little bit and just couldn't quite held it through the ramp. 60.8, I mean, that's still, you know, getting out there. Like I said, he's tough, very tough. A lot of people, after what happened in the preliminary round where he had a good jump on the board and then had a little crash after, would really have a hard time getting out and taking those jumps. So let's give it up for Jack. He's put himself out there. He's put on a show for everybody tonight. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Just looking at this jump one more time, very close to the bottom right-hand corner, and just kind of looked a little out of sorts on this occasion, one would say there, Kyle.
Oh, for sure. Definitely the hamstring was plaguing him there. He had to get the confidence and make sure, that he didn't repeat the same mistake in slipping out the back. That's job number one. But also he had to deal with the injury too, which is, was taking away from his power and his cut and through the ramp. So congrats for him for putting on a good show and getting out there and still going over 200 feet at night, which is a great jump.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Francis Louis Duplan-Fribourg as we listen to his intro.
Hey guys, Louis Duplan-Fribourg here. I'm really happy to be here. I'm glad you all show up to the tournament. Let's have some fun.
Short and sweet.
All right, so 3 competitors down, 5 remain. Louis Duplan-Fribourg, the French national record holder, 227 feet. That's his mark. That's the longest he's been. I'm trying to think of how many night jump events this guy's been to.
He hasn't.
It hasn't been to too many.
Never
this is
jumped
his first
at
one.
First one at night.
All right.
And that's where we got a newbie.
And the first time he ever jumped at night was practice last night.
And that's what we have now.
Welcome, Louis.
Welcome.
Let's see how it goes. Good luck.
Let's get some confidence
baptism
from
of fire here, one would suggest.
He's got a lot of experience. He's a great jumper during the day, and he will figure things out. He's in his awesome overall skier. He's a current world overall champion.
Here he comes.
Number 1 is a little bit early. He decides to pass. Yes, that's common for your first time at night. I think you're gliding, going, okay, I'm late. I better go. And then no.
Well, I mean, this is what I'm saying. We have a good mix of veteran experience and youthful exuberance on the dock.
Youthful vigor.
Yeah, we have Freddie. I remember, Freddie Kruger's once many night jumps, but his first one laid an egg. So, it takes a bit to get used to jumping in the dark. But I think Louis he's a seasoned competitor. He's been doing it for multiple years, not at night, but in the day. And I think we're going to see him. He's going to make the adjustment on this jump. He's going to make the adjustment. He looked good on that cut. It's just a matter now of finding his timing and where he wants to cut to the ramp. And that's the thing. It's about knowing where to go. The timing is going to be the key.
Well, it's going to have to be a big adjustment, isn't it? Because that was pretty early. Like, he was setting up, and we're like, hey, he doesn't actually push his cut that late usually. Like, he is a very progressive cutter, I think. He loads really, really well from the wakes to the jump. And when he does that, he gets his lift and he goes a long way. He never really pushes his turn too much. Sometimes if he does, he gets a little loose line in his turn, and that kind of upsets him. He's better to be progressive, but that was way too early.
So Louis Duplan-Fribourg from France actually comes to us from the area of France, which actually helped in the creation of the sport of water skiing. He comes to us originally for Juin-le-Pin. Didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that, Tony. Thank you for clarifying that.
Hopefully that'll help him make it go a little bit later.
Maybe taking all that heritage and all of that history on board his shoulders as he gets set for his second jump of 3. Passed on jump number 1. Let's see what he can do by way of jump number 2.
Let's go, Louis. It's jump number 2. He's out in front of the boat, waiting to turn. There's the slow turn. Powers in. He's got his timing. And that
he got a hold of that one.
Brilliant second jump. He's going to be pumped with that.
That is a really nice second jump. That's the thing. You have to trust your technique at night. You have to trust you can be late, and you have to trust where you are in the course. And he did all of that on this second jump. That is a fantastic jump coming out of the gate. Now he's got one more, and let's see if he can really commit to challenging the lead of Dorian Llewellyn.
Yeah, it wasn't the 220. You could see his turn was just back on the boat a little bit. Still kind of a medium cut there, but really, really uncorked one off the top of the jump. And that distance jump will come through in just a second. There it is. It's 2:12. It slots him into second spot, 64.7. But he's 8 feet shy of the lead. Look at that flight as he sort of sails down the lake. A lot of height off the jump ramp. He's got his technique. He just has to find his timing.
Yeah, now it's the timing thing, and I think that we're going to get him. I think the crowd here has got to will him up to that 67 meters We got another 10 feet to go plus for him to challenge the lead of Dorian Llewellyn. We're going to have to make some noise on this next jump and really, really fire him up. See if we can get him past that 220-foot mark.
All right, we see one of the best to do it on the starting dock right now, Freddie the Nightmare Krueger. He's going to go next. And let's see what this night jump rookie can do with his third and last attempt. Let's make some noise.
Oh. Yeah, hits the ramp pretty hard on that last one and lost a little distance there. 212 will be his longest, ladies and gentlemen. He is still in second spot. So 4 competitors have been. 50% of our field remains. Freddie Krueger takes to the water next.
Yeah, maybe that was too much noise for the rookie there.
But I tell you what, as he comes into the shore, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for Francis Louis Duplan Friable.
Yeah, that's not a fun feeling when you hit the ramp like that. The head gets forced down almost through your knees. It was a hard impact. Just missed the timing a little bit. All these skiers try and stay in their position and cut right through the jump, but there is a level of anticipation. If you don't have that, you won't get your lift, and at night it is oh so difficult to do.
Yeah, it is, and that's whenever you see someone just kind of out of balance or out of shape, it's probably because they're anticipating that ramp too early. You just can't do that at night. You got to stay on your edge, and you got to be willing to really attack the jump. Anytime you're standing up or you're coming off edge, you're going to find that your skis are going to get away from you. And we don't want that. You want to be having your skis, we call the stacked position, with your hips and shoulders directly on top of your right foot. So you want to see that when they're cutting into the ramp, their shoulders and hips are right above that right foot and holding that position all the way through the ramp. I just didn't see that on Louis' last one. You saw it on the second. We saw it with Dorian. Now we see the master at it. We're going to see Freddie the Nightmare Krueger coming out next, who's multiple night jump champion. We're going to see him really commit to that strong position and probably really try to challenge Dorian.
Well, no one has done it better, and no one has been doing it as long as this gentleman on the dock, putting his skis on, strapping himself in to those Nightmare D3 jump skis. He is going out maybe a little earlier than we're used to seeing him. We usually see him at least in the top 1 or 2 skiers. He had a couple rough landings in the prelims yesterday. I don't know if you saw that, Tom. He flew 230 feet. Unfortunately, it did not count because he got bounced on the landing and wasn't able to ski it away. So he didn't end up skiing in the second preliminary round. He took a bit of a rest. Saving some energy for this evening. This guy is 49 years of age. He has been winning jump events, winning professional jump events in 4 of the last 4 decades.
Okay.
Ever since he was in his late teens. 1995 was his first victory. He won a ton 2000, 2010, and 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for the Nightmare, Freddie Krueger. And let's hear his intro.
Hey guys, I'm Freddie Krueger. Thanks for coming out tonight. I live a couple miles away, so I feel like a hometown boy here. Won this event a couple of times, would love to do it again. The louder you get, the harder we go. Let's hear it.
Well, and I think a couple of times is rather understating it a little bit because we just saw the graphic a few moments ago suggesting that he's won this event at least 3 times. On top of which he's excelled at LA Night Jam, another nighttime jump tournament in Zachary, Louisiana. And he's won events as far afield as Australia and a lot of other places like that too. So unmatched experience, and he's been winning jump titles, as you rightly said there, Kyle, since 1995.
He's won everything, pretty much, multiple times over.
Multiple times over.
Yeah, and a former world record holder. Tom, you alluded to it earlier. He didn't love night jumping when he first started. He had trouble, but he learned how to adjust. He figured it out, and he has the longest jump at night. It's 240 feet.
Here he comes.
Oh, slipping out. Skis
slipping out.
Splitting on the ramp.
Still a decent jump, but he left a lot of it on the ramp.
was a good approach. You know, he's got the experience that he fine-tuned his timing bang on right from the start. I think it was a good approach. Just didn't find connection on the ramp.
No, I think he's already found his spot. He knows where he needs to be. Now it's just a matter of getting it all together. You know, it's probably the latest cut we've seen today actually from Freddie. You know, just getting his skis right on it. You can see that stacked position right here, just getting a little bit ready for the ramp. He didn't quite hold that edge all the way to the ramp. And when you do that, you're going to miss, or your body's going to go under a lot of pressure when you're hitting that 6-foot jump. To take that pressure away, he's got to hold that edge through the ramp so his skis can slide through the ramp cleanly and give an opportunity to really extend off the end. I think he's in a good place in his cut. It's just a matter now of getting that full extension off the end of the jump.
All right, so jump number 1 for Freddie Kruger. The distance coming in, it's 208 feet. He slots himself in to 3rd spot.
And that's actually the second best opening jump out of our previous competitors so far. The best open, you know, and it's going to take something for him to supersede Dorian Llewellyn right now on 220 feet. But if you believe that he still has what it takes to take the lead and maybe the win, you need to get behind him. You have got to start screaming and shouting and making yourself heard for Freddie Kruger's 2nd jump.
Oh, that was late.
Oh, he took that one.
But that's a heavy landing again. A good jump for Freddie Kruger. He's added distance. How far was it? Dorian Llewellyn sits on top with 220. Has he done enough?
Yeah,
I saw him coming into that turn there, Tom, breaking away, shutting the brakes down, and he was late.
He was late. In the day, I'm probably not taking that one.
He didn't see how late he was.
Well, here we go, folks. Let's give it up for Freddie Kruger on his way back down the lake. 224 feet. He's taking the lead.
That is huge, guys. Congrats to Freddie Kruger. But his job is not done. He's got one more jump. He's got to find some more distance. He is landing heavy tonight.
He is landing heavy. He did not put his readers in before he went out to jump.
But congrats to him. He's got the lead. Llewellyn was sitting on top for a little while, but has been surpassed.
And let's bear in mind, of course, that Freddie Kruger, I mean, for all the experience that he brings in, is not immune to getting the odd knock or two. As a matter of fact, he injured his right elbow a little bit in the previous round of a jump, so he's battling against that, and hopefully he's feeling okay. But well, a 224-foot jump, I would say,
pretty
is
okay.
Pretty okay for the moment. All right,
we've seen Freddie.
He's got to come up with a jump that will fend off the next 3 challengers. Let's see what we got. Freddie the Nightmare Kruger will live in about 2 or 3 miles away in Windermere in Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please.
Let's get
Freddie
noisy.
The Nightmare Kruger.
It's just as late. Can he kick it even better? He splits again. No. That's not going to be as long as 224. It's a big jump. Will it stand up? Will he be on top of the podium? We got 3 competitors remaining who can have something to say about that.
Yeah, the next 3 competitors, we got Taylor Garcia. And right on cue, last 3 jumpers, the Disney fireworks start sending off.
You gotta love that, ladies and gentlemen. All right there, so where do we stand right now? We got Freddie the Nightmare Kruger on 68.2 meters or 224 feet. Dorian Llewellyn still very much in the mix with a 220 or 67 meters. Louis Duplan Freiberg on 64.7 for 3rd right now. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that he can hear you one more time. Let's give it up, please, for Freddie the Nightmare Kruger.
Yeah, and 224 feet, it's a big jump at night. It is a long way, but there are 3 skiers remaining, and they all went over 230 feet in the preliminary round. 230 feet, 70 meters is absolutely huge.
All right, the skier on the water right now is Taylor Garcia, and let's hear his intro.
Hi, my name is Taylor Garcia. This is my home site. I live here in Winter Garden. And I'm so excited for all of you guys to be out here today. And the louder you guys get, the further we're going to jump. So please get on your feet, get loud, and thank you for coming.
And that's what I've been saying.
You have, Tony, and we're going to hear it. I think we need to get some noise, get some vocal. These are the last 3 jumpers of the night. I think it's time to get rowdy, get loud. Let's will these guys on. We got Freddie at the top with 224 feet. I think we can will these guys on to go further tonight.
Create some fireworks of our own, why don't we? Here we go. Taylor Garcia, who in practice prior to this competition jumped around about 230 feet, match that with bigger distances. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get loud!
Oh, so Taylor Garcia hitting the ramp hard on jump number 1. It's not going to be the jump he's looking for. But talk about late cuts, guys. This guy can bring it down the lake. He likes to turn hard. He gets a ton of speed. A lot of momentum through the jump.
Yeah.
And he is looking for a win here. I don't believe he has won this event. It's his home site, and he would dearly love to take the W at the 2024 King of Darkness.
Yeah, we got Taylor coming in. I mean, that was a great cut. You know, we got Taylor with the fireworks behind us. We're ready to make things happen. Now, just the same thing. We're dealing with depth perception at night. Let's get behind him, guys. Let's spur him on for the second jump.
So on 209 feet or 63.6 meters, that vaults him into 4th place right now. He has 3 other people above him.
Oh, well, that was a
major
impact on the ramp. He hit the ramp hard then.
He did.
He's coming in at 70+ mile an hour. And his timing wasn't quite there, and his head just straight down there.
Jolted.
Yep, jolted.
Yeah,
You'll
these
shake
days.
that off. Yep, you've got to kind of keep your position, stay low through the bottom of the jump, and then the ramp feels smooth. But hitting a 6-foot ramp like that feels like hitting a brick wall.
It does, and that's what happens. You get bent over double like that. We've got Taylor. He's pulling up on the far end timing buoy, the 600-foot buoy. He's going to time his cut, see how late he can go on this second jump. He's pushing it down the lake. This is your hometown boy. Winter Garden boy lives on site. Let's get loud. Let's get rowdy. Let's get him up.
He's got more. It's further.
Yeah, that's better.
I don't think it's enough though. You know, just looking at the way he came off, his reaction when he landed, he's added distance, I think, but I don't think it's caught. I don't think it's actually caught Dorian Llewellyn. Dorian Llewellyn, 220. That's standing up pretty good so far.
That is. I mean, that was a great jump from Dorian. One of the early guys came out and just put one out there, looking really good. I think he looks really good in his cut. He's just losing that right ski on the ramp. He doesn't have his right ski there to be able to lift off the jump. We just need to see Taylor. Look at that great turn. Got a really nice start. Really nice off the wake. Just getting ready for the ramp a little bit. I think maybe, Carl, he's just a little bit early.
Yeah, Taylor never pushes the corner of the jump. He's always a little on the early side. He likes to hit middle. He gets a ton of angle out of his turn. He really kind of holds. He gets a strong whip across, but he never kind of pushes things to the corner. But he definitely split.
And you know the remarkable thing about him actually making it to the ramp early, he actually sets the boat 2 foot wide, which means the boat is actually further away from the jump, which would ordinarily mean you'd have to push harder and it would actually bring you onto the bottom right-hand corner.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's some pressure on this guy. He is sitting in 4th right now. He's got some work to do. It's a 209 was his longest on jump number 1, 206. He lost distance on jump 2. He has 1 chance left. There is a ton of pressure on this man's shoulders as he comes in. But guys, let's clap him in. Let's get him going. He is 3rd and final. Cheer him along, the hometown boy. We need a big jump. We're chasing 224. He's going to leave it late. He turns
you guys
hard.
Be louder. Let's go.
Powers in the bottom. Can he extend? That's it. It's a big
there it is. There it is.
And he throws the fist on landing, guys. He knows it's big. How far is it?
That's 90% Taylor, 10% you guys on the crowd. That was awesome. Geeing him up, getting him going. That was a big jump from Taylor. That's got to be up and around that 224.
It's going to be very, very close. He knows it. 209 wasn't enough. 206 was definitely not enough. But jump number 3, he came up with the goods. It's 225, ladies and gentlemen. He takes the lead, 68.7 meters. And he takes down Freddy Krueger by 1 foot, and there's only 2 competitors remaining. This is getting exciting.
It's getting exciting. Feeling the energy here. We're building it up. 2 more guys to go. What a great jump from Taylor. Handling the pressure. Keeping himself low through the ramp. Really using that extension off the end of the ramp. He's late. He's got the speed. And managed to get all of it off the jump. What an excellent jump from Taylor. Putting it down. Handling that pressure and taking the lead.
And ladies and gentlemen, with 2 competitors remaining, Taylor Garcia with the new lead distance of 2:25 has guaranteed him spot on the top 3 podium. So let him hear you, Taylor Garcia.
What a cool view with the fireworks in the background as Taylor floats one down the lake. Big jump, 225 feet. Somewhere in there, he didn't have a great first and second jump. Somewhere in there, he came into the bottom ramp, at the bottom of the ramp and just said, you know what, I'm booting it, I'm kicking it.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing from Austria, Luca Rockenwald. Let's hear his intro.
What's up, guys? This is Luca Rockenwald, came all the way from Austria and Europe. Let's get loud, let's get hyped. Last 2 jumpers, let's go.
Okay, so Luca, the interesting thing with him, he's been creeping up into the tour standings over the last couple of years. He's currently sitting in 3rd spot. He's been jumping consistently. He's just come over for this. He flew in for this event. He was training at home in Austria. It's getting cold. He wasn't getting a lot of ramp time. You know what he did? He came out in the prelims yesterday and broke the Austrian national record, 231 feet. His first time over that magical 230 mark, 70+ meters. And this guy is on fire.
All right, here he comes, Luca Rockenwald. One of the most gifted technicians of waterski jumping. Here he comes. Let's make some noise.
Oh, again, we've seen it from quite a few competitors, misjudging their timing. A little bit early to the bottom, pre-kicking we call it, and getting in a bit of trouble there on jump number 1.
Yeah, you can see, I think you guys are getting smart in the crowd now. You can see as he's coming into the ramp, he's just letting off his edge. And once you do that, all the pressure goes to your upper body. And he just got crunched by the ramp. Again, it's a feeler jump. He did take a jump last night in practice, so he did get a feel of jumping at night. I think that first one is just get one on the board, get the energy out. Now he's going to calm down. But there hasn't been a jumper this year who's been on as fast a trajectory as far as the distances he's starting to jump. From 64 to 70 meters in a year is pretty impressive.
No, for sure. So jump number 1 will not be very far. He won't worry about that distance. And yeah, well, it's going to come up on your screens. It's 193, 58.8. So he's not going to be happy with that one.
All right.
We talked about Louis being a newbie, a rookie for night jump. I don't think Luca's got a whole lot of experience either.
No, I don't think so. I think this is probably his first, maybe a second.
He maybe done a one or two, but that's valuable experience.
Yeah, he jumped at LA Night Jam,
sure.
I believe. He left it late before deciding to actually compete in that competition earlier on this season. He's been doing that a lot lately. He's made a late-breaking decision to attend, and he comes through with a great distance. Here he comes. Let's make some noise, Luca!
Again,
oh, good float on the end of that one.
No, I don't know. He got a little bit outstretched again on the ramp. He lost a little bit of distance. It's further. He went 193 jump at number 1, but looking a little bit in trouble. Maybe pushing things a little bit hard here and hasn't quite found his groove. It's going to be a bigger jump.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Carl. He looks really good from the turn to the wake, but then as he starts transitioning through the wake to the ramp, he's just letting his shoulders start to roll forward to the bottom of the ramp. You just can't hold that kind of direction through the ramp once your shoulders start rolling that way. Let's get behind Luca.
Yes.
We got fireworks. We got crazy people jumping 70 meters. Let's make some noise.
Yes, indeed. His his second jump distance, 65.3 meters or 214 feet. It vaults him into 4th place right now, just marginally ahead of Louis Duplan-Freiburg.
Yeah. It's a good jump, but he's definitely got some work to do. He's got some adjustments to make. You can see him hitting the ramp and then losing his hips basically on the ramp, and is taking a ton of pull through the ramp, but he's taking it all through his shoulders, and he's sort of losing that upward drive through the hips that is what he did so well, and which carried him down to 230 plus feet in the prelims yesterday. He's going to make a couple adjustments here down on the 6 and hopefully find that form on the jump. Let's cheer him along. It's his third and final, last attempt for Luca Rockenwald.
Here he comes. Now or never.
That's late,
Jump
guys.
number 3.
He's powering in. Oh, he's got it. That's a big jump. That's
Huge
his best. Oh, it's getting tight.
Oh man, we're feeling the energy from the jumpers now. It's getting exciting out there. That is right up around where Taylor jumped.
Yeah, he brought it down, and I think he just committed that last little bit. Sometimes when you're early, you kind of have a tendency to let up a little bit and try and kick, and it squashes you on the jump. He didn't do that on the third jump. It's a big one. It's a tie. 225 feet. We have a tied lead between Luca and Taylor Garcia. This is getting intense.
Yes, it's a tie not only in feet and inches, but in metric as well. We have a perfect tie. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Austria's Luca Rockenwald.
What a performance from this young fellow on his third and final jump. Had a 193, a 214, and then the last one, a huge 225 to tie up with the lead.
Yeah,
well, we've got one competitor left, Tom. It's Joel Poland. He's been flying far. But let's just say it's a tie after he jumps. What happens?
Free jumping.
Yeah, I think we have a jump off, actually.
That's what I want to see, is a jump off.
Hey, you got to do the soap, Greenie. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe that a jump off, the skiers will have 2 jumps. They'll go back out, have 2 jumps each to decide the winner. But the fate of that depends on this gentleman as he leaves the dock. It's Joel Poland. It's the new record. The UK record was 236 feet. He tied the European record yesterday.
And let's hear his intro.
What's up, guys? Joel Poland here. So pumped to be skiing tonight. Can't wait to turn the lights off and go far. The louder you guys are, the further we go.
Bit of a theme in everybody's message, right, guys? Get behind them, get loud, and they will fly for you. And this guy is no exception. He thrives on spectator audience participation. He loves it. He loves the vibe. He loves the energy. And if you get behind him, he will fly tonight.
Yeah, Joel is definitely someone who thrives off energy. He is energy himself. He's going to want to hear it all. We got one more chance to make some noise, get silly, get behind this last jumper of the day. We already have 2 jumpers who've tied. Let's see if we can push Joel up and around that 225. Maybe we could have a 3-way tie, a 3-way jump off. That'll be the fitting end to the day.
All right, then. You got to be loud.
Jump number 1. He's chasing 225 feet. He powers in. It's a good jump on his very first. He floats it down. It's going to be close.
Kyle, that was a big first jump.
The longest opening jump of the final, correct?
For sure. He had his hips under him. He was in control the whole time. He just rode through. Like I said, we spoke of that stacked position earlier. He had that all the way through. Just exploded off the end of that ramp.
All right, that jump has got to be around about 2. Whoa,
Guys.
ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the 2024 King of Darkness men's jump competition is Joel Poland with 230 feet.
First attempt, Joel Poland goes out and throws down a huge 230-foot jump. This guy is on fire.
You could see he turned in, he was locked in. There was nothing taking him out of position. He just booted that jump. That was an amazing jump from Joel. As he turns that in, let's get ready to give him a big, wild celebration on the way down.
Well, what's he going to do, though? A lot of skiers will come in from that. They'll say, you know what, I'm done.
Okay, here's your podium. Joel Poland, your winner, ahead of Luca Rockenwald in runner-up spot and Taylor Garcia in 3rd. Yes, superior backup was the determining factor in Luca Rockenwald taking 2nd spot above Taylor Garcia. Now let's talk about records. Unofficial nighttime jump record is 240 feet. He's within 10 feet of that high echelon mark. What do you say, folks?
Let's get behind our winner. Let's make some noise.
He's decided to pass jump number 2, and I have a feeling he's going to ski it in to the beach.
Let's get behind Joel. Let's give him a big round of applause. What a jump. One and done, 230 feet.
What a way to finish this huge event. 2024 King of Darkness jump champion, Joel Poland.
He had 3, he only needed 1.
Does it in style, 230 feet, 70.2 meters. Right behind him, and Luca and Taylor Garcia.
And just to exemplify what he's just done, the fireworks display is just ramped up its intensity right behind us. But ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's give it up, please, for the 2024 King of Darkness men's jump champion with 230 feet, Joel Poland. Here's your leaderboard. Joel Poland, your winner on 230 feet, 70.2. Taylor Garcia with Luca Rockenwald in second spot above Taylor Garcia with their tied jump distances of 68.7 meters. Freddie Kruger, fourth place with 224. Dorian Llewellyn, 220 feet in fifth. Louis Duplan-Fremont with 212 feet. Emil Retter with 203. And Jack Critchley, 201. Wow. And ladies and gentlemen, your Pro Tour champion. Let's have a look at this. Sponsored by John K. Phillips. Your Pro Tour standings show that Joel Poland is your winner on 134 points. Ahead of Freddie Kruger on 126. Luca Rockenwald sneaking into the top 3 with 95 points. Taylor Garcia in fourth spot with 80 points. And Jack Critchley rounding off the top 5 on 58 points. Wow.
Wow, that was some event. What an amazing event. I mean, it's been absolutely awesome. The jumping has been sensational. I mean, how do we come to that? We have 6 jumpers over 220 feet. We had 2 that tied. We almost got to a runoff, and then boom, 230 on the last jump. What a fantastic event.
Be careful what I say.
So some celebrations being had by Joel Poland down there after the completion of the jump event. And congratulations to all of our competitors that have participated tonight. There's been some amazing skiing. Regina Jaquist taking out the open women's slalom. Nate Smith taking out the open men's slalom.
And
Hannah Streltsova on the open women's jump.
And stick around, folks, for the prize giving. It's going to be taking place right next to the trampoline park. Make your way over there to the prize giving. We'll get that situated in very short order. But great to have the presence of you two fellas, Tom Asher and Kylie. The wonderful analysis between the two of you. I mean, just the jump competition for the ages right there.
Yeah, it's been one of the best night jumps we've seen. I mean, what a great sight, what a great place. You know, so many good people have come together to make this tournament what it is. You know, Garcia's, all their family, all their crew really coming together and making this whole work, to all the sponsors. It's just been a fantastic event, culminating in this awesome skiing we've seen. You know, Joel, Hannah, Nate, Regina, just some fantastic skiing all around. And it all goes down to the hard work put behind the scenes. So we can't forget to say thanks to everyone else there who's done amazing.
All right, then. So our award ceremony will take place in about 15 minutes' time. But this has been the on-water activity with the 2024 King of Darkness. In 15 minutes, we will have the prize presentation, and we'll be back right after this.
Into the room, wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission, no sweat in the way I step, I got into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. of my brand new parachute. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new parachute. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got
Well, check, check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, how about that for an event? Yes, indeed, the culmination of the 2024 King of Darkness competition. We're about to do the award presentations of the events that have taken place right here, right now in the Isles of Lake Hancock. But before we do, Let us bring you up to date and provide you with the result for the top 3 in the Waterski Pro Tour. This is the final event of the year for the jumpers. So we'll get started. Jumpers, your top 3 in the Waterski Pro Tour standings. And these awards will be presented by John K. Phillips, who has provided us with the funding for the awards of the jumping competition for this season and elite and class season. Okay, so women's jump, 3rd place in the Waterski Pro Tour on 73 points. Let's give it up, please, for Brittany Water! Taking 3rd place in the Waterski Pro Tour women's jump standings on 73 points. Let's give it up, please, also for John K. Phillips. Runner-up on 80 points, just a very, very thin margin. Ladies and gentlemen, your runner-up on the Waterski women's Pro Tour standings is Sasha Denyeska. Finishing up on 80 points, and she will receive her award from John Phillips.
Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting us. No, wait, he's over there. Can you go?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your 2024 season Waterski Pro Tour Women's Jump Champion. Coming to you from Zachary, Louisiana, it's Hannah Strotsova! Hannah, do you have a word or two to say?
Having a pro tour is so much fun. Always thankful and grateful for all the sponsors, all the organizers of all the stops, for the opportunity to ski. Like, that's our lives, and we try to enjoy it, and it's just thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 finishes in the 2024 Waterski Pro Tour Women's Jump Standings. Brittany Walton, Sasha Denyeska, and your season-long champion, Hannah Strotsova. Ladies and gentlemen, we now go to the top 3 in the men's competition.
Yeah, just why random these guys. So random. The guy's a famous architect, really famous architect. Thank you very much.
John Phillips there presenting the 3rd place trophy to Luca Rockenwald as we now work away to our runner-up and scoring 126 points. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up please for Freddie the Nightmare Karuga! And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your 2024 Waterski Pro Tour Men's Jump Season-Long Champion with a point score of 334 points. He's set a British record. He's won this event. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for him, please. It's Joel Poland! And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up one more time for John K. Phillips. And Joel, if your hands aren't too full, would you like to grab onto a microphone and talk to the folks?
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? So, I think we all know that we wouldn't be able to have a Pro Tour here without one man in particular, and that's John right here. He's sponsoring us and, you know, putting up the money and making us all stand up here right now. And obviously, you know, there are people behind the Pro Tour. There's a couple of them, and I'm going to forget names, so I'm not going to go into the names. But yeah, thank you everyone. We really appreciate you guys, and yeah, we wouldn't be here without you, so thank you.
Celebrating your top three one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up please for Luca Roccamold, Freddie Krueger, and your season-long champion, Joel Poland.
Thank you, John.
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on to the award presentation for our winners. And ladies and gentlemen, your MC for those winners this time around. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up please for tournament organizer Steve Garcia.
Hey, you guys, that back in the back. Hey, guys in the back who are talking a lot. Everybody be quiet for a minute. John Phillips, come here. John Phillips, come here. You do not have a tour but for John Phillips. You all owe him a big, big applause. John Phillips, supported water skiing longer than I have. Thank you, John, for everything. We appreciate it. All right, guys. Hey, so the skiing this weekend was unique. And the reason I think it was unique was because only the top 10 qualified. We only brought the best. Guys, stop, please. I'll wait you out. I'm a jackass. Okay. Because we had the top 10, we had a score. You needed 5 at 41, and you still didn't make it here tonight. How good is that? Give everybody a hand for the 5+. In jump, if we'd only had a 4-man tour, it would have taken 70 meters to even get to the finals. Give it up for those guys. In women, we had a woman jump 195 feet, another one 179 feet. Give it up for them. So we're going to go to the pro men first. In 4th place, Thomas DeGasperi. Dad, give him the money. In 3rd place, he only ran 41 in the prelims because he had to run 5 to make it in. So instead he ran 41. How great is he? Corey Vaughn. And nothing for nothing, Wayne Bryant, but that's a good ski.
A good ski.
In 2nd place, this guy, it's impossible to tell you what he's done this week. The physical labor, we would not have had a tournament but for him. There's no way in the world. What you didn't see is that he almost missed his round today because he was working on the tournament, and I was about to come yell at him because he was going 800 miles an hour down the way in the golf cart. He works his ass off, and then he goes and finishes 2nd. Jonathan Travers.
You almost killed your kid.
The good news is JT and I kind of cycle up and down in our love for each other. We're clearly out. And in the winter, and it's really cool to see him do this, ran 41 not once but twice yesterday or 2 days ago. Nate Smith. Nate, if you don't get up here, we're going to take your money. Gone.
He's on Delta.
Damn it. Here's the guys. Give us. Literally, every one of these guys ran 5:41 to get here. How stupid is that?
Thank you. Here you go. I'm gonna lose it. Here you.
All right, pro slalom.
Hey, Alex, look at Rob. Look at Rob. Smile.
Pro women's slalom. Pro women's slalom. We're gonna go quick because we have an open bar and a band only till 11. Did I mention we have an open bar and a band till 11? Okay. In fourth place, running 39 for the first time this year. Incredible skiing in the finals, Allie Nicholson. And this is the first time all day that her dog has been leashed.
Not true.
It's true. In third place, our two-time world champion, Jamie Bull. In second place, and I don't know how many times she's done it, Whitney McClintock, incredible skiing, 2 at 41. Really? And in first place, her and Jack can commiserate tomorrow about how much pain they're in. Regina Jacobs. Regina Jacobs. Regina Jacobs.
Here she comes.
Really? That's how you're going to kill yourself over that? It's not on my property. You can't sue me.
It is actually.
Women's winners. Wait, get your cash. Hey, Jerry Brower here in Arnclough. Jerry Brower, Arnclough. You guys here? Phil Micklow? Absolutely. You guys here? Arnclough, Phil Micklow, Jerry Brower? Okay. All right, women's jump. In fifth place, the Chilean monster, Valentina Gonzalez. In fourth place, Regina Jacobs. In third place, and since this is the end of the season, I'm going to say with pride, my future daughter-in-law, Sasha, soon-to-be Garcia Denishkaya. In second place, coming back from a huge knee injury, and what a beautiful jump that was, that 175. That was just ridiculous. Brittany Wharton, that was insane. And in first place with a measly 195 feet yesterday, bringing it down to the third jump with all the pressure that comes with the third jump, Hannah Strasilova. There you go. Give him a big hand of applause. Dana, give him the money. They don't want a hand of applause. They want the money. All right, before we get to the guys. Before we get to the guys, yesterday we were sitting around the dock. We took all the young guys and we figured out their averages. And like an idiot, I told them, I'll give you $50 by whoever beats their average yesterday. So they all PB, every single one of them. Tonight they played for $250. Last night, Dash Kruger won. Tonight, in third place, Ridge Kruger. Where are you, Ridge? Come on. In second place, bringing home no money. Is it Dash or is it Brett? Is it Dash or is it Brett? It's Dash Kruger. And in first place, beat me for $250, Brett Ellis. Those are yours there. Those two are yours. Wait, take the money, you idiot.
Right, the money.
Take the money. There's two more down there. And this is a message to Freddie for Dash's money and Brett's money. This is not to be spent on college. It is not to be spent on anything smart. It's meant to have fun.
Fred, you're my hero.
All right, men's results, then we're done. Men's results. In 8th place, and not where we're usually used to seeing him, but this guy took a crash yesterday that most human beings would not be walking today, much less skiing, much less jumping 200 feet. This guy is really something. Jack Critchley. In 7th place, Chilean monster, Mila Ritter. In 6th place, welcome to night jump, Louis DePlon Freiberg. In 5th place, and I think really the reason that everybody jumped big tonight was because he went out and put it out. He went out and like said, game on everybody. 220, big, huge jump at night. Great to see you, Dorian Llewellyn. In 4th place, the best there's ever been, the greatest there is, Freddie Nightmare Kruger. No, I'm not doing that. There is no 3rd place. Tied for 2nd place. They went to the 3rd jump. How do I say this nicely? For Taylor, at least he sucked till then. These guys came through 3rd jump. They come out of the dark at night. They're not where they want to be. They haven't done it yet. And then they just killed it. They tied in meters again today after they tied in meters yesterday at 2:31. Luca Rockenwald, Taylor Garcia. And in 1st place, and candidly, I don't really care how he jumped. How about that flip over the jump? Come on, how about the flip over the jump? It was the greatest thing ever. In 1st place, a guy that had we had an overall tournament today, would have broken his overall record by so much that I'm not even sure that he could have broken it again. I mean, he just 3 rounds, he was 2 in front in slalom, 6 feet in jump, God knows how much in trick. Truly an amazing performance, Joel Poland. And we're done.
If you rip it off, I rip you apart. Oh no, I wouldn't dare do that.